No, sir. No, sir.
What are we gonna do?
Yeah.
Can you play it on your phone?
Yes, I can plug it in.
music? Okay.
Good morning in the barn. We're going to go ahead and get started with our 4-H pledge. We have Emma Dahlmeyer from Lee County 4-H.
The 4-H pledge. I pledge my head to clearer thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to a larger service, and my health to better living. For my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Thank you, Emma. And now for our FFA mono, we have Ashlyn Gosh from Edna FFA.
Learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve.
Thank you, Ashlyn. Now I ask that you all please rise, remove your hats for the playing of the national anthem. At this time, we are going to continue staging for Class 1 on both sides of the ring and begin very momentarily.
Second call, Class 2 Beefmaster. Second call, Class 2 Beefmaster. Second call, Class 2 Brangus. Second call, Class 2 Brangus. I need Ella Claiborne to make her way to the arena. Ella Claiborne, please make your way to the arena. First call, Class 3 Brangus. First call, Class 3 Brangus.
Beverly wants first through 10. Which ones? Let's bring out.
All of them. The whole class, yeah.
Or at the end of it all?
At the end of the class.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Is that okay? I mean,
Sure, yeah.
yeah. All right, we can go ahead and get started on our west side of the ring. Judging on the west side is Mrs. Terry Barber. Ranching is in Terry's blood as she grew up in the purebred cattle business on her family's Hereford operation, Barber Ranch in Channing, Texas. She has a bachelor's degree in animal science industry option from Texas A&M University, and has shared her livestock expertise as a judge for various national and state shows. With an extensive knowledge in worldwide livestock industry, Barber led the efforts in the Texas Department of Agriculture's livestock marketing program from 2001 to 2007. Before joining TDA, Barber served as the director for youth shows and promotion for the International Brangus Breeders Association, as well as a freelance writer and editor for the American Brayford Association. Terry accepted a new branded beef role in July 2007 with Elanco Animal Health, where she has most recently pioneered a new companion animal role as the Southwest Territory Manager for Elanco's new territory in New Mexico and West Texas, all the while remaining an active marketer for her family's registered Hereford genetics, while also serving the Texas Herefords Association's Board of Directors. In her spare time, she enjoys helping them show across the country. She has judged numerous national shows and has achieved more awards than we have time to list today. Terry brings with her a loyal Texas focus and effective global outreach gained through a lifetime in the agricultural sector. We are excited and humbled Terry has joined us today at Rodeo Austin. Let's bring in Class 1 to our east side of the ring. Judging the east side are Beefmaster, Brahman, and Santa Gertrudis. We have Ceremonies Viator. Ceremonies grew up in South Louisiana, heavily involved in 4-H and junior livestock activities. Eventually, she served on the National Junior Angus and Brangus Board of Directors and won national showmanship contests in both breeds. She attended Clarendon Junior College and graduated from Texas A&M University, where she was a member of the livestock judging team. Ceremony has a past working for several very large cattle operations across the nation, marketing registered cattle, operating AI programs, overseeing bull development programs, and improving genetics. Today, Ceremony works for Westway Feed Products as their national marketing manager based in Tomball, Texas. She owns cattle of multiple breeds across the country and prides herself in breeding and marketing cattle that work in both the show ring and pasture. Ceremony and her mother operate a small cow-calf operation together near College Station, Texas. Ceremony has judged numerous large shows across the nation, such as the National Western, Cattlemen's Congress, Louisville, and Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, to name a few. We again are very excited and very humbled to have Ceremony with us again today at Rodeo Austin.
At what point should we step in?
This is your call for Class 3 Beefmaster and Class 4 Brangus. Class 3 Beefmaster, Class 4 Brangus, please make your way to the staging area.
Good morning, exhibitors. It's certainly an honor to be here. I know that everyone that's here today has made a big commitment to be here, and certainly want to thank the staff and the rodeo and livestock show for having both Jeremy and I here. We've got a tremendous class to start with. These Brangus heifers, we're probably going to see the most range in age here. A lot of good qualities from one end to the other. These top three, four heifers, the top two specifically, could go either way. I'm just kind of picking, if I was going to take one home today, this one's got the most maternal look to her. You can go ahead and bring her out. Tremendous in terms of her volume and her rib shape. This heifer's extremely maternal in terms of her type and kind. Really love the extra extension through her head and neck, and I think she's probably expressing more femininity from that front end when you compare to the heifer in second. She's certainly a heifer that gets out and moves and tracks well. Again, I think she balances as nice as any of them out here. The heifer in second, really like her in terms of her structure and her stoutness. A lot of bone, a lot of big foot width from end to end with this heifer. She tends to get a little bit shorter, maybe a little coarser in that head and neck compared to our class winner, but I really appreciate her in terms of that lower stifle and quarter. She's probably as expressive in terms of her muscle as any out here, and you appreciate that down her side and in that quarter. Just not as sweeping in that rib cage as our class winner. Certainly appreciate the cleanerness about her navel. Heifer in third, you really like this heifer. When she comes in, she really grabs your attention. Up-headed female, she's strong in her top line, and she gets out and takes a fairly long stride. This heifer just gets a little coarser through her shoulder. She wants to break behind that shoulder, and when she gets on the profile, she kind of tends to run a bit downhill, but certainly a stout-made female that you appreciate the bone and footwork. Next female coming in class, really a nice smooth-made heifer. She's probably the smoothest in terms of any of them in her kind. I appreciate that about her front end. She's in a nice light condition. She's lean, just not as much to her, not as explosive in that lower rib to go higher for me today. Then the young man coming next, this is a heifer that I think has a lot of potential. She's obviously the youngest one in this class by quite a bit. I think we ranged from September to April, so she got stuck in a class with a lot of big, powerful females. But this heifer's got a lot of strength down her top. I like her rib shape. She's level from hooks to pins, and as she continues to mature and grow, I think going to be a really nice heifer for this young man. Heifer next, female that you like in terms of her length of side. She's super stout on her feet and legs, very up-headed. She's just a little coarser, a little stiffer in terms of her hooks to pins, and would like to free her up on both ends to go higher. Next young man's got a really growthy female. She's plenty big for this age group today. I just like to tone her down in terms of that frame size and give her more depth of rib to go with that frame. Then the young lady's heifer bringing up the class, really a nice female. She's done a good job with her. She's light in terms of her condition. This heifer's maybe showing a little bit more navel, kind of throws her balance off. We just like to free her up off both ends and give her a little more stoutness of rib. Really a nice class. Congratulations to your first two.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. Class 1 Brangus results. The class winner was Grace Curry from Goliad FFA, followed by Adelie Petras from Sealy FFA, Jenna Minyard, Jim Ned FFA, followed by Trinity Randall from Sweeney FFA, Braden Ramzinski from Poth FFA, Kara McKee from Rusk County 4-H, followed by Landon Stewart from Victoria County 4-H, and Holly Seasongood from Wilson County 4-H. Well, let me get one at. Second call for who? This is your second call for Beefmaster, Class 3, and Brangus, Class 4. This is your second call for Class 4 Brangus. Who's the other one? And your first call for Class 7 Brangus. Is that it? Okay. I don't know how she's picking them.
Here in our second class of Brangus, we've got a heifer I think just kind of surfaces to the top pretty easily in my mind. The most complete in terms of her balance and her lines, extremely strong down that top line. She's very adequate in terms of her muscle. You put her on the move and she's got a long free stride, ultra feminine about that head and neck. I think just a very balanced heifer that surfaces to the top. Heifer in second I think most closely follows this class winner. This is another nice smooth made female from her shoulder forward. Female that's got a lot of femininity and a lot of refinement, I think, about her head and neck, very elegant in terms of her lines. She's not as powerful in that lower 1/3 and that lower rib as our class winner, but again, a heifer that's very balanced, and you put her on the move and she doesn't disappoint you from that standpoint. Not as heavy in terms of her muscle, but again, very adequate, very smooth made. Our heifer in third, you really like the thickness of this female. She's by far the stoutest made in terms of her bone and her footwork. She's clearly the thickest when you get behind her, and I really appreciate that about her. She's just a little coarser, and she's a little more stove up when you put her on the move. We just like to free her up off both ends, I think, to get her a little higher. Heifer here in front of me, super thick. Again, you really appreciate that about her thickness. She's very expressive in terms of her muscle and her design. I'd like to maybe lengthen her up just a little bit in that neck, lay her in a little bit smoother at the point of her shoulder. I love the muscle about her. Just needs to free her up on both ends to go higher for me today. Young ladies, heifer coming next. This is a female that you like in terms of her slope to her shoulder. She's nice through that front end. She's strong in her top line. You put her on the move and she can get out and track. She's just maybe not quite as powerful, I think, from that lower rib. Like to give her a little more expression right behind the shoulder. Next heifer, female that you like in terms of that depth of rib. This heifer's got some levelness from hooks to pins. She's not quite as feminine, not quite as elegant through her front end, carrying a little bit of extra leather, but good condition that he's got her in today. And then the heifer bringing up the class, very light in terms of her condition. This female just needs to be a little more powerful in that lower 1/3. Like to give her a little more width from hooks to pins, and in that pin setting, just give her a little more base width today. But really a nice heifer and good hair coat as well. Congratulations to your class winner.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. For our Class 2 Brangus, our results. Class winner goes to Avery Rongany from Royal FFA, followed by Luke Daniel from DeKalb FFA, Kyler Whitten from Needville FFA, followed by Jenna Jennings from Brazoria County 4-H, and then Claire Wright from Stockdale FFA, Nathan Eckert from Menard County 4-H, and Tyler Hawkins from DeKalb FFA.
Final call, Beefmaster Class 3. Final call, Beefmaster Class 3. First call, Beefmaster Class 4. First call, Beefmaster Class 4. Second call, Brangus Class 7. Second call, Brangus Class 7. First call, Brangus Class 8. First call, Brangus Class 8.
Well, if I wasn't awake before this class, I am now. Wow. Let's put our hands together. If you're a Beefmaster breeder, you should be proud of this class. The best part of this class is from top to bottom, they're good cattle. All the way through. And I think that says a lot for your breed and your program. And, you know, there's just quality all the way through. And in a big class, that's a compliment in a big way. You know, and when you go and you throw in cattle that are from August all the way to April, I always kid and I say it's like judging a 5th grade class of boys because they're growing and everybody's in a different maturity. Well, this is like putting 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th grade all together in one class. So I had to kind of scratch my head and think a little bit. But, you know, for me, it always starts at the ground, just like everybody talks about. Well, I've lived it, and I know how important structure is, just like Terrio talking on the other side today. And these 2 females, I think, come to the top as a compilation of a lot of other cattle. And the red female that wins the class, she's so pretty patterned and so nice designed out of her neck and shoulder. The difference between she and the black female is there's just a touch more bone and foot to this female, a little more power to her relative to her bone work. I tuck her in at the point of her shoulder ever so slightly, but she's green, and I think as she matures and her rib opens up some, you won't notice that as much. But she's beautiful in terms of femininity, angularity. She's the one for me that hit me the hardest today. This black female is really maternal in her design, and I love how deep-bodied she is and so soft-looking and just looks like a cool cow. She's a little more refined in her foot and her bone, and I guess that's where I'd power her up just a touch. Ever so slightly, I want to freshen her at her tail head for this stage of where she is. But if you just want to take a one that's built right and has a good design in terms of structural integrity, that's your picture you want to work with. So that pair of cattle are really, really nice to start off with. Next female that comes in, you know, she's a lot like the 2 of them in terms of soundness and angularity. Not quite as much flex to her hock, perhaps, and just gets a little coarser up through her neck and shoulder. But really, when you back away from her, there's not as much depth to her rib, and that's kind of where I made my decision. High-quality female as well. One of the youngest females in the class, she's in August, and she's one of those ones you kind of have to sit and study on and make sure you give her a fair evaluation. Stout, powerful. She gets out and goes and gets just a little more restricted in her hock, a little coarser to the lower portion of her neck, so we pulled her in 4th. Next female is one that has more scale. Let's go ahead and bring your spotted female. You read her in terms of cannon length, in terms of frame where she is now. She's just going to have a touch more grow, be a little more elevated down the road. I kind of wonder about mature size on this female. Good, practical, functional kind. And red one that comes around, let's just keep peeling off, young folks. Young red heifer that comes around, stout, big-bodied, big-muscled, but again, coarseness about her head, neck gets her pulled in, not nearly as refined through her shoulder, over the top of her neck. Big-bodied, soft heifer comes here. Same thing, start making some decisions, and there's kind of a couple of heifers here that you appreciate from a quality standpoint, cow productivity standpoint, but again, too much front end to me, too much roundness to their shoulder, a little plainer headed. Young lady coming next. This female gives up some in terms of just levelness of hip and shape to her lower body. Black heifer here is one that I pulled at the end. I like this female when she stopped. When you get her on the go, her hip comes up just a little high. She's a little steeper in her hip, not as relaxed in her spine. Red female here is attractive from the side, sound from as she's on the go, tighter in her forerib, not as pulled apart right behind her shoulder. Then we have a couple of cattle that are more mature here today. You read them in their head and neck, just a bit more maturity for me, more coarseness in this female, some swelling in her hock. Want to appreciate the body, the fleshing ability of these next couple of cattle. Soft and forage efficient. Too much leather that throws her balance off down the lower part of their front end. Black female there, we lose some power on. Want to give her more shape. And then it just, as we work through, I make some decisions whether it's balance or just structural integrity. Begin to sort the cattle on just some small things, whether it be that they have too much leather, that maybe they don't pull all the pieces and parts together as appropriately as the top end of that class. Great, great class. Let's put our hands together and appreciate the work for the young people.
Second call, Beefmaster Class 4. Second call, Beefmaster Class 4. Second call, Brangus Class 8. Second call, Brangus Class 8. And first call, Brangus Classes 8 and, Classes 9 and 10. First call, Brangus Classes 9 and 10.
Really got a nice class of Brangus females here on the, the west side. Really a nice class winner, I think, to start with. This class is all within about 28 days. These are Februaries we're looking at. So I think very moderate in terms of their frame size, very functional females. Not a whole lot of difference, really. This is a very congruent class. I think the class winner, to me, she just has the most volume and rib shape. I think that's kind of what grabs my attention when I see this female. She's long through her front end, heifer that's got an extra length of hooks to pins. You put her on the move and she's very smooth and elegant when you put her on the travel side. This heifer I think just balances the best for me, but again I love the rib shape and that sweep in her lower rib. A heifer in second most closely follows her. This is a real powerful made female. Appreciate that extra length of stifle and her depth in her quarter. Heifer that's got some shape to that rib as well and balance is really nice from the profile. Young man does a nice job showing her. I just think she's a really good second to follow this class winner. Heifer in third, a little bit growthier female. I appreciate her weight per day of age. She's going to get a little more tucked up in that rib and that lower 1/3. I'd just like to give her a little more expansion, a little more maternal look in that front end. Maybe just give her a touch more extension from her shoulder forward. But a heifer I like in terms of her maternal look and that length of side. We've got a real powerful made female here next. Heifer that's thick in terms of her depth of stifle and that quarter. You get behind her and you really appreciate that muscle she brings. But with that, she gets a little tighter in terms of her design. I'd like to lengthen her from hooks to pins and just give her a little more freedom when you put her on the move. Heifer that brings the class here, really a long-sided, level-hipped heifer. You appreciate that about her. She's got some extension through her front end. She just plays out in that lower quarter. I'd like to see her with a little more expression of muscle, a little more width of pin. And again, we could give her a little more depth to go with that size. But great condition you've got her in and very nicely presented. Congratulations again to your class winner.
Thank you, judges. Our Class 1 Beefmaster. Winning class is Roxanne Keel from Austin County 4-H, followed by Mackenzie Lee from Belleville FFA, followed by Ryan Longoria from Sherryland Pioneer FFA, followed by Riley Burris from Friendswood FFA, Emerson Dean from Decatur FFA, Hannah Pace from Henderson FFA, followed by Weldon Bailey from Montgomery County 4-H, Ryan Robleski from Grimes County 4-H, and Samantha Wainwright from Shelbyville FFA, followed by Cortland Branter from Belleville FFA. Quite a large class. We thank all of our exhibitors for their patience and hard work. Class 3 Brangus. Leading the class is Haley Schremek from Schulenburg FFA, followed by Jordan Baldridge from Sweeney FFA, McKenna Burke from Austin County 4-H, followed by Sarah Smith from Smith County 4-H, and Emily Glaze from El Campo FFA. Would like to take this time now to thank a few of our sponsors. Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin. Stop by the Ram Rodeo trailer on the south side of the show barn to sign up for your chance to win money towards a new Ram truck. Thank you, Ram, for your continued support of Rodeo Austin. Please also tell your friends and family who are watching from home to check out the live stream presented by Farm Credit.
Final call, Brangus Class 8. Final call, Brangus Class 8. Second calls, Brangus Classes 9 and 10. Second call, Brangus Classes 9 and 10.
Got a really nice class of 4 January females here on your Brangus side. Heifer that wins the class, she's just very complete from head to toe. This female kind of grabs your attention when she comes in the ring. She's got the most sweep to her rib shape. She's strong down that top line, good through her head and neck. I'm going to pick on her a little bit, and she could be a little smoother at the point of her shoulder. She wants to toe out ever so much on that front end, but she's just very elegant in terms of her lines. I love that length of hip, and you get behind her, and there's a lot of base width there. I'm going to pick on her a little bit more, and I would also like to see her a little freer when you put her on the move. She's just a little stiff when you get from that hawk to the ground, but really, really a nice, powerful female to win the class. The heifer in second, this is a really deep-sided, soggy, middled, maternal-looking female. She's maybe just a little shorter in terms of her type when you compare her to the class winner. I like her from her shoulder forward. I think she's more correct from the knee down, and I appreciate that about her. She's just a little shorter, a little tighter made, but a world of shape to her rib, and you get behind her, and there's a lot of base width, too. I think another very maternal female, definitely deserving of being second place here. The heifer in third is a heifer that I like her in terms of her strength of top, female that's got some femininity about her head and neck. She's light in terms of her condition. She's just a little cut up in that rib shape. I just like to blow her out from end to end and give her more depth of rib as well as width from hooks to pins. Heifer that's bringing up the class, really a stout-footed, heavy bone female. She's a little coarser in terms of her make. We'd like to give her a little more femininity through that head and neck, maybe clean her up in that underline. Main thing, just like to level her from hooks to pins, and you put her on the move, she just gets a little tighter. We'd just like to free her up on her skeleton to go higher today. Really, 4 very nice females. Congratulations again to your class winner.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. For Class 4 Brangus, leading the class, Lena Tidor from Wise County 4-H, followed by Connor Harborth, Marion FFA, followed by Caitlin Seeker, Washington County 4-H, and Peyton Mooneyham from Kennard FFA.
Second call, Brangus Class 10. Second call, Brangus Class 10.
I got this.
Got her?
That away.
I think the easiest thing in this class to do is find our class winner, and she comes in and has a really, just a cool presence about that female. And she's so fresh and she's really sound. She's not the most powerful out here, but I don't think she has to be the most powerful when you have that kind of balance and look and eye appeal. You could tidy her up underneath her throat just a little bit, but I think there's enough good in that female that it all works together. The parts and pieces come together. Young man does a nice job getting her stuck. You know, after that, from about second to maybe fifth or sixth place there. You can jingle these cattle up, and you don't get much argument from me at all. The young lady's female that's second, she just kind of gets there by default because there's not a big hole in that female. I call her an enough heifer. She's thick enough, deep enough, sound enough. You know, is she the prettiest one up through that lower part of her neck? No, she's not, but let's go ahead and lead that heifer out. She looks a lot, I like her on the move is where I like this female. She has some flex and give. Still, though, she's one that you might refine just a little bit underneath there. Next female is one that from her midrib back you like a lot in terms of just cowiness and body and dimension. A little plainer and coarser there, about underneath her neck. Tidy her up. She's a little deeper from the top of her neck to the base of her neck, as are the next two. I love the rib shape of these two females. They're soft and forage efficient looking, just have too much front for me to proceed higher. Young man's dark red heifer, I moved her up 2 spots. There's more to that female when you read her in relative to top shape, relative to openness to her rib. Young lady's red and white paint female, you love the pattern. She's a lot like some of the cattle up in front of her, several spots, but you read her in her forerib, that heifer's real tight in her lower forerib, more prominent in her shoulder. Same thing with the next couple of females. They get a little lower necked or their balance is off. They have more shoulder to them. Want to change them in just how they assemble the pieces and parts. Get down to this black heifer. You like her when she's stopped. When she gets on the go, she tends to rotate her hock in too much, and just from her mid-spine back all the way to the ground, her structure isn't quite right. And we get into some cattle that either have more chest to them or they don't balance, don't get out and flex their hock as good as we need. Quite a bit more challenge to sort this class than there was in the last one. Didn't fall together quite as easy. Sure enough, an easy class winner, though. Let me give you this mic right here.
Final call, Brangus Class 10. Final call, Brangus Class 10.
Folks on the Brangus side, let's put your hands together. This is a really nice calf class division. We've got our respective seconds here against the blue wall. We talked about all of these class winners. We'll just highlight them again when we get these 4 out here. Really a nice lineup. The youngest heifer that won that big class, I believe she's a May. Really, I liked her in terms of her volume and her sweep to that rib shape and the balance that she gives you. And you get her back out here, she's probably as deep as any for the size and weight of her age division. Heifer that, I guess if you're going to pick on her, she runs just a little bit behind her shoulder, gets a little weak right there, but she's got so much depth and so much quality and maternal look about her. I really love the freshness of this heifer, and I think she's going to go on to be a really nice brood cow when she's done showing. The female in second, we talked about just being really long and balanced. She's very elegant in terms of her lines. I love the length of shoulder and the slope that she gives you. She's got some extension through that front end. She balances really, really well, and a heifer that you put on the move, and she's really attractive when you see her move. She takes a long free stride. She's got adequate width when you get behind her too. I just think a really nice balanced female. And then we've got the February that won that class. Really probably one of the thicker made heifers out here. I appreciate that about her. She's very muscular in that lower 1/3. She's got a lot of width of pins and hooks. I think a heifer, when you compare her to the ones on either side of her, maybe not as long-sided, but certainly that depth of rib is going to be a little bit, I think, deceiving because she's offers so much in terms of that width of body. Again, extended through that front end, just a really nice brood cow look to her. And then the heifer that won the last class, our January, again, just super long-bodied, a deep-ribbed heifer. Really like her in terms of her angle. Heifer that's got some width when you get behind her. We'd just like to free her up on both ends and give her a little more flex, I think, when you put her on the move. But super, super in terms of her broodiness and that mature look about her. With that said, I'll go out and select your champion of this division, and we'll bring the respective second in for that consideration. Thank you.
First call, Brangus classes 13 and 14. First call, Brangus classes 13 and 14. First call, Beefmaster class 7. First call, Beefmaster class 7.
Your champion heifer calf from the Brangus division is Avery Rogney from Class 2 in Royal FFA.
You're fine. How do you turn it on?
And your reserve champion heifer calf from the Brangus division is Luke Daniel from DeKalb FFA. For our Class 2 Beefmaster results, class winner Fisher Hubbard from Friendswood FFA. Coming in second, Ande Johnson from Grapevine FFA. Followed by Keely Dahlmeyer from Lee County 4-H. William Schneider from Columbus FFA. Amber Robles from Southside FFA. Kendall Shrell. Followed by Colton Plant from New Braunfels FFA. Mason Campbell from Joshua FFA. And Lizzie Macias from Nacogdoches FFA. We'd like to take this time to send a special thank you to the advisors and students of Sam Houston State University Department of Agricultural Sciences for helping facilitate today's show. These are the students and advisors that were helping you yesterday during move-in and you'll see periodically throughout the day in the show ring. If you see any of these students, please be sure to give them a big thank you. Just as a reminder, we are in the wonderful Travis County where there is a mask mandate in place. Please wear your masks while you're in the barn.
I've found in a lot of years in the cow business that the cattle that are kind of in the middle of the road are usually the ones that keep you in the business the longest, and that's what these three are. They're not extreme in any one facet anywhere, but if you study these cattle, they're fairly fault-free, and that's the kind of cattle, and that's the lesson that I'd like for the young people to remember in this class is that, you know, you look at this brindle female, and she's deep, she's thick, she's stout, she's fairly feminine, she's sound, and I think she just kind of surfaces to the top, and again, that combination or compilation of traits, she's one that's real practical in her kind, and I think she wins the class because of that. If you want to take that female and stretch her front end out ever so slightly, I wouldn't argue with you, and that longer, flatter neck comes in the second female, but she doesn't quite hook up as nice behind her shoulder, and she has a little more roundness to the lower part of her shoulder, so you can see in her top, she's not as level, not as square as her class winner. Just some subtle differences there between those two, but I like the shape and the dimension of those cattle without being extreme anywhere. The next female is probably a bit more conservative and moderate for some folks, and I'd lengthen her out, upward and outward, and that's where you want to change that female. I don't argue if you place her down a spot or two, but I think she's the most like the two females in front of her. She's sound, she's attractive. Just want to make her a touch bigger, I guess, would be the thing. Doesn't quite have the flex as the cattle on either side of her. Young man's brindle female, you know, she's kind of one that you either run her to the top or you say, well, she's a little big, and with that big, she's a little flat. So that combination is why she ends up in fourth. For the added scale that she has, if you look at her at a 3/4 angle, she tends to taper downward in her rib cage, not as much stifle power to her, but real maternal, super sound. You read the slopes and angles of that female, she's good pattern, she's good design. Just want to pull her apart, give her a little more shape. Next two females are a bit mature for me. They're the bigger scaled cattle in the class. If you want to say they're the high performing ones and go to the top, I don't argue that, but they're pushing it for me. This female, in terms of having more leather, more front, more maturity and coarseness about her head, neck, and shoulder, I just want to refine that female in all directions. This female I loved when she stopped, but when you get up on top of her, there's less to her in terms of top shape. She has some swelling about her hocks and just a little more restricted out of it. It starts up at her hip and all the way down to the ground. Want to see her have more flex and give there. And then we'll get into some cattle that are sound and have some practicality to them. We get some added front. It throws their balance off. Want to change some of the cattle further down as we get into movement and structural integrity. Sure enough, a set of cattle up at the top end that are fresh and balanced and can contribute in some quality. And then we get into some challenges from a structural integrity and balance standpoint.
Second call, Brangus classes 13 and 14. Second call, Brangus classes 13 and 14.
Got another really nice class of Brangus females. We've got winterborns, November, December here. Quite a bit of frame size difference, as you can tell. Not necessarily trying to pick the largest one, but this female's certainly at her peak in terms of growth. I appreciate that about her. She's just she's so complete in terms of the way she's made. She's got a lot of show ring presence, as you can tell. She's tremendous in terms of her hip and her hind leg. A heifer that I really like that width of extra pin. You get behind her, and she sure doesn't disappoint you in the muscle category. A heifer that I think when you're looking at her standing, she may look a little post-legged to you, a little straight in that hock, but she can still get out and track really well and fill that front spot. Just a heifer I think has to rise to the top of this class today for me. Really a nice heifer in second. I appreciate the condition this young lady's got her heifer in. Another expressively muscled female. You like that in terms of the way she's made. She's maybe just not as attractive from the hock down, I think, as our class winner, not as explosive in that lower 1/3, but certainly a very broody, elegant female with a lot of femininity. Our third heifer coming in, this is a smaller framed heifer, and I appreciate that about her. I love an average, moderate frame for sure. Heifer that's just a little bit coarser through through her shoulder compared to the two in front. Makes her a little bit shorter necked. I'd maybe just give her an inch more thick length up through that front end. But I really like the shape that she shows you. She's maybe not as long from hooks to pins as the heifers in front, but for her moderate size, she balances really nicely and is well presented. Young man's heifer next, another really strong topped heifer. She's, again, a coarser shouldered heifer. I'd just like to make her smoother from that point of shoulder down, but a heifer that gives you a nice look. She's up-headed. She's got a nice, fresh appearance to her, just not quite as powerful on that lower quarter as well. Then the heifer that brings the class up, really a lot of depth of rib, and I appreciate that about her. This is a very maternal-looking female. She's just a little plainer, I think, from her head and neck, and then you get behind her, you'd like to see a little more width. We'd like to lengthen her from hooks to pins to go higher today, but really a nice condition female you've done a good job with. Congratulations again to your class winner.
Thank you, judges. Some results, Class 3 Beefmaster. Leading the class, we have Gracie Leopold from Sweeney FFA, followed by Sarah Wells from Grapevine FFA. William Keel from Austin County 4-H, followed by Trenton Barlow from Alvin FFA. Caden Scherer from Brenham FFA. Brinley Allison from McLennan County 4-H, followed by Courtney Neely from New Braunfels FFA. Followed by Haley Rudloff, Washington County 4-H. Hunter Frosch from Giddings FFA, and Christina Todd from Lone Oak FFA.
First call, Brangus Class 15. First call, Brangus Class 15. First call, Beefmaster Class 8. First call, Beefmaster Class 8.
Our Class 7 Brangus results. Leading the class, Kaylin Hine from Royal FFA, followed by Cheyenne Sliva from Victoria County 4-H. Aubrey Meador from Wiley Abilene FFA. Landon Hosford from Magnolia FFA. And Tanner Hawkins from DeKalb FFA. I'd like to take this time to thank some more of our sponsors. Thank you to HEB, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. Some more of our sponsors, Schmidt Electric, AFP, Dell, Plains Capital Bank, Boot Barn, Greater Austin Development, Frost Bank, WorkQuest, Capital Cleaners, in cover 3. Thank you again for all of our sponsors that help make this show happen.
Got a really nice class of Brangus here. We've got some October, November, or September, Octobers here. Females, you're going to see a little bit of difference in terms of maturity out here. Real moderate frame female, I think, wins the class pretty handily. She's just very complete in terms of her lines. She's one of the thicker made heifers. She balances really well from hooks to pin. She's got that extra depth of rib. And you put her on the move, I think she takes a long free stride. Heifer that maybe if I could pick on her, I'd maybe like to make her a little truer in terms of that shoulder, a little more angulation. That way should be from the knee down a little bit truer, but really a nicely presented heifer, very stout. Congratulations. The heifer in second, really a deep-sided heifer. I like this about her. She's very broody and maternal in terms of her look. This is a heifer that's not quite as attractive from her hooks to her pins as our class winner. A heifer you put on the move, and she's got a long, fluid stride. She's maybe a little bit more navally, I think, from the underline when you compare to that class winner. But again, a really nice brood cow in the making. We've got a heifer here in third, again, moderate in terms of her frame size. I appreciate her in terms of that thickness. She's got some rib and some volume to go with it. Heifer just not quite as attractive when you put her on the move. She's pushing a little bit of extra condition today, so we'd just like to free her up and lighten her in terms of that design. The heifer in fourth, really broody in terms of her look. This is a very mature heifer for me for this age. She's already bagging up and showing a good sign of maternal ability there. Heifer that's just a little bit coarser, I think, from that front end. We'd just like to moderate her in terms of her frame size for this age. Again, congratulations to your class winner.
About 9 o'clock. It wasn't bad. Some really fun cattle to evaluate up here at the top end. And I think this female that wins the class, when you read her in terms of femininity and freshness and balance, she does those things so well that you have to appreciate this female and run her to the top. She's long spine, she's square in her top, she's nice in terms of her hip design. You know, I guess the thing where I'd change her is I'd give her just a touch more cushion to her knee. She drives her knee pretty hard. Just lay it back ever so slightly, and that's being pretty nitpicky. But the freshness and just the design and the look allows her to win the class. Even with her being just a hair straight knee, she's still better structured in her front end than this big powerhouse that's in second. This female tends to post up and open in her front end and stand on the outside of her structure. She's stout, massive and powerful, but her front end just is a little off for me. She's coarser with all that mass and muscle that she has. She's a little coarser, and I can take some shoulder when you have that much hip, but it contributes to her head and neck as well. If you want to say that she's the stout, powerful one and run her to the top, I don't argue real hard because she is all those things. She's a bit much for me in that shoulder structure. I want to change her there in terms of how she handles her knee, and at the ground she opens up just a little bit. Fairly complete female comes around next, and she's a lot like our class winner in terms of balance and eye appeal and look, just not the power, not the lower body width as those two in front of her. So she's just kind of a logical third. because, again, that freshness, the soundness, the balance that you see, just want to give that heifer a touch more shape. But I tell you what, you get her bred, she's going to be a one that's real competitive in this class. Another one that I gravitate towards just because of her cow practicality stands here in fourth. Really open and robust in her rib shape, big square top in this female. She's just going to be a chunk as a mature cow. With that said, you can see she over the top of her neck, she's a little rounder. Want to just lengthen and make her just a bit more feminine up front. She's flat neck, just a little rounder over the top of her neck, and then stretch her out. When you compare her to those ones in front of her, she's a bit shorter bodied, but I like that female real well. Longer sided, trimmer made female comes here. She has more chest. I want to tuck her chest up some, balance her up a little bit, touch more refined about her bone work comparative to some of those others in front of her. Good kind of a female, real nice in terms of a look from the side until you get to her chest floor. We get into some cattle, we start making some decisions. This is one that doesn't balance up as well, has a touch more throat and a little lower pinned. Want to freshen her up around her tail head some. Gets it just starting to push some extra condition for us today, but she's big-footed, she's stout-made. The young lady does a great job showing this black and white female. There's just not enough of this female. From a performance standpoint, I love the pattern and the soundness to this female. You just want to pull her apart in terms of muscle and in terms of rib compared to the ones in front of her. Female that comes around here, one that doesn't have a big hole in her, but again, gets fairly small relative to others in this class. Not quite as attractive to that front 1/3. Same thing, want to tidy up the front end so she balances better. And then we get into some cattle that are off in terms of their structural integrity, get a little more rigid in their movement, their balance is off as well. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Thank you, Ms. Viator. For Class 4, Beefmaster. Class winner was Kennedy Hubbard from Friendswood FFA, followed by Ryan Longoria, Sherryland Pioneer FFA. Sarah Cole from Blooming Grove FFA, followed by Hannah Pace, Henderson FFA. Reese Robleski, Grimes County 4-H. Dawson Rudloff, Washington County 4-H. Cortland Branter, Belleville FFA. Landon Flisowski, Washington County 4-H. Nikki Hart, Huffman FFA. Followed by Ashlyn Gosh from Edna FFA.
Got a challenging trio of Brangus heifers here, three completely different kinds of females, and for me, I can find the most good things to say about this big, powerful class winner. Heifer that's just got a world of rib and volume to her. I really appreciate that internal capacity. She's very elegant in terms of her look and her design. Maybe gets a little weak behind that shoulder, and a heifer that would sure like to free up, I think, when we get behind her on the move. And really for that frame, I'd like to see a little more muscle shape, especially down in that lower quarter, but tremendous in terms of her broodiness and that look that she gives you. She balances really well. And again, I just love the volume and the width of rib that she possesses. Heifer would maybe like to tone down just a hair on terms of her frame, but again, she's got a lot of good things to go with that. It gets a little closer in my mind on second and third, and the way I usually like to look at this, if I'm going to take one home, which one would I want to turn out and make a brood cow? And I think the next best thing is this. She's a very moderate framed female. She's light in terms of her condition. Yes, she could be more powerful in her bone structure. I'd like to give her a little more rib, but she's got a lot of nice attributes. She's sound off her feet and legs. She's moderate, again, in terms of her frame size. I think just a very efficient type of cow. And then the heifer here in third, a female that you really like in terms of that power. If you're looking to maybe build some herd bulls or some steers, this would be a nice one to tie with. This female just gets a little coarser, a little rounder and shorter in terms of her couple. I'd like to lengthen her from hooks to pins today. Carrying a little bit more condition, just give her a little more upheadedness, a little freer on the move, but really a stout-made female. And again, three heifers that you could do a lot of things with. Congratulations again to your class winner.
Second call, Beefmaster Class 8. Second call, Beefmaster Class 8. First call, Beefmaster Class 10. First call, Beefmaster Class 10.
Thank you, Miss Barber. Class 8, Brangus. Class winner, Dalton McKee from Rusk County 4-H, followed by Hayden Herzog, Sweeney FFA. Katie Pearson from Wall FFA. And Mackenzie Seasongood from Wilson County 4-H. Class 9, Brangus.
Let's put our hands together, show our appreciation for the quality that we've seen in this division. There's some classes that were fairly challenging to sort through, but it's because the cattle were good, and you just kind of had to find the ones that hit you the hardest. And I think it starts to make sense when you get out here. They don't have to be the biggest, but they have to be the most complete, and they have to be good at the ground and still have some muscle, still have some look. And I like them fresh, too. That's the other thing is they don't have to be super fat for me and don't have to be overly mature. I think that just keeping them relative in their age is a good thing too. Female that hits me in terms of all of those traits and doing a lot of things right, young lady that wins the oldest class is going to win our division. Congratulations to her. I think she's the easy thing to do in this division. And then after that, I can probably pick just a few more holes in the cattle and trying to find that one that just really does as much right. I don't think there's that one that is as complete, but I think there's one that's the most similar to her in terms of freshness and structural integrity. Young man that wins the second class, congratulations, you're going to be reserved.
Congratulations. Our champion heifer calf for Beefmaster comes from Class 4, Kennedy Hubbard from Friendswood FFA. Our reserve heifer calf comes from Class 2, Fisher Hubbard from Friendswood FFA.
Final call, Beefmaster Class 8. Final call, Beefmaster Class 8. Second call, Beefmaster Class 10. Second call, Beefmaster Class 10. And final call, Brangus Class 15. Final call, Brangus Class 15.
We've got two really outstanding females in our May-June class here. Heifer that wins the class, she just kind of dominates in terms of overall completeness and power. Super-footed, long free stride on this gal when you put her on the move. She's just got the ultimate class and look about her front end. I love her from the shoulder forward. Just tremendously strong in terms of her top line, and you really like that extra width. I guess if I'm going to pick on her, she's got a little extra teats on there, but it looks like she's got a nice balanced udder coming on, and again, she balances really beautifully from the profile. The heifer in second, unfortunately, just ran up against a real powerful heifer today. There's not as much to this female. I like her in terms of her length of top and her strength. There's just not as much in that lower 1/3. We'd like to give her a little more rib shape to run with this heifer that wins the class, but you've done a nice job keeping her in good condition for a nice summer heifer. Congratulations again to your class winner.
Thank you, judges. Class 9, Brangus. Hayden Herzog from Sweeney FFA. Followed by Wyatt King, Wilson County 4-H. And Jenna Minyard from Jim Ned FFA. Class 10, Brangus. Reed Thorne, Arb FFA. Followed by Olivia Adams, Alvin FFA.
somebody like you, or is it some random?
She's like our junior leader.
Oh, okay.
So she's like, I'm your 18, or I'm your 21.
Final call, Beefmaster Class 10. Final call, Beefmaster Class 10. First call, Beefmaster Class 13. First call, Beefmaster Class 13. We need all division winners for Brangus to start making their way back to the ring. Division winners for Brangus Calf Division, please make your way back to the ring.
Let's give our middle division here on the Brangus side a nice round of applause. Really, 4 outstanding females in their respective seconds out here. I think this is probably a really consistent lineup in terms of your age. You know, we've got early summer to December's out here, and 4 really outstanding females. We talked about them in class, and you get them back out here, and this youngest heifer, just a world of rib. We really like her in terms of her stoutness. Young lady does a killer good job getting her stuck, and you know, from any angle you look at this heifer, she's just really stout. I think she's a high quality individual. I guess if I'm going to pick on her, you know, she's got a little more navel than some of the others out here, but that's a Brangus characteristic, and she certainly has all those to go with the overall style and balance and with the body. Second heifer here in the lineup, I really liked her in class. She's just so complete. She's long, she balances well. She's probably not the most powerful in terms of muscle or size or shape, but I think just a very moderate framed female that's very functional, really flawless in terms of her design as well. Another heifer that's very highly presented. And the young man here with the third one, we really liked this heifer in terms of her just freshness. You get her back out here, and this is just a beautiful fronted female. Love her in terms of her shoulder and her slope. Heifer that gets a little weak behind that shoulder. She's just so long and up-headed, and then she's got all that depth to go with it. She's just kind of an outlier, I think, too, in terms of her frame. Again, we talked about toning her down a little bit for that, but big, powerful female with a lot of good qualities. Heifer that brings up the last class in this division. We talked about her. This was the smallest class, but just a real powerful heifer in her own right. She's smooth made. She's very elegant through that front end. She gets out and takes a long free stride. Super powerful. When you get back behind her, love her expression of muscling. I guess if I'm going to pick on her, I'd like to see her a little leveler from hooks to pins, but again, we've got some Brahman influence in there, and again, a heifer that shows a lot of that characteristic. 4 really, really good heifers. I'll select your champion, and then we'll bring that respective second for reserve. Congratulations again to exhibitors.
This class sorts together pretty easy for me, and I think this female that starts to the top, how she blends together all those pieces and parts is really, really nice, and the extension that she has through her front 1/3, but more importantly, the cylindrical piece that she has about her neck. She's not as deep from the top of her neck to the base of her neck, and I think she's just a bit more attractive up front. She's not the most powerful out here, but yet I think when you look at her from freshness and soundness, she's just very, very complete. You know, the female behind her probably has a touch more muscle read in the lower part of her stifle, but I just like the maternal build and look of that female. This one, if I could change her just a little bit in that lower chest, she's starting to lay in some condition. She's a little deeper from the top of her shoulder to the base of her shoulder. She's actually one that you really like from a squareness and shapeliness to her top and hip. Lots of good there. Young lady does a great job getting her shown. I just want to change that front end ever so slightly. This black heifer, she was moving better. I'm going to tell you, she hunts to win the class. And I read the slopes and angles and all the things in this heifer, and I don't think it's a soundness problem. I think that heifer's either got foot rot or been hurt. So that's why I went ahead and used her as high as I did, because she is good made. She's big bodied. She's balanced as well. She's a lot like our class winner in terms of completeness. Maybe even, in fact, she is deeper sighted than the class winner, but I just can't get her any higher today with that movement. But her hesitancy tells me, like I said, she's been injured. I think there's a problem there, but that's a good female. This one, you know, if you didn't have the front 3 in front of her, you say, wow, this one kind of hunts to go up top. But when you compare her to those others, again, she's one that doesn't have as much foot, doesn't have as much bone, and then her balance is off just a little bit in terms of her chest floor. Big top, big square made, kind of a female relative to the frame that we see. Has the design and the making of a nice udder when you look at the squareness of her teat placement, just too refined. The next one is probably as polar opposite as you can get in in terms of being very unrefined. She's massive, and she's big-bodied and stout and open-ribbed, but with that comes some more masculinity about her head and neck and carries more chest floor. We want to change that female up there. If you take her from her mid-rib forward and just make her have a more feminine presence, she moves higher in the class. But if you need a bull maker, she's the one. Black female is a little bit deceiving. She's so cool from the side, and you think, wow, this one's pretty neat. When you get right up on her, she tapers into her chest floor, not as much forerib to her. Really neat look, though. Young man does a nice job getting her stuck. Next female, the red one, she's just not as nice in terms of how she handles her hind leg. A little more restricted there, doesn't have the flex out of her hock. When she's stopped, though, she's feminine, she's maternal, she's attractive. Black female here has some shape and some look, freshness to her. Gets a little off in terms of the curvature, having more set to her hind leg, not as accurate in how she plants down. And then we conclude with two females that just need to balance up on their front end more correctly.
I need the animal for Reed Thorn, Brangus Class 15, to make its way to the north end of the arena. Brangus Class 15, Reed Thorn, please bring the animal to the north side of the arena. And Kendall Schneer, Beefmaster Class 10, please make way to the arena.
Thank you, judges. For our junior division in our Brangus Heifer Show, we have Kaylin Hine from Class 7 in Royal FFA. The Reserve Champion Junior Heifer goes to Reed Thorn from Arb FFA in Class 10. Our results from Class 7 Beefmaster. Class winner Amber Robles from Southside FFA. In second, Sarah Wells from Grapevine FFA. Followed by Emma Wallace, Brazoria County 4-H. Brianna Russell from Caney Creek FFA. Colton Brady from Dimmick County 4-H. Cooper Sutton, Coryell County 4-H. Followed by Hudson Ham, Belleville FFA. James Ledger, Austin County 4-H. Cody Claude, Nacogdoches FFA. Followed by Audrey Potter, Columbus FFA.
I don't know that there's one heifer that just jumps out and grabs you in here, but as you sort through them, they all have some quality to them, and you just kind of have to decide which one has the most appropriateness to in the group. And so the one that we use to win, she comes the closest in terms of having some freshness to her. She's a big-footed, stout beast, and you read her in terms of muscle and foot. She still does this with enough refinement through the point of her shoulder and feminine enough through her front end, I'd say. You could refine her just a little bit, and that female that's in second is a bit more refined. But I think in this class, this one is just logical because of her, how she puts together the mass and width, and she's not as overly conditioned as the two that we're in the class with. This female is just a really complete, good-made female. I think when we melt the condition off of this female that we read in her chest floor, there's not as much true muscle read as what we have in that female that wins the class. And that was some of what made my decision. She's not as opened up in her forerib comparative to that class winner, but really, really attractive from the side. Young lady does a nice job with this female. I think she's just maternal and good kind, keep you in the business for a long time kind of cattle there. Next two cattle, I want to pull the condition off of them, and that's the first thing I'd say. And when you do that, I think this big stout red female that comes around in third, she's the heavy one, but when you pull all that condition off to her, I still think there's more power to that female, more true width to her, more foot size and scale. So just want to lean her up and have that female balance differently in terms of how she puts all those parts and pieces together. Young man's female is maybe just ties together in her top and her hip better than the one right in front of her, but much more refined, and you balance her or just ill balanced because of that added condition. Peel the condition off, not as much to her. Want to expand her in all directions.
Second call, Beefmaster, Class 13. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 13. First call, Beefmaster, Class 14. First call, Beefmaster, Class 14.
Thank you, Ms. Viator. From Class 8, results in their Beefmasters, we have Lily Casper, Belleville FFA. Braley Cowan, Fannin County 4-H. Megan Ruther from Columbus FFA. And Colton Plant, New Braunfels FFA.
Getting into our older females here on the Brangus side. Jeremy, this is a class that Milo Hawkins would be proud to hear us talk. 4 really nice females, and again, we're getting later in production here. Really appreciate the broodiness of this female that wins the class. There's some things I'd like to change. I'd certainly like to balance her udder up a bit, but in terms of a long-sided, really maternal-looking female who's sound on her feet and legs, offers a lot of length of side, and yet very, very, I think, maternal in terms of her look through that front end. This heifer wins the class. Congratulations. The heifer in second, I don't know if she's not feeling good today, but she's just, she's been a challenge for this young lady to get put together. I like a lot of things about her. She's not as long-sided. She's probably not as maternal, I think, through that front end as our class winner, but I really like her in terms of her structure. She's got a lot of timber underneath that body, and when she gets her set up, she balances as nice as any in here. She's just not quite as powerful, I think, in terms of her length of side. Certainly a little bit behind in terms of the udder development when you compare her to the class winner, but I like the balance of her teat size and structure. Really a nice maternal heifer you've done a good job in terms of her condition. The heifer in third, I think she just kind of follows in this hole for me today. A heifer I appreciate in terms of her broodiness. She's obviously on track to calve at a good age. A heifer that's just not quite as pizzazzy, I guess, out here in the show ring today. She's certainly maternal. I like her condition. She's not as deep in that lower 1/3 and would like to maybe give her a little more width of base, but really a stout, sound female that's done a really nice job for you. Congratulations. The heifer in fourth, a couple of things working against her. She doesn't look bred today, but structure is what really is getting her today. We'd like to clean her up, lighten the leanness about her, and just give her a little more flex off both ends and base width. Again, congratulations to your class winner.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. Class 13, Brangus. Class winner, Sarah Smith from Smith County 4-H, followed by Cade Whitten, Needville FFA. Reagan Burke, Austin County 4-H, followed by Catherine Porter from Karn City FFA.
Final call, Beefmaster Class 13. Final call, Beefmaster Class 14. Second call, Beefmaster Class 14. Second call, Beefmaster Class 14.
I'll be the first to tell you that this female that wins this class is a bit big for me, but when you have a good big one, I don't mind them. And I think she's logical in this class. And yes, she's springing. And you know, if I had one that had a growth curve and that I wanted to slow down some, I probably would have done the same thing these folks did. But when you watch this female from a soundness standpoint, you get her in motion and you look at her step and the flexibility and give that she has to her structure, I think you have to like that. And then with the size and scale that she has, she's big enough bodied and big enough footed to balance it up, fresh in her presentation. And I think all of those things just put together allow her to beat the next two. Young man's female that comes next obviously is a bit more conservative in frame size. You watch this female go, she sits way back on her heel, and I guess I'd like to strengthen her there just a little bit, pick her up in terms of how she handles her heel and up into her hip. It would raise her pin bone just a touch. But you read her from a muscularity standpoint relative to frame, she's probably every bit as stout as our class winner, if not stouter. I just don't see quite the strength at top and the balance, completeness of this female, but I think she's going to be a nice cow prospect for the young man. This one that comes around next, when she stops, she's really the one that has some just look to her, very, very attractive. You get up on her, and this female's really heavy condition. Part of that smoothness that you see is because of all the condition, and when you peel that condition off, I'm not sure there's enough muscle shape there. Her teats are pretty close when you start looking at that, so those kind of couple of things combined, I think she just kind of needs to land in third because there's not as she's not as easy to call fault-free. The light-colored female here, powerful top, really nice in terms of stifle width and dimension. With that comes some roundness to her lower shoulder, and you can see just a bit more boldness to that female. So I don't mind the power. I don't mind the much moderate frame size. Just that did a little more coarseness, drives her front leg down a little hard for me. You want to lay her shoulder blade back just a touch. Bigger scaled female, and I think if she was leaner in her condition, she's one that you like from a look standpoint. She's just way too far for me. She tapers from hooks to pins, and then we have too much chest there, so this kind of throws her off. But in terms of just getting out and going, she does a nice enough job. This is one that I like when she stopped, and you look at this female, you appreciate the lines, but right behind her shoulder, I want to change her and power her up in her forerib, pull her up and strengthen her there some. Really long and flat maternal neck design. Young lady does a nice job for her. Just want to change her in her forerib. The two we conclude with, they just don't have enough to them relative to muscle and bone. Just want to give those cattle more strength to them.
First call, Red Brangus, Class 1. First call, Red Brangus Class 1. First call, Red Brangus Class 2. First call, Red Brangus Class 2. Second call, Beefmaster Class 14. Second call, Beefmaster Class 14.
Yes, sir.
And final call, Beefmaster Class 13. Final call, Beefmaster Class 13.
Got a tremendous older class here of Brangus females. Really a lot of differences to talk in these females out here. They're obviously a little different in terms of their production, just to be a couple months apart. The heifer that wins the class, or the female with the Kefit side, it's kind of game over when you've got one in a class like this, and she's just that complete. She's that stout, and if she didn't have a Kefit side, she's still all that in a bag of chips. That's a really, really nice female. I love the maternal look about her. She's flawless in terms of her design. She's balanced in that udder and obviously has a really nice calf that she's doing a great job with. I appreciate the condition you've got her in too, because I know it takes a lot to get one to that stage. The female and the pair that comes in second, I think just logical. I'd like to change some things about this cow. I'd sure like to clean her up in terms of that underline and her navel, but I sure appreciate the fact that she's got a live calf on the ground right about a year of age, and a female that, you know, a lot of brood cow about her. There's nothing wrong with having a pasture full of those that are doing what you want them to do, raising a good calf. She's sound off her feet and legs. She's not overly powerful in terms of her muscle, but a really sound, functional female. And again, I appreciate the fact she's got a calf on the ground. The heifer here in third's the one that gives me the most angst today. I'd really like to see her a little further along in terms of her production, but the other thing about her, she just doesn't balance as well as the ones in front. She's carrying a little bit more in terms of that brisket, doesn't have as much of volume and spring a rib in that lower third to balance out, but she's super sound, and I appreciate the bone structure and the footwork. Young man does a really nice job presenting her. The heifer in fourth, this female is really broody, and there's a lot of things to appreciate about her. She's very moderate in terms of her frame size. I like that. I love her rib shape. She just plays out a little bit. She's a little quicker pattern, thick as can be, and I do like that, and I appreciate the fact you've got her in a good production stage right now. We'd just like to make her a little more feminine through that front end, a little smoother in terms of her angles, a little more power behind that shoulder, but really a powerful individual. Again, congratulations to that class winner.
Final call, Beefmaster Class 14. Final call, Beefmaster Class 14. First call, Beefmaster Class 15. First call, Beefmaster Class 15. And second call, Red Brangus Classes 1 and 2. Second call, Red Brangus Classes 1 and 2.
As we come back and evaluate this division, there's two females that I think match up really, really well, and they hit me pretty hard in terms of just maternal design and build and look and soundness. Young lady that wins the first class is going to be our division champion. Female that follows her in class. I liked her quite a bit as well. I think those two females match up really well. She's going to be our reserve division champion. Congratulations to her.
You need water or anything? I got one here. Thank you.
In our Beefmaster show, our champion junior heifer comes from Class 7, Amber Robles, Southside FFA. Our division reserve also comes from Class 7, owned by Sarah Wells, Grapevine FFA. Yeah. Our results from Class 10 Beefmaster. Class winner, Emerson Dean, Decatur FFA. Lucas Mazek, Columbus FFA. Anna Heiser, Crandall FFA. Followed by Delyn Robbins, Navasota FFA. Mason Campbell, Joshua FFA. Lily Casper, Belleville FFA. Jacob Coles, Belleville FFA. Followed by Michaela Pavelka, West FFA.
Second call, Beefmaster Class 15. Second call, Beefmaster Class 15. First call, Red Brangus Class 3. First call, Red Brangus Class 3.
Results from our Brangus show. Class 13. Class winner is Cade Whitten, Needville FFA, followed by Sarah Smith, Smith County 4-H. Reagan Burke, Austin County 4-H. And Catherine Porter, Karn City FFA. Class 14. Emma Tyder, Wise County 4-H. Kylie Locke, Mount Enterprise FFA, followed by Addison Lehman, Waller FFA, and Rope Jackson, Austin County 4-H. I'd like to take this time to thank our equipment sponsors, RDO Equipment, Ewald Kubota, Sunbelt Rentals, The Grass Patch, Texas First Rentals, TELUS Equipment Services, and Area Wide Protective. Thank you again to our sponsors for helping make this show happen. Also, make sure to check out the Rodeo Austin official merchandise booth on the south side of the show barn.
Really a stout set of females here on these older Brangus females. The top two pairs, just really, really high quality, ultra ultra high quality females, both of them. I like the moderate framed female that's going to win this class. She's very complete in terms of her design. I think she balances as well as any out here. Tremendous heifer calf. She's doing a great job keeping up with and raising, and really a nice heifer calf in her own right. I like the balance of the udder of this female. I like her extension through that front end, extremely modern in terms of that top line. And again, she's just so elegant about her refinement and her teats and udder size. Really a nice female. The second place pair, a female you really like. This is a high growthy, high quality female as well. Very up-headed. She balances really nice, I think, from that rib shape back. You'd sure like to lean her up a little bit. She's unfortunately carrying a lot of that fat right there in the bottom of that brisket and throws a little bit of her balance off from the side, but long-hipped, doing a really good job with this young calf at side. Another really high-quality female. Then we get into third and fourth. Here you've got some females that some give and take. This calf that's coming up next is sure taking its toll on this cow. She's definitely leaned up, and I like her in terms of that condition. She just needs to have more power and more internal width for me to do any higher today with this class, but really nice job on that calf. Young man's heifer next. This is just a plainer headed female. She's a little coarser in terms of her design. I like her in terms of that production in her udder. We'd just like to give her a little more body width and extension to go higher today. There we've got a couple of females that are lagging a little bit more in terms of their production at this stage. Heifers that are nice in terms of their width and dimension. We've got a sounder female here in the young ladies, and I like her in terms of that hip and hind leg. You just want to free her up when you put her on the move. The heifer that brings the class up, again, very upstanding in terms of her weight per day of age and her frame. She's level down her top. We'd just like to see her a little further in production, a little leaner off both ends today to go higher. Again, congratulations to your class winner.
Female that wins this class, you really have to love her presence and just power in terms of foot and bone and just the physique that she has. For as much mass and power in terms of foot and structure she has, she's still refined enough up through that front 1/3 that you can still call her maternal in her build. I'd strengthen her at the ground on her heel, and she sets pretty far back on her heel. And I guess if I was going to change that female, I'd just give her a little more strength there, heel, a little more depth of heel, so her pastern had a touch more power. But I love the balance, the eye appeal. She's far enough along bred, and I wouldn't want her any further along in condition, but I think she's just a logical one in this class that I can poke the fewest holes in. Pair that comes around next, appreciate the work that it goes into a pair always, and this young lady's done a nice job. Her female, you know, if you think back to this female as a bred, she probably would have been just a little chesty for me, would have had a touch more front, and I guess that's where I'd change her in terms of balance. She gets a little, one's downhill just a touch, not as strong in her top line, and from an udder standpoint, she's sure productive. Gonna have a bit more width to her teats, might want to refine that a little bit, but the fact that she calved, she's done a nice job, she's sound, and I think she's a lot like our class winner in terms of body, general body build. Next one, I like the maternal look and the femininity, the extension and freshness that we have to this female. She's one that I just want to power up, both in terms of bone and just lower base width. But I think the maternal design appeals to me more, strength at top, and just the look of this female appeals to me probably better than a couple below her. One thing I have a concern about her is how much, you know, when you melt her down, there's not much to melt. She goes on in calves. How soft is she in terms of forageability or fleshenability? She might be just a touch harder doing down the road. Next one comes around again, a pair that you sure do like, and nice calf at side. These two young ladies are doing a nice job. We changed this female just in terms of base width. You watch her go away from you, she tends to kind of hawk in and rotate her hocks in, and you want to pull her lower base width apart. She's really long-sided, probably like her udder design a bit better than the one that was higher up. Not as much milk in terms of volume, but just in terms of overall design, maybe a bit more appealing. One that comes here is really nice in terms of rib and body. You see she's got just a little roll in her spine and then all the way on her hind legs. She just, every once in a while, she has a gimp, I guess I'd call it. And another one that I want to strengthen in her pastern. She's way back on her heel, almost too soft there. But she's long, she's soft. You appreciate those things. One that's not far from Kevin right here. From her, if you could take her above her hocks, you like a lot of things there. From an udder standpoint, I have some concerns with longevity of that female. She's one that gets a little wastier in terms of just leather. Same with this female. We want to tidy her up, clean her up. She's not as far along in being bred. She kind of lays in more condition than we like. Next one, we want to balance up a little better. She's a bit more masculine about her head and neck. Has a nice udder development coming, a little more refined. Want to power her up in terms of bone and foot. Then we conclude with two females from the front portion of their body. Too much weight there just throws their balance off.
Thank you.
First,
Thank you, Ms. Viator. Brangus Class 15 results. Class winner Rankin Ramzinski, Poth FFA. Followed by Reed Thorne, Arp FFA. Preston Mooneyham, Kennard FFA. Wade King, Wilson County 4-H. Grace Curry, Goliad FFA. And Coit Clark, El Campo FFA.
first call, Red Brangus Class 4. First call, Red Brangus Class 4. We also need the Beefmaster Calf Division Champion and Reserve to make their way back to the arena. Again, the Beefmaster Calf Division Champion and Reserve to make their way back to the arena.
Over here on our Brangus side, we've got our final division out here with our respective firsts and seconds. If y'all would give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Really good division. And as we'd expect to see, a lot of these out here have got calves at side that are of age, and I certainly appreciate that for a good female in production. I think when we bring these class winners back out here and we compare them, there's one that kind of sticks out in my mind that's got just a world of quality and class and puts a lot of good things together. She's a heifer I talked really well in class, but also all of these class winners, I think they're out here deserving for a reason. These were really good classes. Some of them we didn't have the numbers that some of the others did, but I think when you get these females all back out here, I just think a lot of good maternal abilities. Obviously, they're good in terms of their production and their structure and their soundness and their balance, and I really appreciate that about them. This heifer that's right out here in front of me will be your division champion. Congratulations.
First call, Brahman Class 1. First call, Brahman Class 1.
In these older Beefmaster females, you know, at this point we need to have cattle that are bred or spring in it, and this one that wins the class, you look at her udder design and development where she's headed, and boy, that's a nice udder coming on that female. Yes, I'd tuck her chest floor back in her, but there's a lot of things that you have to like about the basics in this female. Very angular, very maternal, and she at the ground, she hits the ground well and has some flex and slope, and you read her. Just a good good beef brood cow is how I describe her, that has some look to her. After that, I think you have to make some decisions. This female that, I probably would have taken my foot off the gas feeding her a long time ago, and she's one of those ones that's just easy fleshing, and they probably kept feeding her, and it shows here. You need to peel a lot of condition off of her. But with that said, I think she's the next most correct in terms of soundness, in terms of balance, because she is nice looking when you back off of her from a side, from a line standpoint. Still has some muscularity, some shape to her. Same with this next one that comes around in terms of needing to lean her up. And the thing with her is she doesn't balance up quite as well as that one in front of her. A little lower at her pin set, round her hip, and more refined. So I used one that I thought had more scale and performance. And then the next one that comes around, you like this female when she stopped. It starts up at her hip and then comes all the way down around underneath her in terms of just having too much set, both her hind leg and her pastern. Want to stretch her out, lean her up as well. Good. She'll be a forage efficient one that you can kick out in the pasture and hold her flesh. I debated on what to do with this female here. She's very feminine, very attractive from the side. She's the leaner of the group here, perhaps of the whole entire group. But when I look at her in terms of forerib width and width right behind her shoulder, she just chisels in too much for me. I want to pull her apart there. Young lady does a nice job, and I like lots of things about this female. Just need more power and shape.
Second call, red Brangus class 4. Second call, red Brangus class 4. Again, we're going to need our Beefmaster calf division reserve to make your way back. Okay. That's it. Yeah, so y'all.
Congratulations to our champion senior heifer from our Brangus heifer show, Emma Titer from Wise County 4-H.
Second call, Brahman class 1. Second call, Brahman class 1.
Results from Class 13 Beefmaster. We have class winner Gracie Leopold, Sweeney FFA. Followed by Emily Thigpen, Victoria West FFA. Keston Lusty, San Saba County 4-H. Timber Steel, Mount Calm FFA. Caitlin Flisowski, Washington County 4-H. Braden Ross, Mount Enterprise FFA. Jacob Coles, Belleville FFA. Ariana Frosch, Giddings FFA. Cade Stone, Normandy FFA. And Elena Denby, Mount Enterprise FFA. Class 14 Beefmaster, Sarah Cole, Blooming Grove FFA. Colton Brady, Dimmitt County 4-H. Dakota Stevens, Robertson County 4-H. Kurt Graves, Columbus FFA. And Madeline Fannin, Lone Oak FFA.
And a first. Final call. Yes. Final call, Brahman Class 1. Final call, Brahman Class 1. First call, Brahman Class 2. First call, Brahman Class 2.
They're not placed yet, but I'm going to talk them. You as Beefmaster breeders and folks ringside, let's put our hands together. You should be proud of this class and proud of these three pairs at the top end. I like showing pairs. I have a friend that's watching the show. They love showing pairs. And I think it's important that we teach these young people about they're in the beef industry. That's what this is about. These cattle should calve at 2 or as close to 2 as we can. And getting show heifers bred and then haul them to a show, it's not fun and it's not easy. It takes a lot of work. And I just appreciate it because I've watched families do that and I know what it takes. So and as the quality that we see here at the top end, I think you are to be commended. So let me tell you what I see and describe the cattle. The young man's black bald-faced female, ultra feminine. You know, she calved as close to 2 as any out here. She is the oldest calf out here. And you like that female in terms of maternal build and design. You could strengthen her in her hips some, raise her pin set up, and she's not perfect in her udder, but she's nice in her udder, and she's done a nice job with the calf at the side. I don't think she's the power cow out here, but I appreciate the job she's done. For me, she goes 3rd, so let's pull her out. Let's pull her. The next 2 pairs, and I tell you what, these are 4 young ladies out here that are competitive. They are out here, and they are not out here for sport. So just describing the cattle, the pair right in front of me is probably the power cow in terms of true muscle read. When you read her in terms of bone and foot and right behind her shoulder in terms of how she's maintained muscularity. And this female, with that added boldness, she has a little bit of roundness to her lower shoulder and over the top of her neck. She's a touch masculine about her face. But still, when you look at that female, and I think to myself, I can turn her out in the pasture. She has some doability and some durability to her. So you like those things about that female. Calf at side is nice heifer calf, has some look to her. Probably going to have the same shoulder design as her mother does. Female that's right here in front of me now with the solid red calf, she's probably, or not probably, she's a touch more feminine in terms of her front 1/3 and the build. She's just a little more refined about her udder design and the teats that we have. When she gets out and goes, she's sound enough. She's not perfect on the move, but she's sure sound enough for me. Tapers just a little bit from hooks to pins, but I think that comes with just that maternal build. You have a power cow that has some power look to her. You have a maternal female that gives up just a touch of power. Heifer calf, I think, or calf at this side is bull calf. Calf on this one is wow. This calf is probably, I'd say, special if he was in my barn. I like this pair first. I like this pair second. That's a whale of a group of cattle there. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We make some tough decisions. We had the black pair that was 3rd, and then we come around with this next pair. When you read her from hooks to pins, she tapers and shallows and funnels from hooks to pins, and it goes all the way down to her lower base. So she's just not as pulled apart. But again, one that's real maternal, real eye appealing from the side, nice udder design and shape to that female. That calf probably is going to have just a little different sheath design than optimum for me, but sure muscular and stout. You have to like that. Next female, I pulled her in. From an udder design standpoint, you want to refine that udder. Appreciate, though, that she calved. Really nice heifer calf at side that has a lot of the same maternal build. Might like the heifer calf better than I like the cow even. Here's another cow that calved early or calved accurately on time, and sure do like and appreciate that they got that done. She's sound. I'd like to change this cow's udder design. There's a fold there that keeps that back teat from coming down, the suspension on her udder. We want to change, pull that cow apart some. And then we conclude with 2 females we sure would like to see further along. The tan female is making a nice udder. Want to open her up through her midsection, give her a bit softer look. Black and white one is one you like the look. Want to see that female further along, closer to calving.
Folks, we reworked this reserve lineup over here in our senior division, and apologies, we had one that unfortunately got disqualified, I guess, because of a tattoo. So we brought these back out here and reworked them especially, and we appreciate your patience and understanding there. Again, that doesn't change our champion from this division, but it gets a little closer in my mind when you get these 4 females back out here. Again, we're talking senior yearlings that are high in terms of their production, very sound off their feet and legs. I'd be happy with any 4 of these out here. If I had a herd of Brangus or commercial females that I could really do some damage with, I think all 4 of these would be very capable of doing that. With this in mind, I'll go out and select a reserve champion. Again, congratulations to all the exhibitors that made it to this final division.
Congratulations to Cade Whitten from Needville FFA. That is your reserve champion senior heifer in your Brangus heifer show.
So the thing that messed them up was somebody got disqualified.
Oh, okay. What happened?
Somebody got disqualified over there. That's why they were all. Oh, you're crazy. Shorthorns is where it's at.
Charlie.
No.
Yes.
Ew.
A little nutty too.
She said Charlie's are real nutty too.
I like shorthorns. I like their pattern.
Shorthorns are not fake.
I like red acres. Those for me.
Third class is in the ring right now for Beefmaster. This is the senior division draw.
She went so quick.
Have an April 2-year-old that I really like to use to win the division. The soundness, the freshness that we see in that female. I like her size. I like her build. And just it comes down to like what Terry said, the one that you would take home, and she's the one I would take home. Reserve is the spotted female. Love the pattern of that female, the design. You know, it just comes down to some small things. She's not as square, not as nice right out of her shoulder, not as strong right out of her shoulder, maybe not as tidy about about her hocks, and she's in November that calved in March. So there's some little small things, but I think this is a really challenging division. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Folks on the Brangus side, thanks for a tremendous show. What an honor to evaluate these cattle and kids. Let's give our champions and reserves out here a really nice round of applause. Great show, a lot of quality. We talked these out here in class, and then their respective divisions, and 6 just tremendous females. The genetics are definitely a testament to this breed and what they bring in terms of the maternal ability and just super females. You get these 3 back out here in their respective reserves, and I think, again, just tremendous females. I think in terms of their structure and their design, they're very flawless. I think they all have really good Brangus maternal attributes. I'd love to see some paperwork on them. I guess if you're into the open show and reading paper and seeing how they match up phenotypically as well as genotypically, but tremendous females. I'll stop with that, but I want to thank you for allowing me to sort your cattle today. I appreciate all that you've done to get them here and to get to this point, because there's sure a lot of other things and activities y'all could be doing, so hats off, and I applaud you for being here today. With that, I'll go out and select your champion in reserve. Thanks again. It's been an honor.
Final call, Red Brangus Class 5. Oh, excuse me. Final call, Red Brangus Class 4. Final call, Red Brangus Class 4. First call for Red Brangus Classes 7, 8, 9, and 10. First call for Red Brangus Classes 7, 8, 9, and 10.
And your grand champion Brangus heifer is shown by Emma Tyner from Wise County 4-H.
I'm not going to go back through and talk all the cattle, but just we're going to, some of you folks are maybe going to pack up and head home after this Beefmaster show, and something that's very near and dear to my heart and I talk to young people about. So I just want to ask, as you go back through the barns, that you carry this message for me. I want to remind each of you that are showing cattle here today, Beefmasters, Brangus on both sides. If you show cattle, you're part of the beef industry. You're part of agriculture, and my challenge to each and every one of you is to carry the message forward about agriculture, the positives that we have about the beef industry in terms of being a safe and nutritious product. Many of you lived in metropolitan areas, and you have an opportunity, maybe it's at a UIL event or a track meet or something like that, to talk to some folks that perhaps are vegetarian or vegan and those kind of things. Because I tell you what, if you're paying attention to what's going on in Colorado in particular, if we don't step up and carry the message forward, if you guys, you students and folks that are here, if you don't begin to carry the message forward, we're not going to be here in 5 years able to show cattle. And if you don't think I'm not correct, go look up Colorado legislation right now that's happening in agriculture, and you'll find out what I'm talking about. So remember, carry our message forward, carry the message, the positive message about agriculture and the beef industry. And I ask that you tell your peers as you go out your day-to-day life about the positives of our industry as well. So I just want to get that message out there before we lose a lot of folks headed home. With that said, let's put our hands together. I'll go out and get us 2 champions.
Your grand champion, Beefmaster, goes to Kennedy Hubbard from Friendswood FFA. Congratulations. Your reserve champion, Brangus Heifer, was shown by Avery Rogney from Royal FFA. Your reserve champion, Beefmaster Heifer, is shown by Amber Robles from Southside FFA.
Second call, Red Brangus, classes 7, 8, 9, and 10. Second call, Red Brangus, classes 7, 8, 9, and 10.
An announcement pertaining to the west side of the arena in the west ring. After the conclusion of the Red Brangus Heifer Show, we will take a 15-minute break. After the selection of the champion Red Brangus, we will take a 15-minute break.
Got a really interesting class here in the Red Brangus show. A lot of type and different kinds here to start this first class. I'll be the first to admit these first two heifers, I guess if you're not looking at any breed characteristics and you're just looking at good beef animals, these two certainly surface to the top. That said, I think the one with the most good things, the most moderate in terms of her frame size, the freshest and probably truest to me today is the heifer that wins the class. This heifer could be a little smoother at the point of her shoulder. I do admit that, and I think we've got some angulation and some differences here in our second place heifer. What I like about the class winner, I love that sweep to her ribs. She's got more natural shape down the center portion of her body, very level from hooks to pins, and you get out on the move and she takes a long free stride. With that said, you're giving up some things that maybe this second heifer has. Granted, the second heifer, again, I like her from her shoulder forward. She certainly could use a little more breed character for me today. I'm not taking that against her, though, and she's also plenty big for me for this age. I'd like to tone her down in terms of her frame size. I'd like to make her more attractive from the hock down and just give her more volume, and I think that's where your first place heifer beats her, is in that rib shape for me. Two really nice heifers, and I'm sure you could argue either way. For me today, that's how I'm going to see them. The third heifer here, I'm going to give you a lot of accolades. This one has the most breed character of any out here. In my opinion, she's very natural. She's true in terms of her shape and her age. She's fresh. She's maybe a little rounder in terms of her type and design. A heifer that gets a little shorter, I think, when you put her on the move. But when she gets to an older age and blossoms, I think this is going to be a really nice heifer. She's very true and very maternal in terms of her look. This heifer here that's coming around next, she's a heifer that's really green today, and I appreciate that about her. There's just not as much mass and as much width and muscle to go with that body. She's clean in terms of her type and kind. She's long-fronted. I just think with some feed and some age, she's going to come on and be a really nice heifer, too. We've got a heifer bringing up the class that you like in terms of her weight and her growth per day, weight per day of age. She's too big for me today as well. I'd like to really tone her down in terms of that frame size, but the thing that gets her the worst is going to be the structure. She's just too restricted off both ends to go higher. Again, congratulations to your top two heifers.
Thank you, Miss Barber. Class 1, Red Brangus. Class winner, Reagan Drabrot. Smithson Valley FFA, followed by Ashlyn Peters, El Campo FFA. Tabitha Rifle, Friendswood FFA. Reagan Minardas, Victoria West FFA. and Megan Reynolds, Klein Collins, FFA.
Well, I'm so sorry, and I should have actually put it, but we figured it out. Everything went out. Yes, I figured it out. I was like trying to pull it down. Our professor, they were like, you gotta.
You can take her next, and then you can turn around and we'll talk to you, okay? Well, I thought that first class was interesting till we get this trio about here. Again, just three totally different heifers out here. Certainly like to change all three of them and make kind of a more complete animal. The heifer that's going to win the class, she's the most complete today for me. I'd sure like to give her a little more freedom when you put her on the move and give her a little more set to that hawk down. She could be stouter boned as well and level her from hooks to pins, but the things I do like, she's got some meat to her, she's strong down her top line, heifer that's got some femininity about her head and neck, and she's fresh in terms of her appearance, and I appreciate her moderate frame size today. The heifer in second, I think most closely follows this class winner. Again, a truer heifer in terms of her age and her size today. This heifer is just super green. She doesn't have enough body width or volume for me to go higher, but again, a green heifer that you get some feed in this heifer and some time, and I think she's going to end up being a heifer that you probably want to turn out on a round bale for a while and just get some feed in her. She's awfully green, but she's got a lot of nice parts. She's feminine through her front. She's clean in terms of her line. She just needs more overall body mass and width. The heifer that brings up the class, obviously the weight per day of age and just way too big for me for this age. This heifer breaks in her shoulder and she gets weak top from the profile. You do like her in terms of her length of side though. I think she's got some depth to go with that. Just ultra, ultra large for me today. I'd just like to tone her down. Congratulations again to your class winner.
We got real big class now. Two. Wow.
Thank you, Ms.
Good luck
Barber.
on that one.
Class 2, Red Brangus. Class winner is Cameron Luster from East Central FFA, followed by Kiera Short, Brazoria County 4-H, and Austin Boswell, Redwater FFA.
Trying to see how many steps I got.
I'd like to take this pause to thank once again Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin. Stop by the Ram Rodeo trailer on the south side of the show barn to sign up for your chance to win money towards a new Ram truck. Thank you, Ram, for your continued support of Rodeo Austin.
Got 2 February heifers out here. Obviously, some differences in terms of weight and where they're at in the game of showing. The heifer that wins the class, she's just simply the most complete today. She's got a lot of nice things we like about her. Thickness down her top. She's level from hooks to pins. You get her out on the move, and she's got a nice wide track. Heifer may be a little open in that shoulder. You maybe like to give her a little more angulation at the top of that shoulder. Maybe lengthen her out just a hair on that neck. But really a nice balance, very complete individual I like a lot. Young man's heifer in second, just really green today, and granted this is a young heifer calf in just a February, so she's got a lot of nice parts too. This heifer's strong in her top line. She's feminine through her head and neck. She's got some extra length. We just want to blow her out a little bit more in that lower rib, give her some volume and some width. Again, I think with some feed and some time, this heifer will come on and be a really nice show prospect for this young man. Congratulations again to your class winner.
Thank you again, Ms. Barber. Class 3, Red Brangus, Benjamin Crippen from Terry FFA, followed by Jason Lee, Manville FFA.
This can be a lot longer day than I thought it was going to be.
First call, Brahman, classes 3 and 4. First call, Brahman, classes 3 and 4.
Got a small class of January Reds over here. A lot of quality in these two females, and certainly could stand more in this class. I like them in terms of the way they're made. The female that wins the class, she just got a lot of style and balance and eye appeal about her. Really kind of flashy in terms of the way her hair coat is. She's in good condition. She's certainly plenty fat for me for this age. I would like to see her a little bit leaner, but maybe she's just carrying a little bit more of that in her brisket. But really, really powerful maid. She's got some strength down that top and in her lower quarter. Love her on the move. This girl puts her out and she takes a long free stride and covers her tracks, and again, very angular through that front end. Just a lot of maternal look about her. The heifer in second, I appreciate the breed quality she brings. She's got as much as any we've probably seen today, and carries that with some depth of fore and rear rib. A heifer that I think when you compare her to this class winner, she's not as soft in terms of her movement today. She tends to put her feet down just a little harder, maybe a little coarser about the joints, and really that's it. She could use a little more width maybe from her pin set compared to our class winner, but that's a really nice female in her own right, and I appreciate the condition you have her in today. Congratulations again to both of you.
Class 4, Red Brangus. Leading the class, Presley Jacob, Royal FFA, followed by Cheyenne Durham, Klein Oak FFA.
Let's give our exhibitors out here for our first division in the Reds a nice round of applause. Got some really good heifers that surface to these classes. Not as many in some of the classes, but I think the quality's sure out there. And we get these 4 class winners back out here. Certainly some differences in type and kind and some things that I pointed out in class. But I think there's a couple out here that kind of surface in terms of the way they're made and just their completeness. Females that I think as they continue to grow and mature are going to go out and be really nice maternal herd builders. We're starting with this first class winner here. Closest to me, heifer that we liked in terms of her moderate size. She's really ultra clean in terms of the way she's made. And I guess in terms of breed character, I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit more in terms of her design. A heifer, though, that we talked would like to just smooth her and loosen her in terms of her joints when you put her on the move. And again, you could see her a little leveler from hooks to pins. But a heifer that's got a lot of thickness. She's a meat wagon, I think, in terms of her age and offers quite a bit in terms of beef animal. Our second class winner, really an ultra feminine female. I like her from her shoulder forward in terms of that slope to her shoulder and her femininity. Heifer that's maybe carrying a little bit more in that brisket, and something you definitely want to watch as you're feeding her, but looks to be a good, easy keeper, really long-sided. She's got a lot of quality and freshness about her, and I appreciate that. Again, a heifer, if you're going to change her, you'd like to stouten her up on those hind legs and give her a little more base width to go with it. And then the third heifer, a female we liked in terms of her strength down her top. Heifer that's clean in terms of her underline, not quite as explosive probably in the rib areas the heifers on either side of her, but a long-sided, balanced female nonetheless. And then the heifer that just won that last class, we just talked about a lot of good things that she brings to the table. A lot of depth of ribs. She balances really nice. She's stout on her feet and legs, and she's got a really nice substance of bone to go with that. Really easy in terms of her keeping ability, and again, a real fresh appearing heifer. She's going to be your division champion. Congratulations. Bring in your second, and we'll select a reserve. Congratulations again.
First call, Red Brangus, classes 13, 14, and 15. First call, Red Brangus, classes 13, 14, and 15. Second call, Brahman, classes 3 and 4. Second call, Brahman, classes 3 and 4.
Congratulations, our champion heifer calf was shown by Presley Jacob from Royal FFA. And our reserve champion heifer calf in the Red Brangus Heifer Show was shown by Cheyenne Durham from Klein Oak FFA. Just as a reminder, all exhibitors, please have your paperwork with you when you enter the ring. Also, this is a blow and go show. No fitting products are allowed at any time.
Remember that Beefmaster class we started with earlier, and I said that it was like judging 5th grade boys and 2nd and 3rd and 4th grade boys? The only thing more challenging to me to sort than 5th grade boys in a Beefmaster class is Brahman heifers. So this is a challenging class, and it's just different types and kinds, and you just have to, in my mind, where I want to start on these young Brahman cattle is they have to be good-footed, they have to be sound, they have to have some muscle, and they have to have some rib shape. It's pretty basic, and you make some decisions from there. The female that wins the class, she hits those marks. She's sound when you watch her and you get her on the go. She has some curvature and some openness to her rib. She's not perfect in her feet. Her feet have been trimmed, and somebody's doing a nice job managing them. She has some condition to her, and she has some maturity to her, and I guess that's the thing where I recognize the female that's in second is maybe just a touch more juvenile, but I think this female at this point today in this class, she's the one that wins the class. She's not perfect on her feet and legs, but she's good enough. She's big-bodied. She's the most complete one. Really, really feminine and attractive female comes here in second. Young man's doing a nice job. I think this female probably down the road might be just a frame score bigger, and I'm okay with that because she has the curvature and openness to her center body that she's not going to be a big flat one. She's going to be one that has some scale and has some muscle. She reads with some muscle right behind her hump and then all the way up into the center part of her hip. Just a good, practical kind of a female. Congratulations to that young man. Young lady's female is the youngest in the class, and you read this female. What I like about her, for as young as she is, you read her in terms of depth of body, from the top of her skeleton to the midsection. This is going to be a deep body, really feminine, attractive female. You watch her go, she has more flex and give to her hock, and that's the advantage she has over the red female. Young lady does a nice job getting that one shown. Young man's red female here, you like this female for the power that she has. She's big-topped and big-hipped, and with that added power comes just a little bit of coarseness and steepness, but that doesn't, what concerns me in this female is how she drives her hock to the ground. She's pretty hard-hitting here for a young baby. I guess I'd like to see her have just a little more flex there at her hock, but I think there's a lot of good in that one, just one you're going to have to watch and manage. Big scaled female comes around next, and relative to the amount of scale she has, I think we have to ask ourselves, does she have enough depth of rib? And that's where I'd change this female as body or down. Real feminine, nice at the ground, has lots of good things to her. Young man's female is really feminine and attractive, but she's also more refined, and I guess we want to power that female up just a touch. I look at her udder, and I guess there's an extra teeth there. Might want to get that extra teeth cut out from her future standpoint. Then we get into some cattle that from a structure standpoint, from a foot design standpoint, we have some challenges. Young lady's heifer here, just a bit more restricted, not as nice in her hock design. Next one, when you get behind her, she really wants to get tangled up on her hind legs, and it's really because of the foot design on her hind foot. Same thing on this next one, and this one's straighter fronted, big-bodied, soft-made female, as is this one. Gets into a little shorter neck kind of female. Real attractive blue heifer here. Love that female in terms of color and markings. She wants to be a little bowed on her front feet. Appreciate that she's deep and soft. Bigger scaled one here. Appreciate the length and design. Want to give that one more body depth, and then we want to loosen this heifer in her spine for her to advance higher in the class. Nice class. Good luck to the young people as they move on with those young cattle.
Final call, Brahman Class 4. Final call, Brahman Class 4. Second call, Red Brangus Class 13. Second call, Red Brangus Class 13.
Got another trio of reds out here and three totally different types. Again, I think I could say the most good things about this heifer that's leading the class. She's very elegant in terms of her carriage, a female that I like in terms of that strength of top. She's sound off of her feet and legs. Would maybe like to level her from hooks to pins, and I'd probably want to tone her down just a hair in terms of that frame size for this age. We've got November, Decembers out here. She's plenty big for me today. The heifer that most logically follows her is going to be this one in second. I really like this heifer. She's very broody in terms of her appearance. I think where she gets beat today is that lower rib and that depth of that rear rib compared to the heifer that wins the class. It's a female that wants to get a little campy on her hind legs as well. We'd like to just give her a little more flex when you put her on the move, but certainly a nice beef animal with a lot of shape down that top and in her quarter. The heifer in third, I like the type of this female. She's really over-conditioned today for this age. She needs to be turned out or pulled off the feed bucket, because at some point you're going to get to a breeding stage and you get ones that are that heavy condition, it becomes an issue. So I just really like to lean her up, but she's got a lot of nice things to go with that. She's got some depth of ribs, she's strong down her top, and I really appreciate the muscle. She's just a little coarser, a little more masculine about that head and neck, but I think if you lighten her condition, get her on a little, probably a little better weight per day of age ratio, that heifer's going to lean up in terms of her condition and her stoutness of structure. But really nice females. Congratulations again to your class winner. Where'd my girl go? Okay, thanks.
Thank you, judges. Some results, Class 1 from our Brahman show. Class winner Hayden Meyer from Needville FFA, followed by Kaysen Murray, Callahan County 4-H. Leanne Kirkner, Williamson County 4-H. Briar Heichel, Abbott County FFA. Brooke Windjura, Columbus FFA. TJ Kirkner, Williamson County 4-H. Bailey Novak, Galveston County 4-H, followed by Kelsey Furl, Burton FFA, followed by Haley Schoenvogel, Burton FFA, and Kinsey Phillip, Moulton FFA. In our Red Brangus show, Class 7, class winner was Colin Kearney, El Campo FFA, followed by Connor Minardus, Victoria West FFA, and Olivia Edwards, Terry FFA. Also, Joshua E. Floyd, if you are in the barn, please come up to the announcer's booth. Joshua Floyd.
Final call, Red Brangus, Class 13. Final call, Red Brangus, Class 13.
Got two really nice fall-born reds over here on the west side. Two heifers that are, I think in terms of structures, what separates them. We've got a real bloomy, free-moving female here that wins the class. She's a little more open and rounded, her shoulder, but she's got a lot of body width to go with that. I appreciate her strength of muscle and her width down her top. Heifer, again, that puts a lot of nice things together. She's very up-headed, very elegant in terms of her carriage. The heifer in second, I appreciate that depth of rib. She's just got a world of fore and rear rib. Heifer that's maybe not as stout in terms of her bone work as the first place heifer. and she just gets a little tighter. We just like to flex her up on both ends, give her a little softness in that spine. She could maybe be a little longer from hooks to pins, but a female that you get behind her and you appreciate that body width, she just needs to be freer moving for me today. But really nice heifer. Congratulations to your class winner.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. Class 8, Red Brangus, Reagan Drybrot, Smithson Valley FFA, followed by Haley Winkler, Cypress Creek FFA.
We've got a late summer heifer, a single entry here on your red side. Female, you can go ahead and take her out if you want and walk her down. A heifer that's, I think, really angular in terms of her lines. I like her at the point of her shoulder. She's smooth through that front end. Heifer that's got some strength in her top line and some depth of rib. She plays out a little bit, I think, in terms of her hooks to pins. We'd like to stouten her up and give her a little more freedom when you watch her move from that hock down. She could use some more depth of rear rib to go with that fore rib, but really a nice maternal looking female. Congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. Congratulations, Madison Patterson, class winner from Class 9 in your Red Brangus show from Tioga FFA.
I'm going to be the first to tell you, young ladies, female that I start with is not the most powerful. She's not the highest weight per day of age female. But yet, when you look at this female from a completeness standpoint, freshness standpoint, and just appropriateness, I think she's the one that hits the mark to the highest degree. She's nicer in terms of the leather design that she has as she comes down her throat, how she carries that chest floor back into her flank. I think she's very appropriate there. As this female matures is what I think about on her. She's going to be really feminine, long back, long spined, but still strong at right behind her hump, super sound, very fresh, and I like that about that female. Next female is one that you love in terms of her body capacity, in terms of just sheer openness and curvature to her rib, but when you get to that female, you say, well, she has a little bit extra leather up front, she has a little bit more condition to her, and just that combination there, I think she's one that's gonna, she's just a bit more mature, a little heavier fronted. I'd like to freshen her front. Appreciate those. She's a little bit, she has a forage efficient look to her, big bodied, soft. As does this next female. I changed this female in terms of laying her shoulder blade back just a little bit. She's not quite right in her structural design in her front end. She's one that's more jammed up and just shorter sided. We want to lengthen her out. And this one that comes next has that added length, but she doesn't have the added rib to go with it. She tapers downward in her whole rib cage and narrows, and it just gets a little shallower gauged in her forerib, and you combine that with more navel, more front, and so you make a decision there based on those things. And then we come around, that young man's female has more rib to her, more openness and curvature there, but she's one that just not as attractive up through her front 1/3, has just a touch more leather there at front and throws her balance downward. Want to power her up some at the top of her hip, set her down on her hind feet little more correctly. Young man's female is one that's going to have more of an elongated growth curve, carries more leather, not as much rib, not much lower rib. Want to soften that female. I think she's one that's going to grow for quite a while. Then we get into some cattle from structural design standpoint, having a little extra leather, just not putting all those pieces and parts together, checking the box to the high degree as the others.
Yep, good job. Got a pair of May heavy bred heifers out here. Really appreciate that in terms of their production. Females a little bit different in terms of their type and kind. We've just got a powerful, powerful female here that's going to win the class. Just a world of depth. I love that rib shape. That's kind of my type of cow. I like the fact that she's got some flex on both ends and she's got nice angular set to her pasterns. I guess if I'm going to pick on her, I'd like to see that udder come in a little more balanced. She's a little up in that top quarter, but she's still got a few weeks to go and obviously keeping her freshness. She's just a beautifully designed female you've done a nice job with. Heifer in second, not to take anything away from her. I like her breed character. I like the strength of top in this female. She's really powerful in terms of her hip and her hind leg. And I do like the balance in her udder. She's got a really nice balanced udder with good teat size. Again, a female that's sound off her feet and legs. She's just not as elegant through that front end, not quite as refined, maybe just a little coarser in terms of her hair coat today, but not to take anything away from the mature brood cow that she has. So congratulations to both of y'all.
First call, Brahman, classes 7 and 8. First call, Brahman, classes 7 and 8.
Thank you, judges. Class 2, Brahmins. Class winner, Lauren Beth Lambert from Tarkington FFA, followed by Kylie Selman, Wislaco FFA. Callie Rogers, Upshur County 4-H. Madison Rao, Karnes County 4-H. Rylan Rao, Karnes County 4-H. Followed by Brandon Whitworth, Rusk County 4-H. Brady Clausel, Grand Oaks FFA. Zoe Gorham, Hooks FFA. And Sydney Greer, Lake Creek FFA. On the Red Brangus side, Class 10, Callie Damesworth, Fannin County 4-H. Followed by Case Wilson, Parker County 4-H.
We start this class off, and it's really just based on structural integrity. This female, once she sets her foot down, she's more correct on her hind foot. As she gets out and goes, she's more correct on her front end. And then when you look at her hip design, she's more correct there. So let's go ahead and lead her out. As I said, structural integrity determines her to win the class. Young man does a really nice job getting his female shown. From her loin back into her hip, all the way down into her hind leg, there's more curvature and set there, and then when she sets to the ground, she doesn't set flat and square on her hind feet. I'd want to change her there. Nice female, though, in terms of just middle of the road, good body kind of a female. Just want to change her on those back wheels in particular. Red female is real attractive from the side when she's stopped. She's one that gets pretty stilty in her movement off of both ends, so we want to give her more reach. Young lady's done a nice job in terms of having that female in the right condition. Good-bodied, attractive female.
Thank you, Miss Viator. Class 3, Brahmins. Trailby Goff, Smith County 4-H. Followed by Kyle Taylor, Redwater FFA. And Morgan Smith from Alvin FFA.
Let's put our hands together for our division out here on the red side. Really a nice lineup. We've got our first back out here and females that, again, we talked about their broodiness and their cleanness of lines. Heifers that get out and move and take a long free stride, yet have some muscle and some shape down in that lower quarter. There's a few heifers out here that, you know, we'd like to change a little bit in terms of those hind legs and free them up a little when you put them on the move. But heifers, I think, that surface to the top of their classes quite well. There's one female, I think, that kind of stands out, and she just puts the most good things together for me. She's going to be your division champion. Will be the oldest heifer right here. Congratulations. Young man, go ahead and move her into second.
Second call, Brahman, classes 7 and 8. Second call, Brahmans, class 7 and 8.
Congratulations in our junior heifer division for our red Brangus. The champion junior heifer is Callie Damesworth out of Class 10 in Fannin County 4-H. Our division reserve was shown by Colin Kearney from El Campo FFA and comes out of Class 7.
Just getting warm. Yeah, I know. Got a really nice single entry here on the red side. Just a beautiful, elegant made female. I love her from their shoulder forward. She's got that good extension and that eye appeal and class. She balances probably as well as any we've seen today in this breed. Tremendous in terms of her hooks to pins, and you get behind her and there's a lot of body width. I think she said she's due to calve right on her birthday here in April, so can't ask for much more than that. And you've done a really nice job with her condition. Congratulations on this heifer.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. You just heard her describe the heifer shown by Haley Peters, Class 13 Red Brangus from El Campo FFA.
Got another single entry of February, red Brangus here. A lot of breed character and maternal aspect of this female. Really appreciate that about her. Head and neck is nice and feminine. She's got some length of side. Heifer that's ultra deep in terms of her fore and her rear rib. She's a little loose, you know, down there on that navel area. I don't know that it's impeding anything. It just maybe takes away from the balance from the side. But this female's I know she's close to Kevin, and I appreciate that. She's certainly heavy condition for me today, but I know when she gets that calf on the ground, a lot of that's going to be converted to energy to support that baby. But really like her in terms of that moderate frame size and that length of from hooks to pins. You've done a really nice job getting her bred on time as well. Congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. That's another single entry, Class 14, Harrison Patterson from Tioga FFA.
Two really complete females up here at the top end, and our class winner, some subtle differences. I think she's stronger in her top and how she sets her hip together. Her hip-loin juncture is a little smoother. She's more appropriate in terms of her navel and her front in terms of design of leather. Young man does a great job. You study this female in terms of flex and give to her structure. There's some longevity to it, as is there with the second female. And I think those two females, as you just sort through the cattle, they're the most fault-free. I think our class winner's just a touch prettier is what comes to mind. Two nice females. And I'm going to brag on this young man in third. And this is a judge's perspective. You know, I could put him probably 3 or 4 spots down and justify it. But I'm going to tell you a little story about this guy, and I hope he doesn't get mad at me for telling this. I judged him in the scramble show a couple months ago, and this heifer, I challenged him. I said, you know, she's kind of like me. She likes to eat, and she's kind of short and round, and she'd get fat fast, okay? But he's done a great job on managing this female. She's grown since I saw her. She's fresh, you know. I still want to tidy her up in terms of the leather, and just, she balances, though. For as much leather as she has, she still balances up. She's always going to be moderate and easy fleshing, but you've done a great job. You earned it in this class to be third, so good job. Congratulations. I think she's sounder than the next female in terms of her front end structure there. I think as you read her at her knee in terms of slope to her shoulder, because this female, when she stopped, you really like her, but you see that roundness and boldness to her shoulder, and her shoulder blade lays further forward, and you just look down her front leg, she's straighter there. Need to set her knee back. Young lady does a great job getting that female shown. Just want to change her front end a little. Young man is another one here, gets this female stuck and does a nice job getting her going. I want to tidy her up from a leather standpoint. She's just, it's not that she's excessive, but she's heavy and excessive, and I want to change that about her. She becomes a bit more attractive, but still cowy and open and soft in her rib shape. Lots of good things there from a cow perspective. Really like the femininity and the upheadedness of this female. This comes out next. Oh, heifer. Oh.
Final call, Brahman Class 8. Final call, Brahman Class 8. First call, Brahman Class 9. First call, Brahman Class 9.
young lady's heifer. I want to pull her apart in terms of rib. She's real green, and I wonder if she's a little hard made. She just flat in her rib shape, and we need to give her more openness and curvature to her rib, more base width. Red heifer's a little like her in terms of lower rib shape, but I'd change her in terms of how steep she is at her hip and then doesn't have as much flex at her hock. Two bigger scaled females we conclude with. Wanted body that, or the first female, want to change her in terms of extra leather there, and then this last one we want to change her in her hip design and how she gets out and moves.
Got two really nice, these are going to be your last class of reds, and females that both obviously are in production. Unfortunately, our second place heifer had a unfortunate loss during those horrific weather, so condolences, and I apologize that you're having to go through that. The female is in nice condition, and she's got a good udder on her, so better luck on the next round, young man. The heifer that's going to win the class, this pair is just really phenomenal in terms of their type and design. Really like the angulation and the point of the shoulder on this female. She's tremendous from her hooks to her pins. And she's got some depth of rib. I love that rib shape and volume that she has with it. She's doing a really tremendous job with this calf too. So tremendous pair. I guess if I'm going to pick on her, I know the udder is showing quite a bit of milk there in those front quarters. Maybe just like to see it a little more balanced, but she's doing a tremendous job, and you've done a good job keeping her in condition. So congratulations to your final class winner.
Thank you, judges. Just as a reminder, we are taking a 15-minute break after the selection of your champion red Brangus. After the selection of your champion in reserve red Brangus, we will take a 15-minute break in the west side only. There is no break scheduled in between the Brahmans and Santa Gertrudis. Results from Class 4 Brahman. Class winner, William Tate Barnes from Timpson FFA. Followed by Brody Kessler, Iola FFA. Thomas Villanueva Jr. from Caldwell FFA. Madison Rao, Karnes County 4-H. Jeffrey Stratton, Hutto FFA. Bailey, Fairfield FFA. Followed by Jessica Eastland, Rusk County 4-H. Luke Bladow, Hallettsville FFA. And Colton Rudloff, Cold Spring FFA. On our red Brangus side, Class 15, class winner was Haley Winkler, Cypress Creek FFA. Followed by Jacob McQuinn, Rouse FFA.
So we come back in our calf division and kind of sort through these Brahman cattle. The young man's female was one that we liked her rib shape. We liked her soundness. She's a bit more mature and I guess a little quicker pattern kind of a female. But you have to like her from a cow standpoint and think about her in the future. Just going to be a big-bodied, soft, angular kind of a female. I think that's one that just has some added power to her as well. I love the freshness and the juvenile look on this next female and just appropriateness, I guess I'd call it. She's one that if I was going to come back this summer and into the fall and next spring and think about one that's going to be a cool bred female, this is the one that I think is so feminine and angular, so attractive, really strong on her spine. She's not the stout one out here, but she's one that has lots of future to her, and I think that's a positive. Next female, that class wasn't quite as stout, and she won because she was the soundest in that class. Want to tidy her up just a little bit up front relative to her contemporaries when we get her out here. Female that wins the last class, we talked about those two females at the top being really complete. She was one that could get out and travel. You know, is she perfect in terms of her design? No, but she's complete and checked the boxes in terms of femininity and soundness, and in that class, I think she was one that just kind of was logical. So you can see there's some give and take on these cattle. There's one that I think if you come back a year from now and you look at them in terms of just really beautiful females, matrons, ones that are going to be cool cows, young lady that wins the second class, congratulations, you're going to win the division. I think the female that's the next most complete in terms of balance and eye appeal wins the last class. Congratulations to that young man. He'll be reserved.
In our Brahman heifer show, our champion heifer calf was shown by Laura Beth Lambert from Tarkington FFA. Our division reserve, our reserve champion heifer calf was shown by William Tate Barnes from Timpson FFA.
Folks, let's put your hands together again for our class winners and our respective second out here. Again, we're light on numbers, but really heavy on quality. And you get these three females back out here, and there's a lot of brood cow out here. This youngest female that we saw in class, just appreciate her in terms of her overall strength. She's tremendous in terms of that length and that width of hip. You get behind her, and this female's got a lot of base width to go with it, some muscle. Really nice turn to her shape of rib, and just really outstanding from that shoulder forward. A female that I liked quite a bit when we talked to her in class. The young man's heifer here in the middle, again, this is a heifer that's more moderate in her frame size. She's certainly carrying plenty of condition as evidenced from that brisket and that underline. And again, we'd just like to lean her up, but I appreciate the fact you've got her heavy bred and she's doing what she needs to do to produce good cattle. And then the last class winner, a female I just really liked in terms of her overall maternal look. She's just ultra elegant and feminine through that front end. She's smooth at the point of her shoulder. Really like the angulation to her pasterns and her hawk down. And again, just doing a tremendous job with this heifer calf. I think if I'm going to go out and pick your division champion and then respectful reserve, and then we'll go on and bring you all back out for your final drive. Congratulations again, all four of you.
Final call, Brahman Class 8. Final call, Brahman Class 8. Second call, Brahman Class 9. Second call, Brahman Class 9. Take the one.
In our Red Brangus show, congratulations to the senior division champion shown by Haley Peters from El Campo FFA. The division reserve, Haley Winkler from Cypress Creek FFA. Could we please have the medic to the back stalling area?
I'll handle this for this class.
I wish I could see under this young man's mask because I think he's pretty excited. She just kind of logically wins this class. When you set her in motion, she's probably the most accurate, and she's not perfect in her structure, but she's soft and attractive, and you could set her just a little softer in terms of her hip-loin juncture, but I think she's one that just, in this class, you evaluate them from a structure and body standpoint, she has to win. So congratulations, buddy. Next, when a young man's female is really feminine and angular, she doesn't have as much depth of rib from her chest floor back to her flank, and she drops her chest out just a little bit as compared to our class winner. Female that's quite a bit more moderate in her size comes around next, and you'd like to advance her in terms of growth, perhaps power her up from a bone work standpoint, but from a soundness standpoint and just reach and give off her structure, she's more appropriate than the one we conclude with. This big stout female that we conclude with, just too restricted off of both ends. You watch her in terms of stride, she's just a little straighter off her front end and off her back end, doesn't get out and go. I appreciate she has some grow, has some elevation to her, just want to change her from a structure standpoint.
Let's give these red Brangus exhibitors a nice round of applause. Really a nice show, folks. We've got, again, you know, we didn't have the numbers that we did maybe on the black side, but certainly have the quality back out here. And these three division champions, they can certainly hold their own. I think they surfaced pretty easily for me to win their respective age groups. And you get them back out here, and this is really three kind of peas in a pod. They're very functional. They're deep-bodied. They've got a maternal look about them. They're sound off their feet and legs. I think you could put these up against any breed, and they're stout individuals. I commend the exhibitors for the condition you've got these champions in, and I know it's a lot of work, and I congratulate each of you out here. I'll go out and select your champion in your respective reserve. Again, congratulations, and thanks for bringing a great show.
I thought the white one was the last one. Huh?
Final call, Brahman Class 9. Final call, Brahman Class 9. First call, Brahman Class 10. First call, Brahman Class 10.
Breed reserve comes from, there you are, Presley. And congratulations on our red Brangus side. We have our champion red Brangus heifer coming from our senior division, shown by Haley Peters from El Campo FFA. Our breed reserve on the red Brangus side was shown by Presley Jacob from Royal FFA. We will take a 15-minute break from right now. So on the west side of the arena, we will resume with the Simbra show at 12:22. 12:22, we will pick back up on the west side of the arena with our Simbras. Results from Class 7 in our Brahman show. Class winner, Brandon Whitworth from Rusk County 4-H, followed by Ty Gobert, Huffman FFA, Kadrian Perez, Freer FFA, and Andy Burks, Godly FFA.
Second call, Brahman Class 10. Second call, Brahman Class 10.
Soundness wins it for the young man, and you watch this female as she gets out and travels, and she has more reach and give to her structure. I guess the first thing I'd tell you that I'd like to change in this female is her mouth. She's on the edge there for me, but you look at her from a femininity standpoint and slopes and angles, she's my kind, and young man does a great job. Next female is striking. I mean, she's cool. When she's stopped, wow, she's captivating and catches your attention, and she's so flat-necked and attractive, but she's also pretty heavy in her condition, and that's part of why she's so smooth. I'd like to change her in terms of structure off of both ends. She's shorter strided, doesn't get out and reach with that front end, and doesn't flex at her hock, and that's where our class winner beats her. This female, we need to lean her up. She's a little chesty down low. With that added condition, she gets more restricted, doesn't just get out and go, so it throws her balance off and just tightens her up off of her front end. Red female here that comes next is real feminine. She's the freshest in the class. She's attractive from the side. We give up a lot of body in this female comparative to those three in front of her, and it's just too much that we give up. I appreciate where she is from a freshness standpoint, though. The young lady's done a nice job showing her as well. Two females we conclude with from a structural integrity standpoint. We need to rebuild these two. The big, stout, big-bodied one, I moved her up one. She's open and pigeon-toed in her front end, and that just inhibits her movement. But, boy, is she big-bodied and stout-made. And then we conclude with one that's attractive when she's stopped. But as you can see, as she goes out here, she's restricted. It starts up at her hip and consequently all the way down at the ground, just doesn't get out and reach, and we want to see more flex there. It starts up at the hip, so up high, and it doesn't allow her to.
Second call, Brahman Class 10. Second call, Brahman Class 10. First call, Brahman Class 13. First call, Brahman Class 13. First call, Simbra Class 1. First call, Simbra Class 1.
Thank you, Ms. Viator. For Class 8 in our Brahman show, class winner was Cade Bailey from Fairfield FFA, followed by Kylie Selman, Velasco FFA, Mackenzie Thames, Columbus FFA, Mia Barba, Brazoria County 4-H, followed by Brant Barnes, Timpson FFA, and Travis Eastland, Rusk County 4-H. We'll take a moment to thank some of our sponsors. Thank you to H-E-B, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. Also, please tell your family and friends who are watching from home to check out the live stream presented by Farm Credit. That can be found at rodeoaustin.com. We have an update on the east side of the arena. After the selection of the Brahman champion, we will be taking a 10-minute break. A 10-minute break after the selection of your champion and reserve Brahman.
Final call, Brahman Class 10. Final call, Brahman Class 10. Second call, Brahman Class 13. Second call, Brahman Class 13. Second call, Simbra, Class 1. Second call, Simbra, Class 1.
Yeah, if something doesn't make sense or what am I, I don't mind.
First call, Brahman, Class 14. First call, Brahman, Class 14.
You know, if a person had just a whole pasture full of Brahman females like this one that wins the class, it'd probably be a pretty darn nice set of Brahman cows. And this female, you have to like that how she comes to you from a freshness standpoint, from a soundness standpoint, what you see developing in terms of where her teat placement is, and just there's lots of things right on her from just a practical good beef cow. Young man does a nice job showing. She's longer sighted than the female that stands here in second. She has more upward growth. She's nicer at her chest floor. And she's nicer in terms of this, the design of her hip as well. I think just this class winner is really, really complete. Second place female is a lot like her. She's just more compact. We want to change her there. Red female that stands here in third is leaner. She's probably a touch fresher than the female here in second. Well, I want to change her in terms of just how she gets out and moves on that hawk. She just a little harder hitting there, kind of drives her hawk down, doesn't get out and flex it like we need, but really feminine, nice big body, good red female. I like her quite well. I kidded with the young man here, and I said, chubby here needs to be less chubby. And he said, well, she likes to eat a lot. Well, we need to take chubby and turn her out on a round bale maybe, or some grass, because this is a good Brahman female, but we just need to lean her up. She's for as much condition as she carries, she can get out and go and move and travel. She's good-footed, nice made. Lean her up, she becomes really competitive in this class. Next female just gives up a lot of body dimension when you compare her to those ones up in front of her, more scale to her. And then we get into some cattle that are too restricted off of their both ends. Want to give them more flex and give. Real attractive female from the side we conclude with. Just tapers and funnels back and flattens too much.
Thank you, Ms. Viator. That was Class 9 Brahmins. Class winner, Rylan Rao, Karnes County 4-H. Followed by Leanne Kirkner, Williamson County 4-H. Hayden Engelkey, Leon County 4-H. William Tate Barnes, Timpson FFA. Skylar Higginbottom, George Ranch FFA. Meredith Killen, Alvin FFA. And Tanner Jones, Magnolia FFA. As a reminder, we will be picking back up in the West Arena with our Simbra show in 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, we will be picking back up with our Simbra show.
That girl up front, because that caps flight risk.
Final call, Simbra Class 1. Final call, Simbra Class 1. First call, Simbra Classes 2 and 3. First call, Simbra Classes 2 and 3. Luis, how you doing? Second call, Brahman Class 14. Second call, Brahman Class 14. First call, Brahman Class 15. First call, Brahman Class 15.
Two high-quality females up here at the top end and some subtle differences between the two. I see our class winner to be more mature in her rib shape, more pulled apart in her chest floor. There's more curvature and width just to the lower base of her body cavity at this point. She's not perfect on her feet. You can see there's a little roll to that back right foot, but I still think when she gets out and goes from a flex standpoint, she's appropriate. Just a nice moderate, big-bodied cow prospect. One that's fresher in her condition comes here in second. She's really attractive from the side. Going to be just a little later maturing. She's not as pulled apart there in her chest and down low. You want to flatten her front feet ever so slightly. You can see they've worked on it and got it getting to the right direction. But just want to pull that female apart, and as she matures, I think she'll open up some. Those two young ladies do a nice job getting those females shown. The young man here in third, he makes it to where you want to look at that female. I'd like to change her at the ground on her front feet, change her up a little bit in terms of the extra dewlap that she has. You read her from her midrib back. That's a cowie-made female, and you like that. Just want to change her in her knee and down to the ground up in her front end. Pretty complete female, stands here there in let's see, fourth place. Want to balance her up in terms of extra leather. Excuse me, clean her up some just to make her more attractive there from the side compared to those ones up in front of her. And then we get into some cattle. It's just structural integrity and design of these cattle. Feet on this female is where I made a call here. Want to change the foot design to that female. Even so, she's feminine. She's nice looking from the side, as is this next one. This gray or the blue female here just gets not enough body shape to her when you compare her to the others in front of her. Red female gets pretty restricted off of both ends and just doesn't get out and go as I like. Same thing with some of these other cattle. It's structural integrity, whether it be their pigeon-toed on their front or just doesn't get out. They don't get out and go on their hind wheels as we need them to.
Second call, Simbra, classes 2 and 3. Second call, Simbra, classes 2 and 3. First call, Simbra, class 4. First call, Simbra, class 4.
Thank you, Ms. Viator. For class 10, Brahmins, leading the class, we have Megan Lambert from Tarkington FFA, followed by Lacey Bailey, Fairfield FFA, Cody Nunez from Victoria County 4-H, Daniel Bloom from Alvin FFA, followed by Caden Wolf, Callisburg FFA, Ella Schneider from Columbus FFA, Casey Gobbert, Huffman FFA, Trailby Goff, Smith County 4-H, Emily Frey, Brazoswood FFA, followed by Anna Navin Dozel, Venus FFA.
Final call, Simbra classes 2 and 3. Final call, Simbra classes 2 and 3. Second call, Simbra class 4. Second call, Simbra class 4. Second call, Brahman class 2. Second call, Brahman class 2.
I was watching that kid and making sure that he had a
It's a really nice division of cattle. Let's put our hands together here over on the Brahman side. I can tweak some things on each of the cattle. I can tell you there's small things that I would do. It just kind of make some changes. But I'm going to stay with the same pattern that I've kept in terms of thinking about freshness and future on the cattle as to what I think is to come and where they're going to be and how those cattle are going to develop and evolve. Young man directly in front of me, congratulations, you're going to win this division.
Final call, Brahman, class 15. Final call, Brahman, class 15. Final call, Simbra, class 4. Final call, Simbra, class 4. First call, Simbra, class 7. First call, Simbra, class 7.
Congratulations in our Brahman heifer show, our champion junior heifer from our junior division goes to Cade Bailey from Fairfield FFA. The reserve champion junior heifer goes to Riley Rao from Karnes County 4-H.
Were you coming to pick? Sorry, I need to get started.
Go straight for that opening.
Young man's female that wins this class is just stouter all the way around in terms of bone, in terms of muscle, and you couple that with just the fact of how she balances up, I think is more appropriate. She gets out and goes nice enough for me. You could square her up on her front feet just a touch. Female in second, she has some curvature, some openness to her midsection. She's one that carries some extra flesh and a little extra navel there. Want to change that female when she just lean her up a little bit. She's a little more refined than the one that wins the class in terms of her bone as well. Young man's female, we want to give that female more strength in third in terms of her pastern. She wants to have just really a lot of set and give there. Couple that with that she's a little lower chested, want to lengthen her out, but she is big bodied, probably a forage efficient kind of a female. She's going to stay sound, just want to strengthen those pasterns. Red female is one that you like from a design of just overall length and extension. One that when you get her out and go, you want to give that female more just flex off of her hind leg. Gets pretty narrow gauged as well.
Final call, Brahman, class 15. Final call, Brahman, class 15. Second call, Simbra, class 7. Second call, Simbra, class 7.
Thank you, Ms. Viator. For class 13 Brahmins, we have Blake Bryant from Alvin FFA, followed by Brooke Wendura, Columbus FFA, Michael Reeton, Laneville FFA, and London Howell, Godley FFA.
We need all Brahman division champions to make their way back to the arena. All Brahman division champions. So our calf division champion in reserve, please make your way back to the arena.
Has she picked them yet?
This is a hard class for me to sort, and I'm a real big proponent of I think that when beef cattle are at this point, we need to be further along and being bred, and I have this discussion with Brahman breeders all the time. But it just, for me, I think in all of them, I'd like to see a little more drop to their udder and just being bred. But with that said, I think you have to sort the cattle as they're presented to you here today. And the young lady's female, it just becomes kind of logical to win the class. She's sound. She's really pretty in terms of her head, neck, and shoulder, and still has some strength behind her hump. She's one that I think is a bit more conservative in terms of how to design her, just her overall design. Young lady's heifer in second is really wide base and stout made, but you peel some of the condition off of her. I guess where I'd change her. She's really chesty. She's really, you look at her over her top and loin, she's one that's carrying some just excessive condition. We want to peel that off of her. I think she's more attractive than the female that stands in third in her front 1/3, a little longer necked, because this female in third, she's kind of jammed up in her front end. Part of it is because she's a little straighter shouldered. Her hump doesn't set as far back maybe as ideal. We are seeing a little more udder development on that female, and I don't know if she's bred or not, or further along bred perhaps. I appreciate that, but I just want to change her in terms of balance. And then the female we conclude with doesn't have as much rib or dimension as the others. We want to change her foot design. She is foot on her front, change her foot design on her front feet. She is really attractive. She is leaner and she is fresh. So I like that about that female.
First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 1. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 1.
Class 14 in our Brahman show. Class winner, Madeline Gidlitz, Waller County 4-H. Lauren Watkins, Industrial FFA. Followed by Jennifer Ramirez, Callisburg FFA. And Allison Warwick from Burnett FFA. Just as a reminder, all exhibitors, please have your paperwork with you when you enter the staging area and arena. Please make sure you have your paperwork on you. Also, a reminder, this is a blow and go show only. No fitting products are allowed. All breed champions from today, all breed champions from today. We will select a American Division champion today after the conclusion of our show. We will select a champion American today. Just as a reminder, we are in the wonderful Travis County, so please make sure you are wearing your mask while we are inside the barn.
Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 1. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 1.
Folks, welcome to the Simbra show. This is a heck of a start, extremely high quality class, and commend all the exhibitors out here with this youngest class. We've got some really stout heat out here in this top end, and you know, heifers that are throughout the class here because of just maybe structure or soundness or just kind of being a little too piecey, you're going to find yourself where you are today. But I thought this class sorted really nicely, and these two high quality black heifers just kind of sort themselves to the top, in my mind, fairly easily. They're certainly big enough for me for this age. I think they put a lot of nice things together. I can say the most positive things about both of them. The heifer that wins the class, I think her advantage over our second place is just she's a more up-headed, taller shouldered heifer. She's leveler from hooks to pins. You get behind her and there's some body width. She's got great structure and some really good timber under one of the bigger footed heifers out here, but still she's very refined and elegant in her carriage. And again, I think she's soft enough in her spine that she gets out and takes a long free stride. Just a really nicely presented heifer. Not to take anything away from the balance and the show and style of the heifer here in second. She's not quite as big of a package, which I like. I love her moderate frame. This heifer's maybe just not as stout in that lower hip and hind leg as our class winner. But again, super sound off her feet and legs. If anything, she's maybe just a little shorter statured, maybe a little quicker pattern. But again, I really like her frame size. I appreciate the freshness, and she's very elegant from her neck forward. The heifer in third is plenty big. This is a big stout female full of red meat. She's clean in her underlines and up in that brisket area. A heifer that just a little bit too straight for me today. She's really straight in that pastern area. Hawk down. She profiles beautifully. I'd just like to free her up a little bit on both ends to go higher today, but certainly a competitor as you go down the line, young man. Then we've got a really pretty heifer. I love the pattern of this female. She's extremely maternal in her lines. If you've been watching me, you know I love that full sweep and the volume of rib. This heifer's got it all going right there. She's maternal and she's very feminine about her head and her neck. She's got an extra length, I think, over some of the others out here. She's not as attractive from the hawk down. She's not as powerful in terms of her muscle, but she's strong in her top lines, and again, I think very, very maternal in her looks. Nice job, young lady. Then we've got a heifer coming in next. This is a coarser, maybe a more masculine, if you will, female. Would sure like to clean her up and maybe give her a little more extension in that front end, but she lays in nice at the point of her shoulders. She's got great flex and move off of her pasterns, long-sided. She's just really a stout female that offers quite a bit today. Then we've got some heifers coming in next, taller fronted heifers. They're long-sided. They're females that maybe not quite as attractive from the profile, or maybe not moving quite as well as we'd like to go higher today, but certainly big, large volume females. Young man coming in next is a heifer that plays out a little bit in that lower quarter. Would like to give her more volume and rib shape to go higher. The red brockle face heifer. This is a female you like in terms of her thickness down her top. She's got a lot to offer on the profile as well. She gets a little narrow pinned, and I'd like to blow her out a little more on those hocks. We put her on the move, and she's rubbing pretty close together. But nice condition female, and I think going to continue to be a really nice show heifer. The red heifer here in front, another female that I like in terms of her bone and her footwork. She's just a little tight. She's needs to be a little softer in terms of her movement to go higher today. Next heifer coming in, we've got females that I just like to see them a little sounder, give them a little more freshness and appearance, clean them up in that front end. These two right here, heifer that's a little more soft in terms of the way she's made coming in next. Big, heavy, stout, probably one of the stoutest made females in the class. Young lady has right here. This heifer is just too coarse for me in her joint work. She's plenty big to go with that, but I just like to soften her up and level her up right behind that shoulder to go higher today. Then we've got a really nice heifer that's really kind of a slick-made heifer. What you see is what you get. She's fresh in her appearance, light conditioned heifer that's just too straight off both ends for me to go higher today. And then our black bald-faced or buckle-faced heifer coming next. She's really a nice profile female. There's just not enough width for me to go with her today. She's very green, and I appreciate that, and I think she's going to continue to be a really nice show heifer as she progresses. We've got some more heifers coming in this class. Again, a big age spread. I think these were April to August, and some of these middle heifers just need to have a little more to them today for me to go higher, a little sounder off their feet and legs. But really, really a stout class, and congratulations to everyone out here, especially their class winner. Thank you. That's one of your size classes. Yeah.
A lot of differences in this class, and you have some give and take at the top end. Female that we start with, she's not the long-strided female that I usually gravitate towards, but you get out and you just study this female in terms of size and still having some freshness to her, and the shape of just her rib and her top and her hip. And the more I study on her, the more I like her, and she just becomes more fault-free. I would like to see her take just a little longer stride off of both ends, and that added stride comes in our second place female. This is a bigger scaled one, and she's one that, you know, you want to tidy up in terms of her lower brisket and her navel. But when you watch this female in terms of how she gets out and goes and travels, she's really sound and has a lot of flex and give to her structure. Next two females, kudos to them for having heifers that are springing and getting headed the right direction on calving, and that's why they're where they are. Young man's female, I think, has an advantage of length, and in terms of just overall look of how she sets her body cavity together, I think is more appropriate. I'd take her navel up just a little bit, smoother over the top of her hip ever so slightly, but she's longer fronted, she's more feminine than our female that follows behind her there. Next female, I appreciate that she's going to be a forage efficient female. Kick her out on grass. She's going to stay in good rig, big and open in her rib shape. She's more compact and jammed up all the way through, and that's an advantage this big red female has. She is a longer sided, really attractive female. Beautiful design to the little teats that she has there from an udder standpoint. She's one that I just want to tone down in terms of scale, but appreciate she's big footed, good stout female, just a little more restricted off of her, just how she gets out and goes. Young man's female, she's beautiful from the side. I want to change her up at the top of her hip, and she's a little tighter there in her spine, consequently all the way down to the ground on her hind wheels, just doesn't get out and go and have the flex. And then we conclude with some females who want to change from a base width and structural standpoint. Congratulations to all of our Brahman exhibitors.
Thank you, judges. On our Simbra side, in our Class 1, class winner, Hallie Hackett from Hooks FFA. Mike Petrus from San Patricio County 4-H. Followed by Hallie Hackett, Hooks FFA. Paisley Lightfoot, Fort Bend County 4-H. Colt Richter, Gonzales County 4-H. Aiden Gluck, Columbus FFA. Bailey Wilson, Washington County 4-H. Leah Thorpe, Tarkington FFA. And Aiden Andrzak, Brenham FFA. On our Brahman side,
talk this class of Simbras right quick. We've got considerably less than that last class, but 3 really nice heifers. Structurally, I'd like to change each one of them, but I think the one that surfaces to the top to me is the most complete. She's the most fault-free. She's strong down her top line, really like her extension through that front end, feminine about her head and neck, and again, I'd like to change her. You put her on the move and she gets a little more restricted off those rear 2. We'd just like to give her a little more freedom and a little more ease when you put her on the move, but she balances really nicely and you've done a nice job presenting her. The heifer in second, I think just mostly closely follows our class winner. This is a really nice long-sided balanced heifer as well. She's not as extended through that front end, and again, we'd really like to change her from the hawk to the ground. We'd like to give her a little more width of pin set to go with that. She just needs a little more volume and rib shape to go, but she's young, she's green, and I think she's going to continue to be a really nice show heifer for this young man. The grayer heifer here in third, really like her strength of top. She's got some width down her lower quarter and in that twist area. I appreciate her muscle and the mass that she brings in that lower quarter. This heifer just gets a little plainer, I think, about her front end maybe. She gets a little bit shorter from hooks to pins, and we'd just like to give her a little more extension to go higher today. But 3 really nice heifers that could certainly stand more competition. Congratulations to your class winner.
Our last Brahman drive here. Let's put our hands together, show our appreciation for these older females. Young people have done a nice job bringing these cattle to us. One female comes out and hits the mark for me from a soundness standpoint and just puts the things together. Young man in the purple shirt, congratulations, you're going to win the division. Next female that I'd take home in terms of type and kind, young man with the cowboy hat, congratulations, you're going to be reserve.
Congratulations on our Brahman side. We have our senior champion, senior heifer, goes to Blake Bryant from Alvin FFA. Our reserve champion, senior heifer, goes to Cody Nunez, Victoria County 4-H. Results from our Brahman show, class 15. Class winner, Cody Nunez, Victoria County 4-H. Followed by Callan Moreland, Coryell County 4-H. JT Howard K, New Caney FFA. Kaylee Michalk, Giddings FFA. Jessica Eastland, Rusk County 4-H. Followed by Trooper Johnson, Alvin FFA. Abigail Nunez, Victoria County 4-H. Followed by Travis Eastland, Rusk County 4-H.
as we conclude our Brahman show, just a couple of quick comments. That, folks who ask me, well, why are you so hard on these cattle on feet, and why are you so hard on them on structure? Well, I happen to have been in some spots on big ranches where we run cattle in the past, and my job is to build and breed bulls that could go out and survive and live in the real world. And what I want you young people to understand is that your Brahman cattle are the base for all the other breeds that are showing here today. And if we don't have that base right, then you're going to have some problems in those other cattle. So I'm really nitpicky on trying to get our feet right, trying to get the structure right on those cattle, trying to get the calendar right on the cattle. I think that's something in the Brahman breed that we have an issue with. So I've just tried to stick to the real basics. I've tried to keep the feet right. I've tried to keep the soundness right, and pick cattle that I think are real world, that can go out and do the job. If I was buying commercial bulls to go out into an operation, I think these are females that could make those bulls. And for you young people, I hope as you as Brahman breeders, that if I can tell you one thing that you need to do in your breed is just continue to work at it and improve getting these cattle to calve earlier and getting their feet right. That's the two things that as a commercial bull buyer I think is really, really important. And I'm not real popular in the Brahman world telling some Brahman breeders that, but I really don't care, okay? Because the thing of it is I'm the one buying the bulls, and I think you guys need to hear that. So I want you young people to take that message and carry that forward, okay? And yes, I'm really, really hard on feet, but there's a reason why, and I wanted you guys to understand that, and I wanted all you young people to understand that. If you heard my message earlier, remember that you are part of the beef industry if you show cattle, and I want you guys to carry those messages forward about the positives of the beef industry. With that said, I'm going to go out and pick your champion in your reserve. Congratulations to the young people.
It's on. Right there. It's really good. Big bone. I love it. You said 2-1.
Got our February Simbra heifers over here, two just really, really stout females. They're different in terms of their type and kind, and I've kind of debated, which one I would want to take home if I had the opportunity, and the answer is both of them. I think they're both really nice heifers. I'm going to go with a little growthier framed one here to win the class. I like her, I think, over this second heifer in terms of her footwork and her design. Again, I just think she's sounder from the knee and the hock down. You put her on the move and she tracks well. This is a heifer that's very elegant through her front end and long-sided. She's got some depth of rib to go with that and some expression down in her quarter. Heifer that you like in terms of that maternal look. The heifer in second, I really like her in terms of just her pure stoutness. When she gets her stuck, this is a really, really deadly looking heifer from the side. She's a little bit weak behind that shoulder. You get that head up and she's got a little give there, but she's soft in her spine. design, and I like that. When she gets out in track, she's doing just ever so slightly a little bit of paddling. Maybe it's just a shorter heel depth maybe, but certainly something to keep in mind when you're getting some weight and she's growing. But love her rib shape. I really like that design in her hip and her hind leg. Again, just a really outstanding heifer to be second. Then it gets a little tougher. I think you've got some give and take on third, fourth, and fifth here. The red heifer that's coming in second, third, she's just not as deep in the fore or rear rib. It tends to cut up a little in that flank. She's not as balanced as well as the top two in front of her, but a heifer that's nice from that shoulder forward. She's level from hooks to pins, and she has some depth and some expression we appreciate. Big, soggy, middled heifer here coming next. This heifer's just a little off in her hip and her hind leg. If we could change her, it would make her more attractive from the hock down, but she balances well with her fore and her rear rib and has some extension through that front end. Just a little plainer looking today to go higher for me. And then the black baldy heifer here bringing up the class. Another real high quality female. I appreciate the condition she's in. She just plays out a bit in that lower 1/3. I'd like to give her more volume and spring of rib and a little more depth in that lower quarter to go higher, but really good condition and well presented. Congratulations again.
On the east side, we have concluded our Brahman show. Congratulations to the Grand Champion Brahman heifer from Class 8, Cade Bailey in Fairfield FFA. Our reserve Grand Champion Brahman heifer, Laura Beth Lambert from Class 2, Tarkington FFA. Reminder, we will have a 10-minute break after the Brahman show. We will pick up with Senator Gertrudis in 10 minutes on the east side.
First call, Simbra Class 8. First call, Simbra Class 8.
This is the one that she just talked? Yeah. Okay. On our west side, Class 2, Simbra. Class winner, Kaylin Floyd, College Park FFA. Followed by Jacob McQuinn, Rouse FFA. And Tiffany Thompson from Scurry Rosser FFA. Class 3 on our Simbra side. Seth Gross, Snook FFA. Followed by Kinsley Wolf, Lexington FFA. Mia Barba, Brazoria County 4-H. Jacob Sansom, Brenham FFA. And Marley Steele, The Woodlands FFA.
Like talk to 20 and then I'm gonna like direct people too. You just gotta be assertive and do it.
We'd like to take this time to send a special thanks to the advisors and students of Sam Houston State University's School of Agricultural Sciences for helping facilitate today's show. These students and advisors are volunteering their time to help this show run as smoothly as possible, as well as assisting as much as possible during move-in. If you see any of these students and any Rodeo Austin volunteers, please be sure to give them a big thank you. We would also like to thank a few of our sponsors: Schmidt Electric, AFP, Dell, Plains Capital Bank, Boot Barn, Greater Austin Development, Frost Bank, WorkQuest, Capital Cleaners, and Cover 3. Thank you again for helping making this show happen.
Well, this is a really tough class. I applaud you guys out here. A lot of quality from one end to the other, and this age is a fun one to have, and a lot of changes with them. But you know, the more you study these, the more I like them. This heifer that surfaces to the top, I think she's beautiful in terms of her design and her balance. I love the moderate frame size. Young man does a heck of a job getting her stuck as well. She just profiles like a dream, and she's got that flex off of her pasterns. You put her on the move. She balances as well as any out here. Just a very, very complete package, and she's very striking from the profile, as I mentioned. The heifer in second, definitely a big, taller framed, weight, larger weight per day of age female, obviously. She's got a lot of things I like. I love her rib shape. I like that depth of fore and rear rib. She's probably not the cleanest in terms of her underline, with a little bit more of that navel. And a heifer, I think when you put her on the move, she's a slow mover, but she gets out and tracks. I just like to free her up. It seems like her hooks to pins are a little tight. I just like to free her up, maybe give her a little more base width when I get behind her. And I think that's your class winner's advantage as well. There's just more width from end to end and more muscle working in that one. But a beautiful heifer here, a lot of extension through the front end as well, and she's well presented. Then we get into some heifers. To me, I'm picking on a few of them. I really like this black heifer. When she came in and you study her, she's just got that show ring presence about her. She labors a little bit more when you pull on her to get her out, but she takes a long free stride. I think she's just maybe a little coarser about her joints, maybe a little rounder in that shoulder area. We could give her a notch more length up front, but that's a really nice heifer in her own right. Red heifer, super deep, big frame. She's got some width of pins and hooks to pins. Female that just gets a little coarser, a little tighter. For me, I just like to free her up on both ends and give her more flex. Young lady's black heifer here. This is a nice long-sided female. She's a little heavier and coarser about her front end. Maybe just give her a little more length to run with these today. And they've got a really long-sided, kind of brindle colored female here to bring the class. Another really nice heifer with some muscle to her. She's smooth at the point of her shoulder. We just like to give her a little more volume and rib to go with that frame today. But really nice class. Congratulations again to your class winners.
First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 2. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 2. Second call, Simbra, Class 8. Second call, Simbra, Class 8. First call, Simbra, Classes 9 and 10. First call, Simbra, Classes 9 and 10.
Thank you for that breakdown, Miss Barber. Class 4 in our Simbra show. Class winner, Davin Pena, McAllen FFA. Avery Gluck, Columbus FFA. Followed by Cameron Till, El Campo FFA. Taylor Gross, Snook FFA. Brindley Farrell, Lavaca County 4-H. And Charles Purcell, Eagle Pass FFA.
Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. Please remember that we are in Austin, Texas, Travis County, and it's a mandate that we wear a mask at all times. For us to have the show, you need to wear your mask. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for our first division out here in the Simbra show. Really a strong show so far. Top to bottom, your classes have been extremely deep with a lot of quality, and we get these respective first places back out here, and I think that's very exemplary of what we saw. Four really outstanding individuals with their respective seconds. I think, too, when you get these females back out here, they're really impressive in terms of their body type and condition. I think they're very moderate for the most part in terms of their their frame size. This is always, again, a tough division on these, you know, Januaries through the youngest that you start a show off with. So these are the ones that you're going to continue on and show again as yearlings, but more importantly, make really good brood cows and be herd builders. So I think all 4 of these out here are potential big time for that. But I talked to them each in class. I'm going to pick out your champion, and we'll get the respective second for reserve. But congratulations again. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Just as a reminder, we will select an American Division Grand and Reserve today. At the conclusion of both shows on the east and west side, we will choose a Grand and Reserve for the American Division.
Final call, Simbra, Class 8. Final call, Simbra, Class 8. Second call, Simbra, Classes 9 and 10. Second call, Simbra, Classes 9 and 10. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 2. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 2.
In our Simbra show, congratulations. Our champion heifer calf was exhibited by Hallie Hackett from Hooks FFA. The reserve champion heifer calf goes to Mike Petrus from San Patricio County 4-H.
They did get a lot of snow this year, which is good. I love that drive though. I was like drove like from Amarillo and then up to 25 by Pueblo, and then we were going up to Montana for deal with my friend's mother's estate. is a pretty drive. It was a pretty drive, and then we were just, Helena was gorgeous, so we were just hanging out in Helena.
Thanks for the break.
What are these now?
These are Simbra.
Oh, Simbra Juniors. Okay, so that was just a camp.
Final call, Santa Gertrudis Class 2. Final call, Santa Gertrudis Class 2. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 3. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 3.
And they're going to do butt view. You should post them in a profile, just go stand down there, over there, and mark them as they come down. Okay, I'll look at it again.
Second call, Santa Gertrudis Class 3. Second call, Santa Gertrudis Class 3. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 4. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 4. Final 10. Final call on Simbra Class 10. Final call, Simbra Class 10. Final call, Simbra Class 9. Final call, Simbra Class 9.
With the start of our Santa Gertrudis show, we would like to remind all exhibitors, please have your paperwork on you as soon as you enter the staging area. Have all of your paperwork on you. There is also a reminder, this is a blow and go show only. No fitting products allowed. And our champion American will be chosen today at the conclusion of both of our rings.
First call, Simbra, Class 13. First call, Simbra, Class 13. Hey, Luis, was it a final? Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 3. Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 3. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 4. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 4.
Is she looking for me?
Really got a stout class here on the Simbra side. Two females that just kind of surface to the top the longer I'm studying them, and they've got a lot of nice attributes to bring with these females. I thought this class just in general was extremely deep with quality. That being said, I'm going to start with this heifer. I just think she's the most fault-free. She really grabs your attention when she comes in the ring. She's extremely feminine and broody looking in terms of her appearance, long-necked. She's strong behind that shoulder. I really like her feet and her leg work. You put her on the move and she takes a long free stride, and really that freedom of movement, something that kind of elevates her, I think, from the other ones. That said, she's plenty big for me. I appreciate that growth factor, but she's pushing a little big for me, but I think she's so complete and flawless in terms of her design. She wins today. It gets a little tougher for me in these next placings. The heifer in second, really like her from the side, and she's a female that I just think is very, very elegant through that head and neck. She's probably one of the most feminine females that I've seen today, and I really, really appreciate that about a female. She's deep-sided and she balances well. Like I said, when you put her on the move, she's just a little coarser in terms of her joint work. If we could free her up maybe in that, hooks to pins and those hind legs, I think she would be even closer to running with that first heifer, but really a stout individual, and I appreciate a lot that she brings to the table. The heifer in third is a more moderate female, and I love that about her. She's sound off her feet and legs. We like that about her. There's not as much to her. I think she's maybe a little, when you compare her, she's a little weaker behind that shoulder than the two in front, maybe not quite as long from hooks to pins, but she's sound off her feet and legs. Where I'd like to just balance her out more is more volume in that lower quarter and that depth of fore rib and rear rib, but really a nice individual and in good condition today. Then we've got a big, powerful heifer here. We appreciate appreciate a lot of things about this heifer. She's probably the meat wagon of the class, and that I love. From the side, she's as pretty as any of them. She's maybe not as elegant and clean about her throat latch as some, but I think she's got great Simbra characteristics. She's a little rounder, a little coarser with that shoulder, but she's got a lot of body width to go with it. Where I'd really like to just change her is in her movement. You put her on the move, and she's just a little more restricted, but I'm kind of the same way you put me on concrete, and that's kind of how I walk. But that is a beautiful female from the side. You've done a really nice job with her. The black heifer coming next, really long-sided. I like this heifer's strength of top. She just plays out a bit in that lower 1/3. She gets a little narrower. We'd like to give her more depth to go higher today. And then another really nice heifer, a little more navel on this one going out. We'd like to just clean her up a little bit, give her some more depth of rib. Same for the heifer finishing the class. This heifer's got some strength down her top. She's just not sound enough to go higher for me today. We'd just like to give her a little more flex off both ends.
Heads up in the arena. Thank you for those reasons, Ms. Barber. That was Class 7 Simbras. Winning the class, Avery Rendon from Lorena FFA, followed by Kayla Sansom, Brenham FFA. Haley Bryant, Arb FFA, followed by Rachel Lewis, Freestone County 4-H. Avery Holland, Liberty Hill FFA. Jolie Stanley, Burton FFA. And Addison Fusick, Colorado County 4-H.
Final call, Simbra, Class 13. Final call, Simbra, Class 13. First call, Simbra, Class 14. First call, Simbra, Class 14.
It's two really nice females, class of 4, and a lot of quality. Again, I say that's kind of a broken record, but this is a really competitive show, and seriously, from first to the bottom of the class, there's a lot of depth and a lot of quality here, so I commend you exhibitors. Heifer that's going to win the class, certainly a big enough female for me in terms of her outline, but I think she puts a lot of nice things together. She's not the cleanest on her underline or the cleanest about her navel, and I'd give that advantage to the young man in the hat here in second, but this female's just got a tremendous amount of length of body and depth of rib. She's super stout on her feet and legs, a lot of bone under there, long cannons. You get behind her and there's definitely some muscle and width to go with that. She just puts a lot of nice things together, and she's free and easy on both ends, so I appreciate that. The heifer that follows her, this is a female that's maybe a little coarser, maybe not as feminine and attractive through that front end, maybe not the extension from her shoulder forward, but she's laid in nice at the point. She's long-sided, and I appreciate the extra thickness down in that quarter and her stifle. I think she plays out a bit from that lower 1/3. You just like to give her a little more barrel width and volume in terms of her rib shape, but super long-sided, and young man does a nice job presenting her. The red heifer coming next, this is just a little bit of a plainer heifer, if you will. She's certainly got some femininity and length about her front end. She just gets a little coarser and a little plainer, and you know, if we could change her out, make her a little leveler from hooks to pins and then more attractive from the profile, from that hawk down, I think she'd be stouter, but a really nice heifer, and she's going to make a really nice brood cow for this young lady. The heifer coming in next, again, she's a fresh appearing heifer, and I like that. You've got her in good condition. This female's just a little too wide. She's a little open-shouldered, so if we could maybe give her a little more slope during that shoulder, and then again flex her out a little bit more from the hock to the ground, give her a little more volume to balance from the side. But you've done a really nice job with her as well. Congratulations again to your class winner.
Thank you for that, Miss Barber. You just heard Class 8. The class winner, Gerald Williams from Liberty County 4-H, followed by Luke Gonzalez, East Central FFA, followed by Willa Fusick, Colorado County 4-H, and Kaylin Floyd, College Park FFA. Just as a reminder, all exhibitors, please have your paperwork on you once you enter the staging area. This is a strictly blow and go show only, and our champion American will be chosen today. Also, make sure to check out the Rodeo Austin official merchandise booth on the south side of the show barn.
Second call, Simbra, class 14. Second call, Simbra, class 14.
Again, a really outstanding class. Not a lot of numbers in this one, but these big, powerful summer yearlings are something to reckon with. These first two heifers, I debated talking them either way, and I think I can probably defend my placing a little better with the heifer that's going to win this class. She's got a lot of frame and growth to her. I think where she excels the class is just from that shoulder forward, and she's a really nice up-headed female that's got a world of rib, both fore and rear. You put her on the move, and I think she's sound enough. She's got some depth back behind. It really looks like a nice balanced udder coming along, but she's just a real complete female. Maybe if I'd change her, I'd want to tone her down just a hair. I wouldn't want one getting a whole lot bigger and having a herd that I'm going to put that much feed in, but that's a really nice, powerful heifer. The female in second, I love her rib shape, and I love her hip and her hind leg. Heifer that balances really nicely from the profile. She's just a little coarser, a little plainer, if you will. She gets a little rounder in that shoulder. If we could change her, we'd just give her a notch more length in neck, make her a little more up-headed, but she's just really beautiful from the profile. And again, I love the muscle in this beef animal. She does a nice job presenting. Another really nice presented heifer here in third, and unfortunately, she just ran into some heat on the top end of this class, but this is a really nice female. She's got a lot of forerib and an expansion down in there. We'd just like to change the attractiveness from her hooks and her pins and make her a little more correctly set from the hock down. But another really nice female. This was a great class. Congratulations again to your class winner.
Final call, Simbra, Class 14. Final call, Simbra, Class 14. First call, Simbra, Class 15. First call, Simbra, Class 15.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. Class 9, Simbra. Winning the class, Ashlyn Cole from Columbus FFA, followed by Paisley Lightfoot, Fort Bend County 4-H, and Braden Stork from Brenham FFA.
Is that your fan club? Wow, what a class. There's as much differences in this class as anything I've sorted. And when you get in a big class like this, you just kind of have to make some decisions. And that's what I did early on, is pulled the cattle that maybe weren't going to hit the mark from a structural standpoint or a balance standpoint. And we moved those cattle aside. And then you start just watching the cattle from a movement and structural integrity standpoint. And you just start sorting and pulling, finding ones with the least holes. And that's what the 3 cattle that I have left out here, I think are exactly that. The young lady's heifer here, she just kind of grows on me. And the longer she's out here, the more you look at this female. She's really nice in terms of the shape of her top, right out of her shoulder all the way into the wide pin set she has behind. Nice neck. She still blends in relatively well. Is she the biggest footed, stoutest boned out here? No, she's not. But I think she's sound and she's complete and just has a nice pattern to her. So she's the type of cattle I've been using all day long, and I'm just going to be consistent with that. This young guy, he does a great job getting this heifer shown. And if you want to talk about a heifer that's just meat and potatoes, go out in the pasture, keep you in the cow business all the time, this is the kind that does it. She's good-footed, she's big-bodied, she's soft, she's maternal-looking, and just pretty complete. And that's why she ends up in that spot. She's not quite as attractive as the female that stands right in front of her, just in her neck. But at the same time, you watch her move, and you look at this female, she has some freshness, some youthfulness to her, and I think she's just a logical second there. Young man has, I think, if not the youngest heifer, one of the youngest heifers in here. And you study her, she's a lot like our class winner in terms of the more you study on her, she's level hip, she's nice necked. You could tuck her in ever so slightly at the point of her shoulder, but that doesn't bother me that bad because she's sound, she's stout, big topped. I think there's lots of future to that female. This next female, you love the body dimension that she has, the performance that you see in this female, but with all that, she's open at the top of her shoulder and a little coarser and rounder in her neck, just not quite as attractive as those 3 cattle in front of her. Want to pretty her up some. Pounds and performance are to her advantage. Next female gives up some bone and some foot. She just a little too refined as you begin to compare her to those others. Beautiful, beautiful front end and just design, really cool made, one that has lots of future to her. Next female, I'd like to change her feet. There's some issues there in terms of the design of that heifer's feet. She rocks back on her heel and just there's some concerns for me there in terms of longevity on that female's feet. Next one, her hocks have some swelling in the front of them, but she's big-bodied and stout. Same thing with this next young lady's female in terms of just performance and rib and capacity. She's no one that's not pretty enough for me. Young man with the red shirt does a great job getting his female shown. Big top, big hip. Another one that we want to be concerned about her hocks. Soft, easy flesh and forage, efficient female here, a little rounder in her hip. Want to change that there. Young man's female is one that I really like in terms of levelness of lines and stoutness and power. She gets a little lower to the ground and shorter cannon, not quite as much growth to her, but I like that female because of her power. And then we just get into a group of cattle that have more front, give up some balance, and then we get into some bigger frame females, look like they're going to be later maturing. And finally, we have a group down towards the end here that just have some structural challenges, not as nice at the ground. I don't see quite the longevity to them. Let's put our hands together. That's a really, really nice class, lots of challenges and decisions to be made.
Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 4. Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 4. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 7. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 7. Second call, Simbra, Class 15. Second call, Simbra, Class 15.
We've got 2 really nice heifers in their own right over here on the Simbra side. The problem is we've got a big, powerful, just a meat wagon here that's going to win the class today. I'd sure like to peel off a little condition on this female, but she is just so massive in terms of her type and design. Love her in terms of that rib shape. She balances well from the side, and she's got a beautiful hair coat. I told the young lady, I don't know how you keep hair this late in the spring, but she's got a beautiful hair coat to go with it. Just a lot of style and elegance about the female. Love her head as well. The heifer in second, I told this young man, if you're feeding like this, you can feed mine all day long. I love a really lean yearling heifer like this, and he's done a good job keeping her lean and in that condition. He's run into one that's just got a lot more power to her, to be honest, and she's a lot lower in terms of that volume of rear rib. That's where this one plays out a little bit. If you turn her out and put her on maybe a round bell or get some hay in her, give her a little more internal volume, but she's not quite as attractive from the hock down, but still a very thick muscled heifer that's got a lot of muscle and a lot of attributes you appreciate as well. Congratulations to both of y'all.
Thank you, judges. On our Santa Gertrudis side, Class 1, class winner Madison Moran, Washington County 4-H, followed by Bryce Hardy, Scurry Rosser, FFA, Rhett Harrington, Navasota, FFA, Peyton Hoffpower, Tidehaven, FFA, Callie Kimball, Guadalupe County at 4-H, followed by Stephen Payne, Liberty County 4-H, Shane Cluis, Godly, FFA, Chloe Gordon, Alvin, FFA, followed by Landon Stem, Anderson Shiro, FFA, and Emma McCown from Iola, FFA. Class 10 Simbras. Class winner was Kendall Compton from Waller, FFA, followed by Ethan Richardson, Hardin, FFA.
Final call, Simbra, class 15. Final call, Simbra, class 15.
There wasn't a doubt in my mind when she came into the class that this wasn't a heifer that was going to start the class. And you have to appreciate the added volume and rib and capacity you see on this female. You want to pick her navel up just a touch, and she wants to open up a little bit in her front end as she sets to the ground. She's not perfect there, but when you have that much mass and body and levelness to the lower, from her chest floor back to her flank, she's really nice in terms of her rib shape. Good-footed, big-bodied young man does a great job showing that female. She's just going to be a tank, and that's what I like about her. A female that stands there in second is similar in terms of rib shape and openness to her rib, but you study her in terms of just the symmetry, and she doesn't hook up all the pieces as well. You can kind of see where she's a little softer topped and rounder in her top of her neck. So just want to give that female a little more strength at top and those kind of things like our class winner did, but just big-bodied, soft, easy-doing kind of female. She gets out and goes very well. Next female, similar in terms of soundness. She's probably the freshest of the top three females, just not as much of her. You back away from her, and there's not as much depth of rib, not as much strength in terms of lower stifle, but still good quality, good doing kind of a female. Next female is one that gets a little flatter when you compare her to those others, and then you look at her, she's deeper from the top of her neck to the base of her neck and a little higher over her hooks set there. So just want to, again, one of those ones we want to balance up. Next young man's female is one that is much more masculine about her head, neck, and shoulder. Has some power, and we appreciate that about her in terms of just strength and in terms of just power that she has. Conclude with two females that just need to be have more body, more dimension to them. Young man's female we conclude with, I'm not sure what's going on. That heifer has an estrogenic challenge where you see that much udder development and vulva development. I don't know, she's pretty young to be calf bred, but there's something going on there. You might want to have that heifer checked out, young man, to have that much udder development going.
Simbra exhibitors, let's give these young men and women a nice round of applause. Really good division. We get these females back out here. Again, I applaud you because all of these classes were very high quality from end to end. And, you know, you get these females back out here, and there's definitely some differences to talk. This youngest heifer closest to me, I really liked her in class. She's just very, very complete. She's fresh in her appearance. She's very feminine through her head and neck. She's sound off her feet and legs. I just think she's really complete. And again, I get her out here with these older heifers in the contemporary division, and she holds her own weight quite well. Young man's heifer second behind her. Again, a really extended fronted heifer. We like that about her. She's probably one of the stoutest in terms of her feet and leg work. Heifer that, again, that gets out and moves on a nice set of feet and legs. I think, you know, if you're looking at things that you like about her, she offers quite a bit. Maybe a little rounder in places compared to the ones in front, but it sure doesn't impede her movement. And then the browner heifer that won that class, really just liked her elegance and style and eye appeal. A bigger framed heifer, larger outline, but she's got just a world of depth to go with that, and she's one that I really like in this lineup as well. And then we've got the heifer that came out of this oldest class, again, just extremely heavy muscled. This is a heifer that I think's just going to be a really good herd maker for this young lady, and depending what you breed this female to, you can do a lot of good things. I think when you get her back out in the lineup, she's going to be a more moderate framed heifer, which I appreciate. She appears to be easy keeping. She's, again, just a little over conditioned for me today, but you've done a really good job with that hair coat. I definitely admire that. So with that said, I'll go out and select your champion division, and we'll bring in the respective second for reserve. Congratulations to all of you.
Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 7. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 7. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 8. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 8.
On our Simbra side, congratulations to our champion junior heifer coming from Class 7, Avery Rendon from Lorena FFA. Our reserve champion junior heifer was exhibited by Ashlyn Cole from Columbus FFA coming out of Class 9.
It's on.
The difference between these two heifers is in their shoulder design. Young man's female that wins the class is smooth through the point of her shoulder, and just her carriage of her shoulder is really, really nice. She's an athlete in this class, and you study this female and you watch her get out and go. She blends the parts and pieces really well, very feminine, very fresh. I like the power of the young man's female here in second. She's long-sighted, but with all that added power, you can see right behind her shoulder, she drops just a little bit. She's wider at the top of her shoulder and wider at the base of her shoulder with all that added power, and it just throws her balance off a little bit. But I appreciate that she's stout, she's sound. They're just opposites, and I opted to use the female. I think is a little prettier through her front end, just a touch more attractive. Good cattle, both of those. Young lady's female that stands in third is big-bodied, soft, easy fleshing. She's the forage efficient one of this bunch. You know, where I'd change her, though, is her neck comes out of her shoulder a little lower, not quite as attractive there. But if you want to just say she's soft and easy fleshing and moderate in her frame, I would agree with all those things. Just want to pretty her up just a touch. And then we get in a female that when you look at this one, you get her going a little plainer in how she gets out and moves, one that just doesn't have that wow factor, doesn't check all the boxes compared to some of these others, opens up at her front end just a little bit. Young man's female, when you read her over their top and right behind her shoulder, gets pretty flat. We want to pull her apart in her forerib, open her up some there, strengthen her top there.
Thank you, Miss Viator. In our Santa Gertrudis show, Class 2, class winner Landon Stem from Anderson Shiro FFA, followed by Pamela Brown, George Ranch FFA, Ellie Hicks from Joshua FFA, Ella Porter from Montgomery County 4-H, followed by Tatum Robinson from Fannin County 4-H, Noah Wunderlich from Washington County 4-H, and Gage Campbell from Hooks FFA. Class 3, Colby Anderson, Blooming Grove FFA wins this class, followed by Eli Saunders, Washington County 4-H. Cassidy Judd, Central Heights FFA, followed by Madison Krieger, Cypress Park FFA, and Ethan Black, Grimes County 4-H.
Second call, Santa Gertrudis Class 8. Second call, Santa Gertrudis Class 8. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 9. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 9. Final call, Santa Gertrudis Class 7. Final call, Santa Gertrudis Class 7.
We'd like to take this time now to thank our equipment sponsors, RDO Equipment, Ewald Kubota, Sunbelt Rentals, The Grass Patch, Texas First Rentals, TELUS Equipment Services, and Area Wide Protective. Once again, thank you for allowing and sponsoring this show.
two heifers that are really my kind in terms of completeness. Young man's female just reads with a bit more shape and true stifle width. I think she has more true muscle read, and she's just a touch leaner, so she wins the class. She's really sound, very attractive. Young man does a great job, as does the young lady here. Young lady's heifer is you read her in terms of slopes and angles and all those kind of things. We talk about structure. She does those things really, really well. The one thing I love her rib shape, how deep bodied she is and still has some width to her. One thing I do on her is just lean her up a little bit. I think she's pushing the edge and condition, particularly around her tail head. She's one that's starting to get a little staler. One that comes around next, a lighter colored female, big footed, stout in terms of powerful in terms of her bone. With that added power, you get just a bit of coarseness, not quite as refined about her head, neck, and shoulders, some lower chest there to her. Lower neck to her, but appreciate the power. That's a bull maker, I guess, is how I describe that female. Bigger scaled one that we really appreciate in terms of length and extension with all that added frame that she has and big that she has. When you get behind her and you read her in her forerib, she's just a little tighter in her forerib, not as round in her forerib or open as we'd like to see for the amount of frame that we have. One that's going out now, dark red, has more shoulder, less forerib. We want to pull her apart at the top of her hip. Young man's female is one that's soft and smooth in her design, gives up some in terms of just actual structural integrity, and then we conclude the female that just her shoulder blade lays further forward and she's a bit staler fronted. Want to change that female in terms of how she gets out and goes.
Hats off to you exhibitors out here in this class. This is probably one of the toughest classes I think I've evaluated today, and I truly mean that from one end of this class to the other. If I could take these first three females and take some pieces and parts, I'd have a really, really killer good one. And not to say these heifers aren't good in their own right, but there's some things that I would certainly like to change. I took a little extra time on these top two, so thank y'all for your patience. I think it deserves an extra look. I think the female that wins, there's so many good things about her. There's certainly some things structural I'd like to change. She gets a little open-shouldered for me, and she's just pushing too straight on that hind leg and on that hock, but she's still getting out and she's getting some coverage. She's not as fluid in her movement as the second heifer, and I think that's a big advantage. So, but the things I do appreciate about her, she's just so elegant through that head and neck. She's got a really feminine front end on her. And like I said, she's got a world of volume and rib. She's thick. I just like to change her structurally on both ends to make her just that perfect animal, but very well presented and a really high quality heifer. The female in second, I tell you, that heifer packs a lot of meat, and I appreciate that about her. She's going to be a coarser fronted heifer. She's just a little steery about her head and neck compared to our class winner, but she gets out and moves, and I appreciate that. She's got a good set of feet and legs on her. She's certainly not going to have the advantage in terms of that clean underline, and with a little more navel, it kind of detracts from her femininity compared to our class winner. But that's a really nice heifer, and you've done a great job with her. The female in third, I really do like this heifer a lot. She's tremendous in terms of her hip and her hind leg. She's got a nice balanced udder coming. From the standstill, she balances really nice. Young lady does a great job. She's just, again, not as attractive probably from that front end, from her shoulder forward, but I do appreciate the tightness in the top of her shoulder. She lays in nice. She's packed with meat down her top. And again, you'd like to free her up when we put her on the move. She just gets a little choppier, I think, in terms of her structure, but really, really a powerful heifer. Here's a really nice loose-spined, structurally sound female here. Not a lot of holes in her. She's just not as powerful, not as wide-made, not quite the complete package as the heifers in front of her, but she's sound off her feet and legs. She's maybe not as attractive in her udder with a little bit longer teat placement right now, but that heifer's in great condition, and you've done a really nice job with her. The red heifer, you know, if you're looking for a stout steer maker or bull sire maker, you can do some fun stuff with this female. She's ready to turn out, and I know you're ready to probably hang up the halter with her, and you've done a great job with her. I appreciate the moderate frame, but she's just, she's so stout in her feet and legs. She's got a nice udder coming on. She's just a little too coarse and plain for me, and she got a little out horse today in this class, but obviously you've done a great job with her, a great moderate heifer that's going to be a really good beef herd maker. We've got a bigger female here, a young man that's got his boot on here. This heifer just a little coarser, a little too plain for me to go higher, and really what gets her in trouble is that hooks to pins placement. She gets a little base narrow. We'd just like to free her up on those hind end. And then the heifer that brings up the class, a really light conditioned heifer. I appreciate this. Her length of side's great. There's just not as much to her, I think, today, but still a very, very good heifer, and you've done a great job feeding her. So keep up the good work, and congratulations again to your class winner.
Second call, Senator Gertrudis, Class 9. Second call, Senator Gertrudis, Class 9. And we also need all of our Simbra division champions to return to the arena. All of our Simbra division champions in reserve, please return to the arena.
Let's put our hands together, show our appreciation for a really good division of Gert cattle. You know, I think that the commonality in the cattle is that they're sound and they have some body to them. I think there's probably 2-3 heifers in the division that stand out to me in mind. There's 2 females I think are a bit more conservative in terms of navel and leather and still keep that look and soundness that I really like. Young man that wins the oldest division, congratulations, you're going to win. Our oldest class, you're going to win the division. Let's pull her out. I do have a question for you, though. How many times have you ever been told to slow down when you're sticking? 9,774, right? That's what I thought. Slow down. You're a good stick. Do a good job. We're going to follow up with the heifer that was second in his class for reserve. Congratulations to her. Heck of a good division. Congratulations to them.
Go out this way.
First call, ARB Class 1. First call, ARB Class 1.
Congratulations in our Senator Gertrudis heifer show. Our champion heifer calf was exhibited by Logan Mason from Washington County 4-H. Coming out of Class 4, also coming out of Class 4, our reserve champion heifer calf was exhibited by Lauren Hanna from Decatur FFA.
Here's 2 really tremendous females as well, older Simbra class. Heifer that's going to win the class just has a tremendous calf at side, and it's really not slowing her down much either. That is a very elegant made female. Love the trimness and angulation through her front end. She's got a tremendous bag. It's nice and balanced, and really a sound female. She's got a lot of timber under her. I think very moderate in terms of her frame size, and I'm sure she was fun to show as a calf and a yearling before she's had this calf. So y'all have done a really nice job with her. Congratulations. Big, powerful female here in second. Heifer that's a little further behind this one in terms of her production with calving due in June. This female balance is really nice from the side. She's got a little extra brisket, but she's getting in trouble today just on her movement. We'd just like to free her up through that hip and hind leg and give her a little more flex off all the ends. But big, stout female, and good luck with her when she's calving.
Some more results from our center Gertrudis show. Class 4, won by Logan Mason from Washington County 4-H. Followed up by Lauren Hanna, Decatur FFA. Ella Pirtle, Rusk County 4-H. Savannah Rossler, Cook County 4-H. Followed by Jordan Trant, Iola FFA. Calvin Wunderlich, Washington County 4-H. And Taylor Watts, El Campo FFA.
Final call, Santa Gertrudis Class 9. Final call, Santa Gertrudis Class 9. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 10. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 10. Again, we need all of the Simbra Division winners to return to the ring. Again, all Simbra Division winners, please return to the ring.
Young man's female wins just on design. I mean, she is really pretty and attractive, cool made, and balances up superbly. You read her from her chest floor back to her flank, and then how flat neck she is, and still has some power. She gets out and moves. I think she wins the class hands down. After that, you can kind of shuffle the cattle up a little bit. A bigger frame female stands here in second. With that added frame, you would expect that she has more shape and power, but she doesn't, and that's what gets her in trouble in this class. She tapers downward, a little flatter in her base. I want to just give her more true muscle read. Come around next with one that's pretty conservative in terms of frame size. A foot trimming would probably help this female. She wants to roll on her outside, and appreciate though that she's soft, she's easy fleshing, one that's just forage efficient look to her. Just a little more conservative in terms of length and just plainer, I guess I'd call her. Next female comes around, is a little leaner than the one in front of her, doesn't have the flex that we see in her hock that we need to see, doesn't get out and just have that long, fluid, easy stride. And then we conclude with one of the leaner heifers in the class, one that you want to give more lower stifle and base width, a little plainer in her hip as well in terms of width.
Thank you, Ms. Viator. Back on our Simbra side, results from Class 13. Class winner Ashlyn Cole from Columbus FFA. Followed by Chase Gluick, Columbus FFA. Kennedy Farrell, Lavaca County 4-H. Stiley Beggs, Lockhart FFA. Haley Andrzak, Brenham FFA. Trenton Stewart, Brenham FFA. And Kix Beggs from Lockhart FFA. Class 14, class winner was Avery Gluick, Columbus FFA. Followed by Joshua Andrzak, Brenham FFA. On our center Gertrudis side, Class 7 was won by Chesney Kaylin Robinson, Fannin County 4-H. Followed by Allie Johnston, Victoria County 4-H. Chloe Kutak, Schulenburg FFA. Followed by Camila Medina, Manville FFA. And Jenna Schaefer from Magnolia FFA.
Folks, this is a really outstanding class of Simbras. Again, I take my hat off to these exhibitors. Y'all have just done a tremendous job with this breed and with these females here today. The top two, I think, surface pretty easily for me just because of the combination of really good calves and great udder quality, and the cows aren't skipping a beat. This first female that wins the class, just big, powerful, and flawless. This female's tremendous in terms of her body design. She's sound off her feet and legs. She doesn't have the advantage in terms of a balanced udder to some of the others here in this class, but make no mistake, these girls are all getting it done with the calves at side, and really a nice bull calf to go with this just to compliment you, but that is a really, really nice female. Taking nothing away from this real moderate framed female in second, I just love the brood look that this red female has. She's my kind of cow with that moderate frame. She's strong down her top. She's got some base width. She's, again, got a lot of flex off her feet and legs, and really a nice heifer calf that she's raising as well. She's not as powerful, not as much to her as the heifer that wins the class, that pair, but she's extremely good in her own right. Congratulations on second there. Then we get into some females that get a little tougher for me. This one on the far end that's third, that's a really nice pair as well. This young lady's cow, she's doing a really nice job, and gosh, if she's not a milker, I don't know who is, but younger calf, female that's not as attractive. The cow's a little plainer about her head and neck. She's certainly stamped the calf with her stoutness of bone. She gets probably not as attractive from that hock down to the ground as some of the others out here, and maybe we could give her a little more length from hooks to pins, but she's doing a tremendous job as well, and you've kept her in good condition. The next pair coming up, a cow that's, again, she's doing a great job. She's not as sound, I think, off of her feet and legs. Would like to give her more flex when you certainly get down to the pastern and to the ground, maybe a little shorter in her heel depth maybe, but very attractive through her front end. She's in good condition and, again, doing a great job milking. And then we've got a nice pair to bring the class up. This female's just not as much to her. She's a little framey, I guess, for the volume of ribs she has. She's got a nice calf at side, and again, she's holding her own condition. We'd maybe like to clean her up in that underline, just give her a little more stoutness when you get behind her, but really nice udder and great job on the calf.
Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 10. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 10. Second call, ARB Class 1. Second call, ARB Class 1.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. That was Class 15 in our Simbra show. Class winner, Kayla Sansom from Brenham FFA, followed by Riley Whitaker, Cisco FFA. Savannah Holt from Early FFA, followed by Carlton Bauer, Bastrop County 4-H. And Riley Bouch from Liberty County 4-H.
Folks, once again, put your hands together for a really nice division out here on our Simbra side. You know, y'all are, this breed's I consider this one of the funnest breeds I think there is, especially in the American breeds where a lot of people feel challenged. I think y'all always have probably the stoutest depth of quality of really any of the breeds that I have the honor of judging, but certainly no exception today, and we've got just some outstanding individuals on both sides of me out here for this division. Again, I've talked to them in class. I think they're exemplary in terms of the Simbra breed and what they do for the beef industry. I commend you youngsters. Y'all are definitely one of the most competitive in terms of showmanship as well as quality of your genetics, and I really commend you for the quality of this division out here. I've got a couple I'm going to take one more look at, and we'll select you a champion and get a respective reserve before your grand drive. Congratulations again.
Final call, Santa Gertrudis Class 10. Final call, Santa Gertrudis Class 10. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 13. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 13. Final call, ARB Class 1. Final call, ARB Class 1. First call, ARB Class 2. First call, ARB Class 2.
Perhaps one of the deepest classes that we've had. And the young lady's female, I think just her basic build is the most correct in the class. And you couple this with her shoulder design, she's more appropriate for me. She tucks her shoulder in better. She's better at the top of her scapula and right behind her forearm. She's more pulled apart than the female that stands in second. I think just from a smoothness and balance opportunity, she does a lot of things really well. Young man's female, from her mid-rib back, she's beautiful. I love the udder development that she's going to have down the road, but you stand directly in front of that female and she just opens up and really boulder at the point of her shoulder. Want to change her right there, just the base of her shoulder for her to proceed to win this class. I opted to use the smoother fronted female. Next two females give me a little bit of a challenge on what to decide to do with. The young man's female that comes around, there's not a big hole in her, but she's not as powerful as the two females that stand right in front of her. I think if you ask yourself if there's enough good for her to be in the top three, yes, there is. I change her up with the top of her hip. She gets a little high there. Young lady's female is really fresh and attractive from the side. We give up some just total lower body. She's wide at the top of her body, not as wide at the lower part of her body as we want to see. Female that goes out is again one that we want to pull apart down low just a little bit, and then we get into one that's pretty moderate and conservative, has a little more front and navel. Then the last four, we have some structural challenges that we want to change, and those cattle are balance them differently. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Thank you, judges. In our Simbra heifer show, our champion senior heifer goes to Kayla Sansom from Brenham FFA. Our reserve champion senior heifer was exhibited by Riley Whitaker from Cisco FFA.
Folks, one more time, a big round of applause for a great Simbra show. Really been a pleasure to evaluate these cattle today. Again, I think this is one of the most competitive divisions and final breeds that we've looked at. And as I get down to these champions, I know Ceremonies got some really good ones that's going to be competing for this champion American heifer later today. So with that in mind, I definitely want to put our strongest one forward here, and I think all three of these would go head to head to anything that's been on the opposite side. So with that, I just want to say I'm really impressed with your quality. I think all three of these and their respective reserves are extremely good cattle. herd builders and ones that obviously y'all have done a great job. I don't know how many of these would be bred and owned, but I would suspect probably quite a few, and that says a lot about your breeding program and the integrity of this breed. And honestly, from just consistency and frame and everything, this has been the most consistent of the ones I've seen today. So just know that it's a highly competitive race right here. I'm going to take one more look, and we'll get a champion in reserve for you. Congratulations. It's been an honor to evaluate you.
Second call, Santa Gertrudis Class 13. Second call, Santa Gertrudis Class 13. Second call, ARB Class 2. Second call, ARB Class 2.
A bit more challenging class, but I think we used the smoother fronted female to win the class and can just go on and say she's the one that's most appropriate and how that shoulder blends into her forerib, sound enough at the ground, attractive from the side and big bodied. Young lady's female, she's big hipped and square pinned, and you like that about her, but with that added mass comes some roundness and boldness to her shoulder. We want to change that about that female. She's nicer in terms of her chest floors tucked up a little higher than the young man's female. Certainly more powerful, gets out and goes, probably with just a little more authority off of both ends. Young man's female is one that you like in terms of length and extension. She lets her chest floor hang down a little bit extra for me, a little more refined in terms of bone and power.
Congratulations in our Simbra show. Our grand champion Simbra heifer goes to Avery Rendon from Lorena FFA. Our reserve grand champion Simbra heifer comes out of class 15, exhibited by Kayla Sansom from Brenham FFA. As we soon begin our ARB show, please remember all exhibitors, make sure as you enter the staging area to have all your necessary paperwork on you. Remember, this is a blow and go show. No fitting products are allowed, and our champion American will be chosen today at the conclusion of both shows on both sides of the arena. Results from our Santa Gertrudis show. Class 8. Class winner, Rihanna Villanueva from Brazoria County 4-H. Followed by Matthew Payne, Liberty County 4-H. Braden Griffin, Alvin FFA. Followed by Madeline Hatchell, Mount Enterprise FFA. Macy Hicks from Joshua FFA. Kylie Kazaya from Foster FFA. Followed by Jason Lee, Manville FFA. Rhett Harrington, Navasota FFA. Followed by Jana Justice, DeWitt County 4-H. And Blake Schmeling from Cypress Creek FFA.
Final call, ARB Class 2. Final call, ARB Class 2. First calls, ARB Classes 3 and 4. First call, ARB Classes 3 and 4. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 14. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 14.
In our Santa Gertrudis show, results from Class 9. Class winner, Hagen Sebesta from Snook FFA. Followed by Madison Meglavias from Proteet FFA. And Samuel Fannin, DeKalb FFA.
Second call, ARB Classes 3 and 4. Second call, ARB Classes 3 and 4. First call, ARB Class 7. First call, ARB Class 7. Second call, Santa Gertrudis Class 14. Second call, Santa Gertrudis Class 14.
I'd like to take this time to thank once again Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin. Stop by the Ram Rodeo trailer on the south side of the show barn to sign up for your chance to win money towards a new Ram truck. Thank you again for your continued support of Rodeo Austin.
It's just a matter of who's ready first. She said not yet. Sorry, what happened?
Thank you. Got a really nice class on the ARBs here. A lot of differences in terms of type and kind, but I think these two heifers kind of stick together. They're the most complete of all of them out here today. Heifer that wins the class, young lady's just tremendous extension through that front end. She's laid in nice at the point of her shoulder. She's got some flex. You can see that extra flex in her pasterns. You put her on the move and she takes a long free stride. I like the thickness down her top, and when I get behind her, she's got a lot of pin width as well. I think just a really nice balanced female. Heifer in second, this is a little coarser made heifer. She follows our class winner in terms of her type and her thickness, heaviest muscled of probably the duo for sure. She just gets a little tighter. Like I said, she's a little straighter through her front end. She doesn't have that extension through her neck and her head as our class winner, but she's sure got a lot of meat and a good beef animal to go with it. Heifer in third, really like this type and kind. This is a younger heifer. She's long-sided. She gives you a nice little look, this Charlet-looking heifer. She's strong in her top line. She's sound off her feet and legs, and I think as she continues to develop, she's going to be a fun heifer to show as she gets older. The Hereford-type female coming next, really appreciate the easy keeper that she appears to be. This one is one that you'd maybe like to clean up a little bit through that brisket. She's already putting on plenty of condition, but she's a fresh appearing heifer. We'd just like to free her up off both ends and give her a little more flex to go higher. Next heifer in the lineup, a nice female in her own right. She's moderate framed. She may be even a little bit quick maturing when you compare her to her counterparts in this class. She's a little bit shorter from the neck forward and then just a little coarser about her joints, but certainly a stout featured female for that. The black heifer coming next, a female that, you know, you like her in her top line. She's got some depth of body. She just gets a little shorter for me. I'd like to see her with a lot freer extension and give her some more flex off both ends. Young lady's heifer here, just a really green heifer, a nice female, kind of a Gert colored and look about her. She's going to come on, I think, and be a really nice show heifer when she gets a little more age and weight on her. Really nice class winner. Congratulations.
Final call, ARB Class 4. Final call, ARB Class 4. Second call, ARB Class 7. Second call, ARB Class 7. Final call, Santa Gertrudis Class 14. Final call, Santa Gertrudis Class 14. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 15. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 15.
A bit more challenging class to sort through, but I think the fresh female and the one that's sound and complete surfaces to the top as you evaluate the cattle. I like her shoulder design in terms of the angle of her shoulders more correct, the angle and slope that contributes how much inflection she has at her knee. She's really fresh about her head, neck, and shoulder, still big body, nice udder development. Just the one that I think surfaces to the top. Really big, massive bodied, high volume female stands in second, but I want to lean this female up. I think if she's leaner, she's a bit more attractive over just through her front 1/3 there. I think she becomes much more competitive, but I think as you look at that female from a volume standpoint and just foot placement standpoint, she's the next most appropriate. Female that stands in third is a bit more conservative in size, and I like that. I moved her up a notch because I think just when you study that female's shoulder, she's a bit tucked in and more refined to the point of her shoulder compared to that one that stands next. I appreciate the udder development that we see in our third place female there. Young lady does a nice job. Young man's female is one is just packed with power, and with that added power, you can see there in her shoulder, it's a little rounder and bolder and just a bit more masculine about her head and neck. But when you have that much power, you're going to have some shoulder. Just wish it was just a touch more refined about her head. Appreciate the mass and volume that she has. Next one that comes around, we get into some cattle that, like this one, she's not as strong behind her shoulder, still very sound, has some extension, not as attractive up front. This next one is perhaps more attractive, but we give up a lot of dimension on this female. She's leaner in her composition. I appreciate that. Very sound, very feminine, very angular. Next one has enough volume and capacity to her. Gets a little more restricted out of her hock. Doesn't just get out and have that good, easy flex that we like to see. Appreciate the added body, added dimension of the female. Next female, young man's female is one that you want to change again in her hock, and she pops her pasterns as you watch her go. There's just a pop there, and I kind of worry about the longevity on that heifer structure. Conclude with our next female is one that, again, more restricted, doesn't have the flex out of her pastern. Nice shape to that female in terms of muscularity. Conclude with a female that's probably sounder than the two in front of her, but just too flat to go any higher in the class.
Thank you, Miss Viator. You just heard Class 10, Santa Gertrudis. Class winner, Macy Villanueva from Brazoria County 4-H. Dalton Johnson, Victoria County 4-H. Followed by Madison Douglas, Celeste FFA. Caden Leonard from Navasota FFA. Jackson Pirtle, Henderson FFA. Micah Mikulojak from Pasadena FFA. Allison Baca, Burleson Centennial FFA. Ryan Hatchell, Mount Enterprise FFA, followed by Jordan Trant, Iola FFA, and Samuel Fannin, DeKalb FFA.
Final call, ARB Class 7. Final call, ARB Class 7. First call, ARB Class 8. First call, ARB Class 8.
From our ARB show, Class 1. Class winner was Chastity Nowicki from Brenham FFA. Followed by Tyson Farquhar from El Campo FFA. Avery Rongney from Royal FFA. Caitlin Schreiber from Hill County 4-H, followed by Jackson Dutton from Montgomery County 4-H. Mason Gisler from Victoria County 4-H, and Allie Johnston from Victoria County 4-H.
Really a nice class over here. We've got just tremendous quality here on the top end and just some subtle differences in these females. Heifer that wins the class, she just kind of grabbed my attention from the start, and I challenge you to find too many things wrong with her. This is just a really complete female. She's sound off her feet and legs. I think both of these heifers surface to the top. Combination females with structural and soundness. They've got some femininity. She's laid in nice at the point of her shoulder. A little more length of side, I think, when you compare to this second heifer. I love the clean underline in yours, young lady. That's a really nice female. She's ultra feminine, I think, through her head and neck, just not as long-sided today, but I'm sure you two will be dueling this out for many shows to come. But two really nice heifers that I like quite a bit. Young man, your kind of painted heifer here in third is a really attractive female. She's super long-bodied. I appreciate her moderate frame size. She just gets a little bit tighter. I think when you put her on the move, we'd like to see her a little looser in terms of her her joints, especially from her hock down. But that's a really stout female. You can tell she's going to be easy fleshing, just maybe a little coarser about her shoulder, but she's got a lot of meat to go with that. Really nice red heifer here. She's, again, maybe not as attractive and as elongated through her front end and that neck. Where I'd like to make her a little longer is from hooks to pins and make her a little more attractive from the hock down, but really a deep-sided, nicely made heifer. Then we get into a kind of a Brangus black heifer here, a little more navel to her. She's sound off her feet and legs. She's just not overpowers you in terms of her muscle or shape or design or her width, but she's very nice in terms of her condition, and she's got a nice maternal look about her. Heifer's bringing up the remainder of the class here. We just need to see him a little freer moving today, a little more depth of body, and a little more style to go higher. But really a high-quality class, and congratulations again to your class winner.
Congratulations are due in our Center Gertrudis show. Our champion junior heifer was exhibited by Macy Villanueva from Brazoria County 4-H, coming out of Class 10. Our reserve champion junior heifer out of Class 7, Chesney Kaylin Robinson from Fannin County 4-H. In our ARB show, Class 2, class winner was Jimmy Randall from Waller FFA, followed by Brianna Chavez from Travis County 4-H, Jackson Duke, Burleson Centennial FFA, followed by Davin Pena from McAllen FFA, Chloe McLeod from Alvin FFA, Chase Cole from Spring Branch FFA, and Christian Cavazos from Spring Branch FFA, and Mary Claire Goyen from Alvin FFA.
Final call, ARB Class 7. Final call, ARB Class 7. Second call, ARB Class 8. Second call, ARB Class 8. Second call, Santa Gertrudis Class 15. Second call, Santa Gertrudis Class 15.
Reminder in the barn, reminder in the barn. All exhibitors, please have your paperwork on you when you enter the staging area. This is also a blow and go only show.
I need the Santa Gertrudis Calf Division Champion and Reserve to make your way back to the arena. Again, Santa Gertrudis Calf Champion and Reserve, please make your way back to the arena.
really a good set of 4 heifers out here within the same month or within the same age frame. Heifer that wins the class, she's just a really complete individual. She's got a lot of quality and character about her, extremely feminine through that head and neck. I love her structure. She's got great flex when you put her on the move and some depth and width to get behind. Just a really flawless heifer that presents herself very nicely. Heifer here in second, probably one of the heaviest muscled ones. This is a little bit of I guess a heifer that's got a little bit more navel underneath. You'd maybe like to see her a little cleaner from that standpoint, but a lot of angularity about her shoulder. She's good through her head and her neck, just not quite as long, maybe not quite as deep as that class winner, but a really nice second to go in that hole. Third heifer, this is a female that she's got a lot of nice things about her. She's deep and she's wide. She's a little bit of a handful to put together, but when she gets her set up, she's a really nice profiling female. A lot of depth in that forerib, which I like a lot. I think she's going to just be a really fun heifer to keep and progress as she gets older. Fourth heifer here, just giving this gal a good workout today, but you're doing great hanging in there. This is a nice female as well, a heifer that's light in terms of her condition. She's got some adequate muscling. We'd just like to free her up on both ends and give her some more depth to go higher.
Final call, ARB Class 8. Final call, ARB Class 8. First call, ARB Class 9. First call, ARB Class 9. Final call, Santa Gertrudis Class 15. Final call, Santa Gertrudis Class 15.
You just heard Class 3 ARBs. Class winner, Kinley Compton, Waller FFA. Followed by Abby Hessler Henderson, Academy FFA. Brooke Dizzy from Belleville FFA. And Haley Sutton, Anderson Shiro FFA.
I tell you what, you Gert folks make this as fun. At least it makes me feel good when you clap loud. It makes me feel like I got it right. Make somebody happy. Two nice pairs here in this class, and I think the advantage is just in terms of dimension to the cow, in terms of rib shape and capacity, what she has after she's calved. Beautiful udder on this cow. She's not just dynamic in terms of her hind wheel set, but she's sound enough. You could tweak it a little bit, but I think her udder advantage and what I read from hooks to pins in terms of true muscle read, true muscle width right behind her shoulder is the advantage that she has here in this class. So congratulations to those two young pairs there. Next, come around with this female and two females that are kind of intriguing to me. I wish they were further along, and I guess that's where I make my decision here. Is the female in third I do think is further along, and the udder development that I see I like, and what I see in terms of rib shape I like. I changed this female in terms of flex out of her hock. She doesn't just get out and really go, and it's right there in her hock that she just needs a little bit of softness there, but big-bodied, soft, made well. Female that stands in fourth, I love this female in terms of just look and smoothness, but some of that is that she's fat, and that's where some of that smoothness comes from. I wish she was showing us just a bit more udder development and showing us that she was bred more, because she is really attractive from the side. Then we get into some cattle. This bigger scaled female wants to come in at her hock and a little plainer in the udder development that we're seeing. I think she's one that'll last forever in terms of soundness. She's just not as attractive in how she comes to us today. And then we conclude, or the next female is one that hits her tracks. She's one that's pretty heavy in condition and lighter muscled. We want to give her more true read. And then we conclude with one that doesn't show us as much calf to her there in terms of udder development, a little lower chested female. Nice pairs there at the top end of that class.
Second call, ARB Class 9. Second call, ARB Class 9. First call, ARB Class 10. First call, ARB Class 10. Again, I need the Santa Gertrudis Calf, Reserve, and Champion to make their way back to the arena. Santa Gertrudis, Calf, Reserve, and Champion to make their way back to the arena.
Got three really interesting and intriguing Januaries here in our Reds. This smoky heifer that's going to win the class, she's just a really complete soggy-made female, very adequate in terms of her muscle. She balances extremely well from her fore and her rear rib. She's extended through that front end, very moderate in terms of her frame size, and again, appears to be a very easy keeper. She's just pretty flawless of these three out here, and she's an obvious winner for me today. The heifer in second and third, really, those get a little closer in placings for me, and you could argue either way. The third one's given her a little bit of a handful, but that heifer sets up really nicely. The second one, again, is another nice balanced heifer. She's probably got a little more advantage in terms of that rib shape and that lower 1/3. A heifer that I really like when you put her on the move. She's got some extension to go with that. The heifer that's bringing the class up again, a really elegant made female. I think her advantage is in terms of length of hooks to pins. I really like that about her. And again, when she gets her set up, she's as pretty from the profile as probably our class winner. Just not as wide, not as much to her today, but she's certainly going to be a fun one to come on and mature. Congratulations.
Thank you for that breakdown, Ms. Barber. That was Class 4. Class winner Heather King from Floresville, FFA. Followed by Sierra Webb, Brazoswood, FFA, and Madeline Glaze, El Campo, FFA, in our ARB show.
This is the final call for the Santa Gertrudis Calf Reserve and Champions to make their way to the arena. Again, the Champion and Reserve from the Calf Division of Santa Gertrudis. Please make your way to the arena. Final call.
On our Santa Gertrudis side, Class 13 results. Class winner was Demi Harrington from Navasota, FFA. Followed by Trent Turek, Rowlett, FFA. Ryan Hatchell, Mount Enterprise, FFA. Clinton Brown from Columbia, FFA. Landon Steinfeld, Terry, FFA. Followed by Kerrigan Dowdy Bishop, Central Heights, FFA. And Peyton Hoffpower, Tidehayden, FFA.
We've got our first division out here, class winners and respective seconds. Let's give these young men and women a nice round of applause. Really a good, strong division to start off with here. We've got 4 heifers that we just talked about in their respective classes, and you get them back out here, and it's a really nice lineup. You've got some maturity differences and some size, of course, but I think all of these females are very functional. They're very maternal in terms of their look and their design, and yet they're very structurally sound and obviously have a great career path in front of them. I'm going to take one more look, and we'll select you a champion out of this first division and get a respective reserve. Congratulations to everyone in the ring.
Tell you what, there's lots of young Gert breeders and folks at home deserve a big round of applause for this class. Let's put your hands together and show our appreciation. You guys rock at getting your cattle bred and showing these exhibitors what it's about on having cattle calving at 2 years old or close to it, and I love it. Female that wins the class, she's the freshest one. She's the most feminine one. She's really sound. She's nice made. Go easy on loining her, because when you loin her, she's good hipped, and when you loin her, it makes her top drop just a little bit. So she's a February with a January calf, and just a beautiful udder. I love the udder. And you think about this female down the road of what she can do. I think there's lots of quality in her, lots of positives in that female. Same with the female that stands in second, and she's one that I think about these cattle 60 days back, and you know, she was probably pretty stale, I guess is what I see in this female, because she's still fat, and so you know, I think about, was she just that easy fleshing, or is it that they pushed her that hard? So I want to freshen her up, and that's the thing that I see in that female. Through her front 1/3, you look at her from the top of her neck to the base of her neck and about her head, just doesn't have that really feminine, just beautiful head, neck like that one did that just won there. The thing that you have to appreciate about this female is she's so round and big in her rib. I really like that about her. I just, from a balance standpoint, there's some things I see in this female. She's really heavy in her chest still, and just not quite as nice in terms of the like I said, from the top of her neck to the base of her neck, I'd change her. But still, she's massive, big-bodied, stout bone, really sound. 2 high-quality females that you sure better attach to at the top end and run with. Taking nothing away from this female in third, because she gets out and travels well. She's level-hipped. She's long-bodied. You like all of those things about her. Not as much volume to her udder, not as probably as balanced as the 2 udders in front of her, but still a good using kind of a cow. Nice calf at side as well. Then we come into 2 pairs that a little bit more frame to them, a little higher energy requirement kind of cattle, not as pulled apart in their midsection. That's where I'd change this one in particular. Just a little harder rib shape to her, want to soften her. Next one comes around, wants to roll at her pins a little bit, doesn't just hold those pieces and parts together, little rounder, lower pinned. And then one we conclude with, I sure wish she was further along in terms of calving. So great set of cattle in that group. Congratulations to everyone.
Final call, ARB Class 9. Final call, ARB Class 9. First call, ARB Class 13 and 14. First call, ARB Classes 13 and 14.
Congratulations in our ARB Heifer Show. Your champion heifer calf was exhibited by Jimmy Randall from Waller FFA, coming out of Class 2. Our reserve champion heifer calf comes out of Class 3, exhibited by Kinley Compton, Waller FFA. On our center Gertrudis side, results from Class 14. Class winner, Callie Kimball, Guadalupe County 4-H. Taylor Watts, El Campo FFA. Eli Sanders, Washington County 4-H. Followed by Rebecca Brown, George Ranch FFA. Ty Pennington, Redwater FFA. And Madeline Hatchell, Mount Enterprise FFA.
Second call, ARB classes 13 and 14. Second call, ARB classes 13 and 14. First call, ARB class 15. First call, ARB class 15.
Running away.
This is really a nice class. There's some give and take on this top end, and you can split hairs on kind of what you're looking for. This is just a big, powerful female that wins the class. She's the most fault-free, I think, in terms of her age and her weight. Tremendous through that front end. She's sound off her feet and legs, and that's where she defeats these other two behind her. She's definitely got the most flex and ease off of her pasterns. Tremendous in terms of her hip and her hind leg. A lot of depth of rib, and you get behind her, and she's sure impressive from that angle. Just a really, really stout heifer you've done a nice job with. Big, powerful, heavy muscled heifer is the smoky one here in second. This is a shorter coupled female, a little shorter in terms of her front end when you compare her back to that class winner. I like her behind her shoulder, though. I think she's definitely got the advantage in terms of smoothness there. She's just simply too straight off both ends for me today. I just like to see her flex a little more, maybe give her a touch more length of neck there. But she just got to move better to go higher for me. Love this brindle heifer here in third, too. Another really long spine female. She's sound on her feet and legs enough. I'd like to maybe give her a little more flex from the hock down. Not as attractive, again, not quite as extended through the front end as our class winner, but that's a really nice balanced heifer, and you've done a good job presenting her. We get in a female coming next, light in her condition. This heifer's really nice in terms of her top line. She's got a fresh appearance about her. She's not just overly deep in that lower rib, and maybe that's where I'd like to see her. I think you turn her out and get some hay in her and just get some more volume to go with that size. She's going to make a really, really nice show heifer down the line. The Charlet-looking heifer here, another real stout made, super heavy boned. She just gets a little shorter coupled, a little shorter designed. Maybe like to clean her up a little bit in that brisket, and she'll probably grow into that too. We'd just like to give her a little more length of hooks to pins today. And then we've got a couple of heifers just really green, not quite as structurally sound today. We'd just like to make them freer off both ends to go higher, but really a nice class winner. Congratulations again.
Is she over here? Is she ready? I don't know. I would just hand it to her this day. I think so. I feel like she's switching them.
Final call, ARB Class 14. Final call, ARB Class 14. Second call, ARB Class 15. Second call, ARB Class 15.
Really attractive pair here and beautiful udder design, and I think you just have to appreciate that about this female. And yet when she gets on the go, she's still nice and smooth, and it has some cushion to her structure. Now where I'd change this cow is she's deep from the top of her neck down into the base of her shoulder and round her shouldered, and you kind of see the same design coming in that calf, but I think the calf is nice in terms of levelness of lines, but the compilation of the calf quality, udder design, I just think that one has to win the class. I made a big change here, and I think there's some things here that you just have to describe. The cow that's going to end up in second, I'd like to refine her teats. She is a little longer teated. There's some delineation in her udder, so from an udder longevity standpoint, I don't see near the longevity as I see in our class winner, but yet when you look at this cow, I think she's nice in terms of just pretty practical. She's bold in her ribs. She's nice in her design. Again, she's a lot like our class winner, a little more boldness and depth to her front end. Want to change that about her. Nice heifer calf at side. Then the cow that has probably one of the older heifer calves in here. This female, you know, she's done a nice job with this calf, but boy, I sure do want to change this cow's udder and then just change the balance on this cow. She tends to, right behind her shoulder, she drops there and rolls in her spine a little bit. Want to just assemble those pieces together. I think her calf, she's outdone herself with her calf, and you always appreciate that. I made a big move here, and I don't often do that, but young man, I apologize. I just didn't see that this cow didn't have that much udder, and that's what I want to change here is I'd like to see just more milk production coming in this cow for this stage for a first calf heifer, and I apologize. I usually don't make a big change like that. I like the size of this cow. I like the attractiveness. She's one that blends her front end better than some of those above her. Very nice from the side. Just want to change her in terms of volume of milk production that we see. Then we get into one that still fairly heavy condition. She's a milky cow. She's got some udder to her. And then again, has some delineation there. That cow just a little coarser and bolder compared to some of those ones in front of her. Big, stout-footed, round-hipped, massive kind of a female. Like to see her further along or have a calf at side comparative to these contemporaries. And then we conclude with one that's real attractive. Just want to see that female have a calf at side. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Another really nice class here on your all reds, all other breeds here. Really, two females, I think, surface to the top rather easily in my mind. Just ultra elegant, feminine fronted female here that's going to win the class. She's just tremendous when you put her on the move, and I love that structural soundness from the base down. She's a heifer that's got some strength of top. She's extended through her front end, and again, just a really elegant, balanced female with a lot of presence. The heifer in second most closely follows her. She's going to be a heifer that gives up a little bit in terms of that length of hooks to pins, not quite as attractive from the hock down when you view her from the side. And you know, we could give her a little more spring of that rear rib and just kind of balance her a little more. But that's a really nice female that's in good condition and you've done a great job with. Our Charo-colored heifer coming in next, maybe a little heavier conditioned female. She gets a little quicker, I think, in terms of her pattern for me, just a little coarser, a little rounder, but she's got some nice muscling down the top and in that quarter and stifle. A little plainer about that front end, but really a nice female that's going to make a great brood cow for her. And then we've got a real light conditioned heifer here. Really like her depth of rear rib. This heifer is just a little coarser, a little plainer about her head. She could use a little bit more femininity for me to have that ultra modern look about her, but really a nice female in her own right, and she's structurally sound. You've done a great job with her. Congratulations again to your class winner.
Thank you, judges. In our Santa Gertrudis show, Class 15, Savannah Rossler, Cook County 4-H. Followed by Calvin Wunderlich, Washington County 4-H. Ethan Black, Grimes County 4-H. Bryce Hardy, Scurry Rosser FFA. Followed by Kylie Kazaya, Foster FFA. Garrett Dixon, Rouse FFA, and Chad Coker, Magnolia FFA. Attention in the barn. Once you have completed your heifer show, we are encouraging you to please load out and exit the fairgrounds as soon as your trailer is released. At the conclusion At the conclusion of the ARB show, we will take a 20-minute break before we select our overall American Division champion.
Folks, this is really a nice class. We've got 5 heifers out here, and every one of them is as different as the other one, but I don't care what color this first one is, she's just damn good. Big rib, stout made. She's got a beautiful udder coming in the making. She's got all the presence of a show ring heifer. Strong down her top, and you get behind her, and there's just a world of width. You put her on the move, and she sure doesn't disappoint you. She's literally a little firecracker, and you do a nice job presenting her. Congratulations. Heifer in second, I think most closely follows this heifer. She's a really strong topped female. She's got probably an advantage in terms of growth. I don't know that's to her advantage because she's plenty big. She's a long-sided female, and she's got plenty of condition for me today, but there's a lot of nice things about her. She's laid in smooth at the point of her shoulder. She's just not as stout, not as wide made, and just doesn't have that pizzazz that that first heifer has, but she's a really nice heifer in her own right. The brindle heifer coming next, another really deep-sided female. I think she's got a lot of spring of rib, and I appreciate that about her. Just a little plainer, I think, in terms of her front end. If we could change her, we'd maybe moderate her frame size and give her a little more width to go with those pins. But that's a really a pretty heighted female and really elegant in terms of her look. We've got a smaller framed female that's coming in next. Actually, these two are switched. The black one's next. Heifer that's just... in terms of her condition, she's almost poor. She just needs some feed. She needs time. You can go ahead and bring the black heifer around. But in terms of the way she's made, I like her structure. I think you get some groceries in her and get her out and in a functioning world. She's got a lot of potential. I just like the way she's made better than our red heifer that brings up the class here. This is just really too steery, a little too masculine for me, but a heifer I appreciate. She's kept her in good lean condition, and she's probably a really nice showmanship heifer as well. Just ran into a Big Mac truck at the top end of this class. Congratulations again to your class winner.
Thank you, Mrs. Barber. In our Santa Gertrudis show, congratulations to our champion senior heifer, exhibited by Callie Kimball from Guadalupe County 4-H. Our reserve champion senior heifer, exhibited by Demi Harrington from Navasota FFA.
Last comment before I go out and pick our champions here. If you're a Sam Houston intern or working on the Sam Houston team, raise your hand. Dr. Kelly, raise your hand back there too. Woohoo! So these guys, folks, they've walked 1,000,000 miles here in the ring, and I think they've helped a lot of you unload, and they have a couple more days to go, so thank you guys for all that you do. Dr. Kelly, you have a thankless job, and thank you. We appreciate you. Dr. Beverly also, all right? I apologize, I just don't know Dr. Beverly, so thank you to you too. But what you guys do in terms of helping us at the major shows, we appreciate you. So thank you for what you do. You guys, thanks for all the miles that you've walked today. Let's put our hands together. I'm going to go out and pick us a champion in reserve, Gert.
Thank you. Then Anderson's around here somewhere.
All right. We've got a single entry over here on our west side, and certainly an individual that could stand competition. This is a really complete female. She's moderate in terms of her frame size. She's got some depth of fore and rear rib. Really a lot of class and elegance about her. You put her on the move, and she gets out and takes a nice free stride, and she looks to have a nice udder development. So congratulations on your class winner.
Thank you. What are we doing next? Over here?
This was the last one, right? This is overall Gert.
Yeah,
okay,
so they're done.
Okay.
Congratulations in our center Gertrudis Heifer show. Logan Mason exhibited the Grand Champion Center Gertrudis Heifer coming from Class 4 in Washington County 4-H. Your reserve Grand Champion Center Gertrudis comes from Class 14, exhibited by Callie Kimball from Guadalupe County 4-H.
Folks, put your hands together for this middle division out here on our ARBs. Really a nice show we've got out here, respective firsts and seconds. We talked each of these out in class, and I think our class winners, to me, surfaced rather easily. It's you get them back out here and kind of decide which way you want to go. And there's a couple heifers that hit me pretty hard, and I talked them in class, so I'm not going to delay that anymore. But your division champion for this particular one will be this young man right here in the middle. Congratulations. Let's pull that second place in, and we'll get you a reserve.
Final call, ARB Class 15. Final call, ARB Class 15.
In our ARB show, your champion junior heifer comes from Class 9, exhibited by Porter Jacob from Royal FFA. Your reserve champion junior heifer was exhibited by Jowaylin Shaw from Fannondale FFA. Results from our ARB show. Class 7. Class winner was Joellen Shaw, Fannondale, FFA. Jenna Wall, Evant, FFA. Riley Bouched, Liberty County 4-H. Aaron Mack, The Woodlands, FFA. Followed by Peyton Bradley, Edna, FFA. Kaylee Rivas, Conroe, FFA. And Wyatt Ennis from Brazoswood, FFA. Results from Class 8 in our ARB show. Leading the class was Molly Hackstedt from Needville, FFA, followed by Sydney Petrash, Sealy, FFA. Grace Kettler, Alvin, FFA. And Colin Ramzinski from Poth, FFA. Results from Class 9. Porter Jacob, Royal, FFA. Reagan Pate, Friendswood, FFA. Followed by Kelsey Furl, Burton, FFA. James Hollis, Conroe, FFA. And Brianna Sekleski, Cypress Creek, FFA. Congratulations also to our Class 10 single entry, Caden Coopersmith from Austin County 4-H. Just as a reminder, once you are finished with showing, please load out, get your trailer, check out, and load out from the barn. We need to have this barn clear by 8 p.m. tonight.
You can go ahead and take these two around. Really nice class again. We've got a really stout top end here. Female that just kind of surfaces to the top. She's just powerful from end to end. She's clean through her front end. She's sound off her feet and legs. I love her extra rib shape. She's just the ideal one with that depth of fore and rear rib. You get behind her and there's some depth and width and strong down in her top line. She's got a nice petite udder that's developing. Just a really nice brood cow in the making. Heifer here in second. I thought it got a little closer in second and third, and you go ahead and bring your third around as well. This heifer here, I think just a little smoother in terms of her shoulder. I like the moderate frame size that she possesses. She's a little plainer and probably a little coarser from hooks to pins. Not quite as attractive from the hock down when you compare to that class winner. But she's broody and she's moderate, and I think she offers quite a bit in terms of a really nice brood cow in the making. The third heifer here, big stout made female, big foot in her. She's got a lot of heavy structure about her, and I guess to my thoughts, maybe a little bit to the disadvantage. She's just a little coarser about her joints. She's a little rounder in that shoulder. Maybe we could just smooth her out a little bit, but she offers quite a bit in terms of internal dimension and depth of rib. You've done a nice job in terms of her condition. The really athletic one that's exiting the ring now, this heifer's just really green. She's cut up a little bit more in that flank to go higher for me today, but she's obviously very sound and fluid in terms of her movement. Really a nice class winner. Congratulations. Good job. Yeah. A little excitement at the end.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. You just heard reasons for Class 13 in our ARB show. Class winner, Chesney Vogt, Medina County 4-H. Zoe Daughtry, Belleville, FFA. Mackenzie Till, El Campo, FFA. And Willa Fusick, Colorado County 4-H.
I need the ARB Calf Division Champion and Reserve to make their way back to the arena. Again, ARB Calf Division Champion and Reserve, please make your way back to the arena.
Attention in the barn. Attention in the barn. If you receive a first or second place voucher today, please come to the barn office to cash them out. Thank you.
Exhibitors, attention all exhibitors. Once you have completed showing for the day and you have received your trailer voucher or trailer release, please begin loadouts and exit the fairgrounds.
This is a second call for the Calf Division, ARB Champion and Reserve animals to make their way back to the arena. Again, ARB, the Calf Division Champion and Reserve, please make your way back to the arena.
Got two really powerful females here again on the top end of this class. And you know, you can talk some differences and switch them if you like. I've got pros and cons on both of them, but the way I see them today, I just like the functionality and the maternal ability of this pair that's going to win the class. Cal's got a beautiful udder and balanced teats and doing a great job with this young calf. This is a really smooth-made female. I like her in terms of her underline and her cleanliness. She's just very maternal in terms of the way she's made. Big, powerful, deep-bodied heifer here in second. You really like her in terms of that power. She's definitely got some more navel. She's got a little bit coarser udder in terms of her teat size, and maybe that's just picking on a really good one because she's sound off her feet and legs as well. She's just not quite as elegant through that front end as our class winner, but a really, really nice heifer a young man's done a good job with. We get into a heifer here in third and fourth. These females just aren't as sound for me today. I'd like to just see more depth of rib and more flex off both ends to go higher. But again, a really nice class winner. Congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. You just heard a discussion of Class 14 in our ARB show. Class winner Mallory Overton from Orange Grove FFA, followed by Jordan Baldridge, Sweeney FFA, Kylie Locke, Mount Enterprise FFA, and Jaden Overson, Orange Grove FFA.
Folks, this is two really powerful pairs, and I bet you guys have been probably on the front end of this, swapped many times, I don't know, but these would be fun females to take as calves, and obviously you've gotten them where you want to be today, and kind of splitting hairs on how I would talk them. I guess if I'm going to take one home, I'd sure like to peel some fat off this one that's going to win the class. I think she's certainly heavy conditioned, but I appreciate a lot of things about her. She's also maybe almost too flexible, but she gets out and moves well. She's moderate framed. I love that about her. I like the front end on her, and she's doing a really nice job with this bull calf. That said, I'd like to clean up her navel a bit and give her a little more attractiveness on that underline, but super sound and doing a great job. Her teats are maybe just almost too short, but that I'd rather have them like that than too long, and like I said, she's obviously doing a great job with this calf at side. Beautiful female, and I appreciate the condition you've got her in. She's got a nice balanced udder, a little longer in terms of the teat length. Super heifer calf here that's making a great pair for y'all. Just a little coarser in her shoulder, maybe not as elongated as in the front end, but just a tremendous cow in her own right, and I appreciate her moderate frame. Congratulations on that. We've got two that I just think kind of fall in third and fourth here today. This one's your third one. I appreciate the fact she's got a heifer or a calf at side. She's got a really nice udder too, and obviously doing a great job and in good condition. We just like to see her a little further along with her pregnancy and maybe just stouting her up in terms of the muscle to go higher today. But really a nice class. Congratulations to all four of you.
You just heard Class 15 from our ARB show. Class winner, Madeline Gitlitz, Waller County 4-H. Caden Crane, Pflugerville FFA, followed by Lacey Lindgren, Travis County 4-H. And Drake Tarver, Edna FFA.
Attention in the barn. Attention in the barn. If you receive a first or second place voucher, please come to the barn office to cash them in. Please bring them to the barn office.
Reserves. Swap them straight down in the southern parallel with the first.
Noel Troxclair. Noel Troxclair, please make your way to the announcer's booth.
Folks, let's give these exhibitors of this final division a nice round of applause. really a good show as we're getting the seconds back in here. Talked to each of these females out in class, so I won't go back through that. But just know I think the world of all three of these out here in their respective seconds. It's been a really high quality show. I'm going to go out and select your champion, and we'll get a respective second in for reserve. Good luck to everyone down the road from here.
Congratulations in our ARB show. Our champion senior heifer comes from class 15, exhibited by Madeline Gitlitz, Waller County 4-H. Our reserve champion senior heifer also comes from class 15, exhibited by Caden Crane, Pflugerville FFA.
As we're getting our division champions and reserves back in here, again, hats off to a really nice show. Young men and women have done a tremendous job exhibiting this ARB division. And, you know, I realize y'all have got a really important place, and this is a great competition with these other breeds. Very good complementarity with the hybrid vigor and everything that these breeds blend together well. Again, I'm super pleased with our champions and reserves out here and would stack them against any of the breeds that we saw today. There's a couple of heifers that hit me really hard when they came out in class, and we're seeing them back out here in division. So with that, I'll go out and select your champion and reserve. Congratulations to everyone.
Congratulations, your grand champion ARB heifer, exhibited by Porter Jacob, Royal FFA. Your reserve grand champion ARB heifer, Madeline Gitlitz, Waller County 4-H. At this time, we are going to have a 20-minute break before we bring all breed champions and breed reserve champions back into the ring to select our American Division champion.
This is a first call for all of our breed champions and reserves to start making your way back to the arena. Again, a first call for all of our breed champions and reserves to start making your way back to the arena. Second call, all breed champions and reserves, please make your way back to the arena. Again, second call, all breed champions and reserves, please make your way back to the arena. Final call, all breed champions, please make your way to the arena. Final call, all breed champions and reserve, please make your way to the arena.
Attention in the barn, all of our breed champion and reserve champions are currently lining up. The show will begin in less than 5 minutes. It looks like we have our reserve breed and champion breed for our American division all lined up. Yes. All good? No. Entering the arena, our reserve ARB, exhibited by Madeline Gitlitz from Waller, Texas. Coming from a Country Kids, her future plans involve being a professional fitter or something to do with cows. Her favorite hobby includes showing cattle. Our reserve breed champion for our Beefmasters, exhibited by Amber Robles from San Antonio, Texas. She comes from Southside FFA. Her future plans are to be an ultrasound tech, and her favorite hobby is to show cattle and be an outside with her animals. Our reserve breed champion for our Brahmans, Laura Beth Lambert from Roymayer, Texas, coming from Tarkington FFA. Her future plans involve studying genetics at Texas A&M, and her favorite hobby is showing. Our reserve breed champion for our Brangus, Avery Rogney from Waller, Texas, exhibiting out of Royal FFA. Her future plans are to eventually run her own cattle ranch, and her favorite hobby is raising cattle. Our reserve breed champion for our red Brangus, Presley Jacob from Pattison, Texas, also exhibiting from Royal FFA. Her future plans are to be a veterinarian, and Presley loves showing livestock. Our reserve champion center Gertrudis, Callie Kimball from Kingsbury, Texas, exhibiting from Guadalupe County 4-H. Her future plans involve being a mobile veterinarian after attending Texas A&M this fall and majoring in animal science. Her favorite hobby includes showing cows and photography. Our reserve champion Simbra, exhibited by Kayla Sansom from Brenham, Texas, showing for Brenham FFA. Her future plans are to attend Blinn with hopes to transfer to A&M and be an ag science teacher. Her favorite hobbies include showing cattle and hanging out with her friends. Ladies and gentlemen, your reserve American lineup. Your champion ARB, exhibited by Porter Jacob from Pattison, Texas. Porter is showing from Royal FFA. His plans are to become a game warden, and he enjoys showing cattle and playing baseball. Your champion Beefmaster, shown by Kennedy Hubbard from Friendswood, Texas, and Friendswood FFA. Her future plans are to go to Kansas State, find a career in agriculture, and raise American cattle. Her favorite hobby, of course, is showing livestock. Your champion Brahman, exhibited by Cade Bailey. Cade is from Fairfield, Texas, and shows out of Fairfield FFA. His plans are to become a welder and run his family farm. His favorite hobbies include to weld and playing football. Your champion Brangus, Emma Tyler from Paradise, Texas, showing for Wise County 4-H. Her future plans are to be a livestock judge in college and get a degree in ag communications. She would also someday like to own her own show cattle operation. She loves showing cattle and being a Texas Youth Livestock Ambassador. Your champion Red Brangus, shown by Haley Peters from El Campo, Texas, and El Campo FFA. Her future plans are to attend Texas A&M, and she enjoys showing pigs, heifers, steers, dairy judging, and spending time with her family. Your champion Santa Gertrudis, shown by Logan Mason from Chapel Hill, Texas, and Washington County 4-H. Logan's plans are to become a sales rep like his dad, and he enjoys playing baseball. Your champion Simbra, exhibited by Avery Rendon from Lorena, Texas, and Lorena FFA. Her future plans are to attend Texas A&M, major in vet science, and she enjoys showing livestock, judging livestock, and the Heart of Texas Sweethearts. Ladies and gentlemen, your grand drive for your American division.
Everyone who's still here, I know Jeremy's taking another look at the cattle out here. I'm going to echo what Jeremy said earlier. What a wonderful show and a wonderful staff. Everyone, please put your hands together for everyone who helped make this show possible today. And that goes for everyone in the stands and everyone that's still standing out here and brought these great cattle for us to sort. Jeremy's always fun to judge with, and she certainly hadn't disappointed again today. It's been an extreme honor to be here in ATX and also to evaluate these really good cattle and kids. I know I echo Jeremy's thoughts as well with just such a high-quality show. It's always an honor to work with Texas youth and this show, and I really want to say how much I appreciate y'all having this show, having us here to help evaluate the cattle and the kids, and can't say enough about Sam Houston State and their team. There's so many things that go on behind the scenes that y'all all know about, but it sure makes for a fun and a very smooth day. So it's been an honor. I think we're about to decide maybe in agreement on what we're going to do here. So I'll turn it over to Jeremy for some closing remarks. But again, thank you. It's been an honor, and we've really enjoyed it today. Thank you.
You know, Terry, I just had a thought. Think Hawkins ever thought we'd get to judge like this together? Probably rolling over and Terry Hawkins was our judging team coach at Clarendon, and we may or may not have given Hawkins lots of grief while we were there. So, for you young people, congratulations. It's been a challenging year for everybody, but for you to be here is awesome. And I think every chance you get to say thank you to your parents, to your ag teachers, to folks that helped you to be here, I think that's important. And I always close the show with, don't forget that you're a part of the beef industry. Go out and tell our story about agriculture. I think that's really, really important. And I'm just going to continue to push that concept and that mindset and offer that you guys are the future for us in the industry. And I think that's really, really important. And then the last thing, I'm going to tell you that you have two females out here judging today that happen to be dreamers. And I never in my lifetime thought that I would get to judge as many shows as I get to judge. And my mom's here with me today, and it's because of her that I get to do so much. And I can tell you that Terry's from Channing, America, and if you've ever been to Channing, America, you can know that it's to do the things that she's gotten to do, it's pretty special. Terry is one of, and I think I'm correct on this, but she's only one of only two females that's ever been president of a national breed organization. So she was president of the American Hereford Association, and the other one would be Minnie Lou Bradley. I'd say you're in pretty darn good company. Okay, Terry? That's pretty awesome. So my point to all of you out here is if you can dream it, if you can think it, if you want it, go get it. And carry that message with you. Don't ever, ever, ever let somebody tell you that you can't, because if you want it, you can go get it. With that, we'll pick your champions.
Congratulations, our champion American division is an ARB exhibited by Porter Jacob from Royal FFA. Thank you. And your reserve champion American division heifer is shown by Kennedy Hubbard from Friendswood FFA. It is your champion Beefmaster. That concludes our American Heifer Show. Thanks again to our judges, Terry Barber and Ceremonies Viator, for their time and expertise today. Congratulations and thank you to all of our exhibitors and volunteer for their hard work and dedication throughout the day. We at Rodeo Austin hope you have safe travels home, and we'll see you either on Sunday or next year.